Bin ich hier? Ich glaube, ich bin hier. Eieiei. Ich bin ja wegen hell. Achso, ja, weil ich da dieses Ding anhab. Wenn ich jetzt das ausmache, ist zu hell. So, guten Abend. Ich hatte den guten Grund, warum ich jetzt zu spät bin. Den guten Grund zeige ich gleich, wenn ich es hinbringe. Machen wir das Ding jetzt an. Ein bisschen näher. Und zwar habe ich sie fertig. Hinzufügen. Also erstmal, guten Abend Navi, Alas, Tamara, Kinare, Max, Nilrock, Denki, Saruto. Hab ich irgendwie vergessen? Ich hoffe nicht. Du hast meine Figurenbestellung fertig, ja. Nicht ganz. Ich bin immer noch zu hell. Achso, naja gut, wenn es dann... Wenn ich den da weg so stelle. Ich meine, ich werde da oben gleich ein bisschen dunkler, weil jetzt... Aber jetzt muss ich erstmal das Ding zufügen. Videoaufnahmegerät. Sieht man die? Ne, sieht man nicht. Warum nicht? Es ist doch eingesteckt. Komisch. Muss doch eigentlich drin sein. Nee. So ein Scheiß, Alter, warum gehst du nicht? Warte mal, krieg ich das im anderen zusammen? Ja, weil ich es wahrscheinlich ausgesteckt hatte, ne? Kurz mal auf das da gehen, okay. Kurz mal auf das da gehen. Warum mag das nicht? Das nervt mich jetzt gerade. Ihr seht noch alles? Ja. Ja, habe ich. Ich habe jeden gegrüßt. Ich bin ja alles durchgegangen. Ich glaube, Lars war mit vor den Ersten. Du bist aber, glaube ich, auch immer der wo nicht zuhört, wenn ich das mache. Das ist schon das Mehrfach jetzt. Ich weiß ganz genau, dass das schon ein paar Mal passiert ist. Dann machen wir es doch mal anders. Wir entfernen das da wieder. Ja. Dann nehmen wir einfach mal die Facecam. Machen sie ein wenig größer. Es ist keine geile Qualität, aber irgendwann gibt's ein Video dazu. So, und jetzt hoffe ich mal, das hält alles, was ich zusammengepappt habe. Sie ist fertig. Warte mal, jetzt sollte ich vielleicht da das Licht anmachen. Ja, das schaut scheiße aus. Eigentlich dachte ich, kann es mit meiner schönen Kamera zeigen, aber... Ja. Warum mag die Kamera nicht? Das kotzt mich gerade tierisch an. Das muss ich jetzt nochmal schauen. Wir haben ja heute ein wenig. Aber wir hören heute wahrscheinlich eh nicht auf, bis die Archon-Quest fertig ist. So, warte mal, wenn ich jetzt das nochmal ausmache. Das wieder als Atmen starte. Warum auch immer das Ding nicht will. Ja, ja, trotzdem starten. Ich weiß das schon meins anders. Der mag das nicht annehmen. Ist das Zeichnungsschalter dran? Nach vielen Nerven auf daran gefunden. Ja, deswegen hat jetzt das vorhin ein bisschen länger gedauert, weil ich dachte eigentlich, in einer Stunde bist fertig, musst du ja bloß nur alles zusammen machen. Und dann hast du es durch, aber ja, irgendwie nicht. Ich verstehe nicht, warum die nicht will. Und dann könnte ich es euch wenigstens auf dem anderen Bildschirm zeigen. Nochmal kurz raus. Nochmal kurz rein. Oder müsste ich... Ah... Nö, mach auch nicht. Wie war eigentlich die Kamera vorher? So? Also so. Ja, da muss ich im Discord ein Bild posten. Ganz einfach. Warte mal, das ist doch die Lösung. Discord. Einfach mal da wegen ein Umweg. So, hier wird das Licht an. So. Discord. Hallo? Eieieiei. Ihr könnt übrigens meinen Discord beitreten, falls ihr noch nicht beigetreten seid. Es lädt. Jetzt lädt das hoch. Wie viel das WLAN weg war, Alter. Hallo? Wie wär's mit weiter hochladen? Schon bei Doki Doki Cosplay bestellt gehabt? Nee. Oh, jetzt hat das, oder? Hallo? Jetzt. So, jetzt haben wir sie doch da. Warum ist das da unten eigentlich scheiße? Bei mir erst mal updaten. Ja, ich zeig's ja hier. Das Gesicht ist nicht optimal, das habe ich nicht perfekt hingebracht, aber das war auch die erste Figur, was ich in dem Sinn gemacht habe. Und da sind auch meine Tempos. Was will ich die wegnehmen, wenn es ist auf dem Bild? Vergesst den Müll und das Klebeband. Gesichter sind sowieso schwierig. Ja, das sowieso. Ich habe an den Augen, ich glaube, ich habe die 6 oder 7 Mal habe ich die neu gemacht. Erst am Ende habe ich sie relativ gut dann hingebracht. Paketband ist auch das Rätselslösung, ja. Gehen wir mal da rein. Ich habe mich schon gewundert, warum keine Musik kommt. Vor allem, ich habe jetzt dann... Wäre für mich nichts. Ja, war auch ziemliche Fummelarbeit. Den kommt wieder. Vor allem dann wisst halt alles, dass gut ausschaut, dann ist wieder nicht alles glatt, dann teilweise mit Airbrush und so ein Zeug, dann du musst ja auch ein wenig Handarbeit und alles ein wenig gemacht. Und... Na? Komme ich wegen näher hin? Dann stört's halt, dass hier zum Beispiel da jetzt dazwischen bei den Beinen, ne? Dass da halt so Spalte sind, die habe ich versucht zu kaschieren und neu zu machen und sonst irgendwas. Weil ich dachte halt, ey, das wäre doch geil, wenn man ein bisschen Material einsparen kann, indem man das hohl macht. Jetzt hat sich natürlich das ein bisschen geschrumpft. Dann sieht man es halt, dann ist natürlich ein bisschen Spalt dazwischen. Kann natürlich auch sein, dass das vor dem ist, der, wo das erstellt hat, dass das nicht so hundertprozentig gepasst hat. Ja, das war eine Action. Dann hier. Den Blitz. Den habe ich, glaube ich, 3-mal gemacht. Beim ersten Mal habe ich ihn dann abgebrochen. Kleine Fehler machen das individuell, ja. Beim ersten Mal habe ich den abgebrochen, weil ich den beim Runtermachen nie gemacht habe. Dann wollte ich ihn kleben, dann hat man aber nicht gescheit gesehen, wo man kleben soll. Dann beim zweiten Mal hatte ich den alles fertig, alles im Ganzen. Und dann so ab der Hälfte von meinem Projekt ist er irgendwann runtergefallen durch irgendwas und da war das Ding hier. Irgendwann hast du den Dreh raus. Ja, das war jetzt das erste. Und das komplizierteste. Die anderen haben halt, keine Ahnung, 10 Teile oder 15. Das alleine hat er, glaube ich, schon 40. Ich meine, alleine das Feuer da unten besteht halt aus 8 Teilen. Dann unten die Base aus 4, dann hast du 2 Hände, zweimal Blitz, einmal das Schwert einzeln, den Griff mit der Hand. Das Ding da besteht aus 2. Und das hat auch nicht perfekt gepasst irgendwie, keine Ahnung. Das 3 Hände, dann das sind 2 Teile. Dann das sind alles einzelne Teile. Die Hände stehen in 2 Dingern und ei. Übung macht den Meister, genau. Und ich muss zugeben, momentan sind Black Friday Sales. Da, wo ich meinen 3D-Drucker her habe. Hi, Schulchen. Ist das gerade eigentlich noch offen? Wo ich meinen 3D-Drucker her habe. Und Glückwunsch zu Frina, dankeschön. Auch wenn sie alle meine Dinger gefressen hat. Und es fehlen manchmal ein paar Details. Zum Beispiel hier, dieser Verlauf ist eigentlich schöner. Weil es ist halt nur ein 4K-Drucker. Und jetzt habe ich mir einen 6K-Drucker bestellt, weil der war über 150 € billiger. Für 260. Mit noch einem Coupon und sowas. Und der ist auch besser und größer. Da kannst du die Sachen auch besser drucken. Weil wenn der Drucker nicht so klein gewesen wäre, hätte ich sie halt ein bisschen größer gedruckt. Mach mal Ayato oder Furina. Furina gibt's erst eine. Da bin ich noch am Überlegen. CG Trader. Ob ich noch ein bisschen warte, bis die kommt? Ich meine, ich habe jetzt eh noch Silverwolf und Jellan. Die gibt's momentan. Ich meine, das Gesicht würde ich sowieso anders machen. Schaut ganz cool aus. Gibt's eigentlich Ayato? Ayato. Also hier finde ich ihn jetzt auf die Schnelle nicht. Was sind das für Nudelpackungen? Kann man Nudeln drucken? Navia wäre auch schon. Navia gibt's leider auch noch nie. Das ist Nadia, Alter, da unten, nicht Navia. Nee. Leider noch nicht. So, der Plan schaut heute folgendes aus. Das war jetzt eh so ein Nebending. Weil ich wollte sie die ganze Woche fertig machen. Also, nee. Halt. Warte. Venti. Venti gibt's auch. Die schaut sogar relativ gut aus. Und das sage ich als nicht Venti-Möger. CG Trade. Ach, Qualitätsscheiße. Venti gibt's, glaube ich, auch ein paar gute. Ja, okay. Die da zum Beispiel. Das ist so klar, Alter. Das war so klar. Oder hier gibt's dann Zhongli. Alter, die habe ich noch gar nicht gesehen. Die schaut voll geil aus. Ist das eine STL? Ne, ich glaube, das ist bloß ein Ding. Ich glaube, die ist nicht zum Drucken da. Da Venti gibt's da zum Beispiel. Das sind die ganzen Teile, was man druckt. Wobei das, glaube ich, 2 verschiedene Bases und Dinger sind. Und sorry, falls, dass ich jetzt das Thema schon wieder anschneide, aber ich war jetzt vorhin bloß so stolz drauf, dass ich das hab. Dass ich fertig war. Weil ich habe die ganze Woche wollte ich es zusammenbauen und es ging nicht. Ausgerechnet heute macht mein WLAN nicht mit. Ah, WLAN kotzt an, ey. Gut, dass ich mein PC schon lange auf Kabel umgestellt habe. Gibt's eigentlich neue WLAN? Habe ich eh falsch geschrieben. Normal. Impact STL. Da, die Ding schaut halt auch geil aus. Die Shenhe. Da super Teile, was es da gibt. So, aber jetzt gehen wir mal da rein. Also, Plan sieht aus, wir machen heute den Akt 5 vom Arkon. Davor gehen wir aber Blumen sammeln für die Furina. Ich habe sie bereits auf 70. Und ich wollte eigentlich... Wo ist die eigentlich? Da ist sie. Und ich wollte eigentlich... Wie viele Blumen habe ich? 17. Na, ich weiß gar nicht, ob wir die alle schaffen. Da fehlt mir noch 1. Also 90 wird man sie nicht bringen. Weil sonst müsste ich ständig den Boss machen. Ich meine, der neue Boss ist eigentlich ganz lustig, aber sau einfach. Kannst bei mir sammeln. Ne, ich habe ja alles. Ich habe extra alles am Mittwoch gesammelt, damit ich heute, oder am Donnerstag, damit ich die heute sammeln kann.
There is no escape, no touching. Higher, higher, can't fight fire. Born of ice and frost, for Rex Lapis.
Das ist der Boss nicht. Hüp. Weg da.
Rex
Ah,
Lapis.
scheiße, nicht aufgepasst.
I am
Gut, dass wir Babsi dabei haben.
No touching.
Was macht der? Das habe ich, glaube ich, noch gar nicht gesehen. Ja, da war doch auch kein Kleiner.
Torn to oblivion. Time to go.
Ast. Okay, Blumen sammeln oder was weiß ich, was das für Zeug war. Ich habe hier schon ein bisschen vom neuen Gebiet, war ich schon drin. Morgen kommt auch noch ein Video mit dieser Fee für diesen Baum, die wo ja eine Melusine ist und dann doch nicht. Keine Ahnung. Aber wir können die Truppe umstellen, fällt mir gerade ein. Weil ich habe ihre Sachen sammeln wollen und ja. Die Hälfte der Sachen fehlt halt, wenn man das nicht macht. Hä? Und dachte ich, ah ja, magst die Quest halt schnell, stört ja nicht.
Breathtaking.
Und dann sehe ich, dass die Hälfte der Sachen fehlen, dann mache ich die Quest und dann, ja, taucht die Melusine auf. Oder Fee des Wassers, was weiß ich, was das am Ende war. Halt, falsche Richtung. Ich muss das Ding dazu aufmachen, die Map, ey. Sonst finde ich das alles nicht. Genshin Impact Mappe. Da ist die Mappe. Weg mit dir. Hey, die sind ja wieder nicht markiert. Was soll denn das? Hä? Die interaktive Map spinnt in letzter Zeit. Ah, jetzt sind sie da. So. Elementarfähigkeit über Wasser laufen. Weil es Sinakon ist und Wasser ist. Ist das nicht hier? Ich bin doch richtig, oder? Bin ich jetzt doof? Doch ja, um den See rum. Da vorne soll das erste sein, ja. Also ich habe bloß 1, 2 Bildchen aus der Archon Quest gesehen, weil es sich nicht verhindern ließ. Ich bin gespannt. Wird lustig. Da oben noch. $22 Millionen Morder. Alter, 22 Millionen Morder kannst du wahrscheinlich 10 Charaktere hochleveln. Ich meine, das teuerste sind im Normalfall eh nur die Talente. Ich meine, ich bin seit Ewigkeiten auf 30 Millionen. Oder wie Pumpman sagen würde, Taschengeld. Was hab ich eigentlich? Ah, da unten. Habe ich 22? Ich dachte, ich bin bei 30. 28. Viel Nachgabe, bin gespannt. Ach, du hast Akt 5 noch gar nicht gespielt. Da war alles ja eh ein Weekly, oder? Da. Dann gegenüber. Halt, warte mal. Ich vergesse immer, dass ich mit dem ja das machen kann. Geht schneller als Schwimmen. Finde ich. So, dann haben wir das. Warte mal, da mal weiter scrollen. Keine Sorge, ich verrate nichts. Will ich auch raten. Wer meint, was zu verraten, fliegt. Ich meine, ein paar Sachen kann man sich ja eh schon ausmalen, aber... Was für ein Artefaktset hat ein Neuvillette? Warte mal, was hat denn der gehabt? Artefakte. Die da. Moment, Sand der Zeit. Das war... Ey, geh mal weg da, blödes Kabel. Das war, glaube ich, das unten, oder? War das hier? Ja, hier. Also so ist es mir vorgeschlagen worden. Ich habe es auch bloß aus dem Internet, also. Wenn du ein genaueres Ding wirst, einfach Neuvillette Bild eingeben. Und schon hast du alles. Weil mehr habe ich auch nicht gemacht. Da waren nur 3, naja. Und jetzt gehen wir zur Massensammlung. Hier. Das Neue. Es gibt einen Haufen Neue. Wie viele Navias Gameplay? Gar nicht angeschaut. Schau ich mir dann an, wenn der richtige Trailer kommt. Der schaut richtig geil aus, wenn du die Mission gemacht hast. Also, ich will so einen Baum für die Kanne haben, ey. Der schaut halt mal mega aus. Da ist jetzt nur eins, naja. Lass mal in Ruhe, ich bin hier nur zum Einsammeln. Nicht mal in Ruhe sammeln kann man hier. Scheiß Bagage. Ich will überhaupt mal ein neues Layout für die Kanne. Das soll ja scheinbar demnächst kommen. Ich bin schon sehr gehypt auf eine... Das wäre mir auf dem Discord fast nicht aufgefallen. Ich meine, der halbe Discord besteht aus Navia. Aber vorbildlich, dass du alles in der Spoiler versteckt hast. Damit jeder schauen kann, wie er Lust und Laune hat. Ich muss zugeben, ich wüsste nicht mal, wie man das mit Spoiler macht. Ja, mir fehlt noch was. Wo ist der Scheiß? Oder ist es noch nicht da, weil... Ah ja, ich habe ja die Mission erst gemacht, ne? Vielleicht sind die Sachen noch gar nicht alle da. Scheiße, sind dann die auf der Insel überhaupt schon dran? Ah. Sehr gut. Das war zwar nicht da, aber gut gemacht. Oder habe ich ihn verpasst? Ja, Mist, ich glaube, die einen sind noch gar nicht da, weil ich erst die Mission gemacht habe. Shit. Ich glaube, ich habe irgendwann um 18 oder 18:30 habe ich das gemacht. Dann müssten die später wieder auftauchen. Ja, aber die sind ja auch alle da. Komische Wort. Musik ist cool. Aber das sage ich immer wieder, also. Geht es an die Blumen zu sammeln. Danke fürs Angebot, aber da müsste ich, um Furina dann auf 90 zu bekommen, müsste ich jetzt dann 6, 7 Mal den Boss machen. Deswegen passt schon. Was magst du, Möbi? Alter! Verdammte Nervensägen. Ha! Ja, die hier sind echt schon weg. Na gut. Aber schauen wir mal kurz. Wie viel haben wir jetzt eigentlich? Da. 60,45. Okay, das würde sowieso nicht reichen. Egal. Die Steinchen noch, dann bringen wir sie noch auf 80 und dann... Pammen, guten Abend. Mal hier. Dann hier. Alter, scheiße, ich kann 20 Stück davon machen. Ich brauche 6 Stück, glaube ich. Was hab ich bis jetzt verpasst? Blumen sammeln. Oder was weiß ich, wie die Dinger heißen. Wabbelköpfe. Da die Dinger da. Sehe ich schon mal Maiglöckchen. Sagt sie nicht normalerweise was? Egal. So. Jetzt brauche ich wieder 20 von den Scheißdingern dann und dann den Rest. Und dass ich die eine Figur fertig habe, war das für mich das Highlight. Falls du noch nicht in Discord geschaut hast. Nur um es nochmal zu zeigen, weil ich es will. Blumen für Furina. Ja, aber ich bin schon fertig. Geht ja relativ. Alter, warte mal, stimmt nicht. Ich bin nicht ganz fertig. Da gab es doch nochmal 3 Dinge. Ja, stimmt. Ganz vergessen. Das war da unten einmal. Ah, scheiße. Ich hab meine Heizung, was ich da stehen habe, meine kleine, Alter, habe ich statt aus, habe ich die zweite Dinger noch angemacht. Jetzt habe ich fast weggebrennt. So, jetzt müsste hier fertig sein. Sieht hammer aus. Ja, für dich auch. Auch wenn mir das Gesicht noch nicht hundertprozentig gefällt, aber das habe ich so oft überarbeitet, bis irgendwie für mich wenigstens gepasst hat. Aber Gesichter sind sowieso die Hölle. Ich habe ja erst versucht, die Augen auszudrucken und drauf zu kleben, aber das schaut dann scheiße aus. Das hat einer aus einem YouTube-Video hat es gemacht, bei dem sah es nicht so scheiße aus, aber ich glaube, der hat auch ein dünnes Papier benutzt. Bitte, wo soll ich 3200 Euro bestellen? Keine Ahnung. Händler. Achtung, Schatzjäger. Das waren ja nur die zwei, ne? Ja. Das sind dann noch dem Weg folgen und dann noch die anderen. Ich muss zugeben, ich meine, ob ich das wirklich mache, weiß ich noch nie. Aber ich bin echt so kurz am Überlegen, oder noch am Überlegen, weil ich habe mir jetzt einen zweiten 3D-Drucker bestellt, ob ich nicht auf Anfragen drucken lasse. Also wenn jemand was will. Dass man da halt was druckt. Aber dazu muss ich erst mal schauen. Aber kostet natürlich, also kostenlos ist das alles nicht. Also meine Liste kennst du ja. Nicht wirklich mehr. Hallo? Will der dann nicht mehr? Nein? Aber wäre natürlich unbemalt, ne? Also bemalen müsste der dann selber. Weil das ist einfach zu viel Action. Außer es wären kleine Teile. Okay. Jetzt haben wir die Blumen eigentlich hier alle weg. So, das machen wir mal aus. Wie kann ich bei dir Silberwolf bestellen? Den, was ich gezeigt habe? Aber wie gesagt, müsstest du selber bemalen. Ich würde dann bloß die Supports und so wegmachen. Oder ich würde es wenigstens grundieren oder sonst irgendwas. Okay, das haben wir jetzt soweit. Wir haben die Blumen, was ich wollte. Wir könnten jetzt ja eigentlich den Boss nochmal schnell kurz weghauen. Und dann gehen wir in Akt 5 über. Xau hat auf meine Liste gefehlt.
This is long overdue.
There is no escape. Inazuma shines eternal.
Oh, er ist groß geworden.
Let the show begin.
Cross over. Shine down.
Born of ice and frost. All hail.
Torn to oblivion.
Hey, du kannst nicht einfach weglaufen, du Sack. Tschüss.
Next on the agenda.
So. Okay. Dann haben wir das. Jetzt müssten wir eigentlich nach Fort Merupide. Ach, was weiß ich, wie das ausgesprochen wird. Nächste Woche schaue ich endlich Demon Slayer fertig. Oder hast du irgendwas vor dir, ey? Das sind dann, glaube ich, 2 Staffeln, was noch fehlen. Waren saugeil, plus der Film. Wobei der Film kommt, glaube ich, im Anime vor. Ich habe mittlerweile den Manga zu Ende gelesen, weil ich keine Lust mehr hatte zu warten. Was war denn? Guten Abend. So, wir sind jetzt soweit hier. Was sind wir da? Egal, Probelauf habe ich gemacht. Halt Beisu machen wir noch schnell. Damit wir die Primus abgreifen können, weil jetzt muss ich wieder sammeln.
You're in for a little shock. Blitz.
Rain outlines your fate. Huh?
Mind the side effects. Seems like an emergency.
Try not to enjoy this too much.
Rain cutter.
Ja, ich bin überhaupt kein Fan von Beisu, Alter.
You've been a naughty boy. Let's spark things up a little.
No, my sword. Huh? Witness the power of Gugwa.
A bitter pill to swallow.
So, haben wir das auch gemacht? 4 Posten. Ne, wir haben bloß die Blumen für die Furina gesammelt, also zum Großteil. Wir haben nochmal den Boss für die Furina zweimal gemacht. Und jetzt geht's in die Story. Habe ich genug Speicherplatz, damit nicht dieselbe Scheiße passiert wie das letzte Mal? 223. Soll halt reichen. Aufnahme starten. Man hört mich. So passt auch alles. Capture Card können wir hier wegmachen. Na dann, fangen wir doch mit unserer Akon-Story an. Was ist ja dann eigentlich los? Stimmt, das haben wir ja auch noch. Maskerade der Frevler. Die Flutzorniger, wenn Tag ist gekommen, an dem ihr aus dem Gefängnis entlassen werdet. Die haben mitbekommen, dass ich überall rumgelaufen bin, ne? Das ist auch geil. Du wirst aus dem Gefängnis entlassen. Oh, warte mal, ich war schon ewig nicht mehr drin. Hä? Jetzt bin ich hier unten. Da war's. Schande über mich, haben nicht mehr gefahren. Ja, ich hab's auch bloß gemacht wegen Ding, damit ich da jetzt am Samstag noch schnell farmen kann. Ja, und jetzt hab ich sie dann fast. Jetzt fehlt dann halt bloß noch für ihre Talente. Und... Oh ja, Artefakte muss ich auch noch farmen. Oh Gott, jetzt habe ich jetzt schon keinen Bock mehr. Aber seit den Vorfällen von Menopede ist einige Zeit vergangen und der Tag eurer Freilassung rückt immer näher.
Now for a little rest after breakfast. This is the life.
Okay, aber eine Frage. Wir mussten jetzt von 4.1 bis 4.2 warten, damit die entlassen werden. Ich dachte, die Strafe war nur 3 Tage. Was ist das für Verhältnis wieder?
Wait a sec. Isn't something important supposed to happen today? Oh, today's our big day. We're supposed to leave.
Oder waren es 3 Wochen?
Come on, we've got to go complete the release procedures now.
45 Tage, echt? Ich bild mir ein, das war weniger, viel weniger. Stimmt, ja, wir waren ja schon alleine mit der ersten Quest schon länger drin. Stimmt, ja. Ha. Ich dachte, das waren weniger. Na gut, dann nehme ich alles zurück. Oder er lügt mich alle an. Nee, Schmarre. Das wäre jetzt nicht das erste Mal, dass ich das vergesse. Als ob ich aufpasse. Ich meine, das wird genau einmal erwähnt und das ist am
Please
Anfang.
sign here. This document will be effective immediately upon signing, and you two may exit the fortress of Meripede via the regular channels. It's been so long since we've been to the surface. Let's hurry up and...
Alter, wir waren vor 5 Minuten erst oben. Was soll denn der Scheiß?
What's happening?
Alter, wir stehen vor dir. Was sollen wir wissen? Alles in Ordnung?
fine, thanks. But I wonder what that tremor was just now.
42 zu viele doofer Start. Ja, waren bestimmt die Grünen. Nix Schmarre, Alter. Das ist momentan Standard. Aussage. Weißt du, gerade können wir rausgehen, Alter. Weißt du, jetzt müssen wir da wieder rein. Eieieiei.
Ah, good to see you two. Is there something you wish to see me about?
Ich weiß übrigens noch, wie ausgesprochen wird. Risley. Ha! Lustigerweise kann ich mir den echt noch merken.
Yeah, what was with that earthquake just now?
Ah, that. The tremor didn't originate from the seafloor. In fact, it seems it came from the surface.
Was?
Over the years of serving as the warden here, I've developed a sense for distinguishing between what occurs on the surface and what occurs underwater. Besides, the seal that Monsieur Neuvillette set in place won't fail so easily.
Alter, sag doch sowas nicht.
So the fortress is okay?
If you recall our last incident, if there really were a problem, there would be crowds of inmates in a panic right now.
Huh, you've got a point. Okay, seems we need to get back up to the surface and ask about what happened. By the way, do you know what day it is today?
I believe today is this month's pipe cleaning day.
Der Rohrreinigungstag, sehr gut.
Seriously?
Eigentlich ist von heute der Tag, an dem wir uns von dem Vor verabschieden.
Ah, yes. Have you completed your release papers?
Yep. It's you two. Are you leaving now?
Können wir euch nicht noch länger einsperren?
That's right! Today is our last day in prison! But now that Paimon says that, it doesn't feel like we were confined here. It's actually been pretty nice.
Viele Menschen haben uns geholfen.
Oh yeah, Paimon feels fond of this place now. Then be sure to come back and visit. I'll miss you.
Oh, mein Stuhl sieht man in der Kamera. Deswegen, ich dachte schon, hell. Entschuldigung.
If you've signed the release papers, then you're free to go. The guards will escort you out.
You're not going to see us off?
I knew you'd ask. All right, sure. Let's go.
Well, you actually agreed. No worries, you must be busy. Paimon was just joking.
Ah, so you do have a polite side, I see.
Die Aussage.
After being down here for so long, I imagine you must feel like you're lacking companionship. Shall I come along too?
Nein, es ist nicht natürlich. Es ist ja nicht so, dass wir nie wiederkommen werden.
Yeah, don't worry, we'll come back to see you. Paimon really likes the cafeteria here. The chefs sure do know how to make good grub.
I hope you won't be here as convicts the next time I see you.
We'll do our best to stay out of trouble. Well, it seems our work in the Fortress of Meripede is finished. That's the end of another chapter in our journey. And since Neuvillette was the one who asked us to come here, we should probably go report to him now. Next up, the Palais Mermonia. You're going to see Monsieur Neuvillette? Please pass on our kind regards.
I'm sure just your regards will do, no?
I believe it would be the polite thing to do.
You're right. I've heard the Palais has been terribly busy these days. Tell him that I hope he hasn't been overwhelmed by the recent string of troubles.
Alter, weil ich jetzt die Siegschwin sehe. Habt ihr das Meme gesehen, dass die Siegschwin ihre Maske dann runternimmt und eigentlich wirklich wie eine Melusine ausschaut, aber nur das Gesicht von jemandem runtergeschnitten hat und sich selbst aufgeklebt hat? Oh, wie ich das gesehen habe, einfach so. Leider würde ich das ihr zutrauen, ne? So creepy, wie die manchmal rüberkommt. Alter, da dachte ich mir so. Ah, okay. Fast so ein fieses Meme, aber nach der Aktion, Alter, war das schon irgendwie cool. Wo sie da so, oh, ich beobachte gern Menschen und Die Katze versucht Palmen zu fangen am Fernseher. Solange sie es nicht zerkratzt. Was ist hier los?
The Palais Mermonia sure is buzzing with activity today.
Halt! Huh? Oh, it's you two. Apologies. Monsieur Neuvillette did say you'd be welcome at any time.
Alter, was war das jetzt für unterschiedlicher Ton? So, halt! Oder, oh, okay, ihr seid ja freundlich, ihr könnt da reingehen, das ist erlaubt.
Excuse me. Would you mind helping me take a look at this report?
I'll be right there. Sorry, I've got my hands full here. You can see yourselves in.
Was für Hände meinst du, diese Stoffhandschuhe?
Everyone's so busy. Seems a lot has been happening.
Können eigentlich Melodien fliegen mit ihren Flügelchen? Oder wenigstens schweben oder gleiten oder so? Cooler Übergang.
Hello. You've come at the right time, but you'll have to wait for just a moment, as there are some urgent matters I must tend to first.
Musst du wieder Wasser kosten.
In the meantime, please, have a seat. If you'd like to have something to drink, let the Melusine outside know.
That's all right. We just ate.
Very well, then.
Let's take a break over there while we wait for him to finish his work.
Sitzt du nicht nur dort und überlegt?
All right. That should wrap things up for now.
Alter, du saßt nur dort und hast überlegt, ey. Was ist denn los? Bist du Programmierer? Das war jetzt übrigens kein Ding gegen Programmierer, sondern ein Kumpel von mir hat das mal erzählt. Der sitzt einen halben Tag dort und überlegt halt, was er am besten macht als nächstes.
Are you done with your work?
Yes, sorry to keep you waiting. Today should be the day you were released from the fortress of Meripede, and it appears that you have managed to complete all the release paperwork.
Ja, wir wurden ja auch von dir geleimt, Alter. Weißt du, uns den Kuchen anbieten und dann uns einsperren.
That's right. And we came here to see you right away.
Du und Palmer erzählen Neuvillette, was seit dem Vorfall mit dem Urmeer passiert ist, sowie von seinem Teil.
A
Irgendwas.
massive whale.
Do you have any idea what that might be?
Was für ein Wal? Ich hab das schon wieder vergessen. Kann es sein, dass das die letzte Szene war mit dem Child oder so? Ich hab keine Ahnung mehr.
Judging from your description, that cannot have occurred in any ordinary waters, but rather something like the primordial sea.
Endszene vom letzten Akt. Ja, dunkel erinnere ich mich jetzt noch dran, glaube ich.
A whale of that size and shape cannot usually be found in the waters of Tevat. Therefore, we can only assume that Child is presently immersed in primordial seawater.
Immersed in primordial seawater? But how? And is he okay?
Ja, er stammt nicht aus Fontaine, deshalb wird er sich nicht auflösen.
Most people wouldn't be capable of entering in the first place. I'm not completely sure how he could have gotten there myself.
Es gibt noch etwas, das wir dich fragen möchten.
Yes? What is it?
Was ist das für ein Beben, das wir vorhin gespürt haben?
Oh, right. Paimon felt it too. We asked the Duke and he said it wasn't from underwater, so we figured you might know something about it.
It turns out that I have just received a report about this particular matter. In fact, that's exactly what I was busy with a moment ago. The source of the tremor was here on the surface near Poisson. After the shaking stopped, the water levels in the Poisson area rose at an alarming rate.
The water levels rose? Oh no. What about all the people there?
Gluck, gluck.
Fortunately, the water levels only rose for a short period of time and have already returned to normal now. However, I still have a bad feeling about the whole phenomenon. If the change in water levels is connected with the leaking primordial seawater, then the situation in Poisson may be much worse than it appears.
Navia should be in Poisson, right? We need to go check on her.
Ich höre die ganze Zeit Croissant raus, Alter, anstatt Poisson. Das Hauptquartier des Spinner der Rolle.
I would also like to go there as soon as possible, but I'm afraid I can't leave just yet. We must immediately formulate disaster prevention plans for the surrounding coastal areas to avoid potential catastrophes.
I'll have to ask you two to go to Poisson first. I'll meet you there to check on the situation once I finish things here.
Das klingt nach einem Plan.
There's no time to lose. Let's get going.
Please be careful.
Wie wir halt schon so automatisch mit eingespannt sind, Alter. Nur so, ihr geht da hin, gut, passt schon. Ich soll das Zeug einsammeln. Poisson. Wir gehen jetzt zum Croissant. Ich finde den neuen 4-Sterne-Charakter irgendwie cool. Fürs nächste Mal. Den, wo sie vorgestellt haben.
Oh no. What happened here?
Ach, der schaut nur gut aus. Bisschen Klebstoff und ein wenig Klebeband, dann geht es wieder. Aber der scheint nun in einem ziemlich schlechten Zustand zu sein. Alter, die sahen vorher schon nicht gut aus. Scheint noch niemand zu sein. Wurden sie alle aufgelöst? Nein, gehen wir noch nicht vom Schlimmsten aus.
Navia should be around here, right? We need to make sure she's still... Jaime means we need to check on her.
Alter, wie hoch ist das denn gestiegen? Die sind wahrscheinlich alle im Schiff oder so. Oder was auch immer das ist. Doch, schaut doch nur gut aus. Er ist bloß ein wenig krumm. Das kann man wieder reparieren. Da hat jemand seinen Fisch vergessen. Halt, warte mal, wir müssen da gar nicht hin, Alter. Ich flieg schon wieder, weiß der Geier wohin. Scheiße. Ja, das kommt davon, wenn man nicht auf die Map schaut. Oh, da oben ist einer. Alter, ist es bis hier hochgegangen?
We haven't seen a single soul all the way here. Oh, this is getting scary.
What will I ever do now?
Vom Dach steigen.
Look, there's someone on the roof over there.
Just stay put. We're coming up. Watch your balance.
All right, just hurry. I'm not young anymore. How will I survive on my own? My Desiree!
Oh, he looks pretty sad.
My leg! My leg! How could this have happened? It hurts!
Just hang in there. Help is on the way. You can hold my hand if it makes you feel better.
Autsch. Guten Abend, Klaus. Aber ist die umgekommen oder hat die sich aufgelöst? Das wäre jetzt eine gute Frage. Und die was halt auch das Ding ist, wie schnell ist denn das Wasser gestiegen, dass die nicht mehr wegkommen? Oh oh.
Oh, it's Navia. She's over there. Hey, Navia, are you okay?
You're here.
We heard there was a situation in Poisson, so we came as quickly as we could.
Yes. As you can see, the water level suddenly rose. It caused quite the disturbance, in fact.
Demoiselle! There was a wounded resident next to a building southeast of here. We've already transported him to safety, but we've run out of medical supplies.
He's wounded? How badly?
He fell, so it's probably a broken leg. He's pretty shaken up. When the water level rose, he desperately climbed up to the roof. Once the water receded and he saw the ground, he became terrified and eventually...
He jumped down then. Find the leader of Squad 1 and tell him to take the wounded resident to see a doctor. He should know where to go.
Understood. I'll take over his search and rescue mission in the meantime.
All right. You'll be in charge. I'm sorry. Where were we?
The situation in Poisson?
Right. Allow me to explain. A little earlier, we suddenly heard a loud noise. At first, everyone thought that something might have exploded in the waterways. But before we knew it, water started pouring out from everywhere. The rushing water seemed a little odd, almost like the unique color of primordial seawater. Some people didn't realize the danger and thought it was just ordinary water, leaking from somewhere. Everyone on the street who happened to be close to the water didn't have a chance to escape. As the water levels rose, they suddenly disappeared. Those who realized what was happening started to flee in a panic, desperately trying to get to higher ground. Many were injured in the stampede, and some people fell from significant heights. The Spina di Rosula initiated rescue operations as quickly as possible, but there have been a lot of casualties. Fortunately, the water began to recede after some time, and the chaos came to an end. The water that flooded the area contained primordial seawater, so the lower levels of Poisson are still hazardous. To ensure everyone's safety, I've asked the people there to leave as soon as possible. No one knows if this could happen again. All we can do for now is try our best to help evacuate the residents. We still haven't completed the head count, but we'll have some numbers soon.
How awful. And all of this just came out of nowhere.
It was quite frightening indeed. I only wish that everything that just happened was a bad dream.
Is there any way we can help, Navia?
Wir sind hier, zu helfen.
Thank you for being so willing to help in a moment of crisis like this. You don't know how much it means to me. I really can't express how grateful I am.
Ich meine, uns fehlen doch noch ein paar Leute, oder?
Don't say that, Navia. That's what friends are for.
Wo sind Melos und Silver? Oh, die waren mit uns.
Demoiselle! We've got a situation here!
I'll be right there. Sorry, I need to go for now.
And out she goes. Seems it might be a while before she can take a break.
Na, aber ständig in Bewegung, reden mit vielen Menschen, organisiert unterschiedliche Angelegenheiten. Jede ihrer Entscheidung ist klar und vernünftig.
Okay, the wounded are being tended to, and we finished a preliminary head count. More support has just arrived, so I suppose I finally have a moment to focus on my own matters. Of course, we should remain ready for anything, and continue doing our best to rescue others. I'll be sure to have everyone at the Spina di Rosula ready to render assistance. Traveler, Paimon, would you two accompany me to my father's grave for a moment?
Huh? Right now?
Ich verstehe.
Thank you.
Oh! Ist das euer fucking Ernst jetzt schon wieder? Alter, es ist nicht euer Scheiß Ernst jetzt, ne? Ey, warum kann ich den Dreck nicht abbrechen? Warum ist der Spacko da überhaupt? Sollte der Abruf nicht gehen mit dem neuen Update? Ja, scheinbar ja nicht. Oder muss ich auf die Dinger gehen? Fuck. Warum sind die denn überhaupt hier, Alter? Verzieht euch von meinem Auftrag. Das ist nur übersichtlicher geworden, ja, scheinbar. Dass die halt genau an derselben Stelle jetzt hier rumgammeln müssen.
You took your time.
Ja, tut mir leid, dass es eine Woche gedauert hat.
Sorry, I bumped into the Traveler and Charlotte en route, and we ended up chatting for a while.
Ja, und jetzt seid ihr in meiner anderen Mission.
It's been a while, Annette. We're working as Lenny's temporary assistants in the investigation of the Phantom Weasel.
Thank you. It's good to have you helping.
So, what's the situation? Have you seen Gemma?
Nope. I've been here a while, and she still hasn't shown up.
How bizarre. Maybe it was bad intel. Well, we won't get anywhere by standing around waiting. Traveler, Paimon, let's go ask around.
Einfach schnell drücken. Ja, es geht halt leider auch nicht. Das Blöde ist halt, dass ich den seine...
Excuse me, good sir. Do you by any chance know a Gemma?
Gemma? You mean Caesar's fiancé? Sure I do. What's this about?
I'm just trying to get a hold of her because I need her help with something. I heard she comes here a lot.
Yeah, she does. Poor thing. It's no secret why either. She's heartsick. Ever since Caesar passed away, she's been coming here once every week to clean his grave. Often she just sits there in front of his headstone, lost in thought. I asked her what she was doing once. She said she wanted to speak to him again. She knows he's gone and can't hear her from the grave, but she just likes to spend time there, telling her fiancé all about how her life is going.
And she's been doing this ever since Caesar passed away? Oh, so 10 years. Wow. Their love must have been really strong.
I'll bet. Caesar's reputation fell apart after his identity was revealed, so no one else visits his grave. I don't know if the mind lives on in the waters after death, but if it does, I'm sure Caesar must be grateful to have someone who remembers him fondly. If I'm honest, I think this is all so unfair to poor Gemma. Her fiancé was a low-life crook. He doesn't deserve someone like her. Anyway, all of that said, she's running later than usual today. Normally, she'd be sitting in front of his grave by now. I wonder if she's okay. Well, that's everything I know, I'm afraid. You might have more luck asking some other people.
All right, well, thanks for sharing all of this with us. We'll keep asking around.
You're welcome. I just hope she'll be able to move on one day.
Ach, scheiße, die sind immer noch da. Frage nach Infos aus, so jetzt die dann.
Did you hear the news? They're saying the Phantom Weasel's back.
You're kidding. Wait, isn't he dead?
I don't know anymore. All sorts of news flying around nowadays. I can never tell what's true and what isn't.
Das ist heutzutage mit Internet Standard.
But what if, just hypothetically, I mean, what if this weasel's the real deal and Caesar was framed?
Called it. Seriously, 10 years ago, on the day it all went down, I said to myself, you know what? This guy's been set up. The Caesar I knew was a good guy. He gave balloons to children on the street, for Pete's sake. What, are we supposed to believe that he was a balloon thief or something? Give me a break.
Oh, please. Weren't you the one cursing his name to high heaven when the police announced the news? You were all, oh, that gosh darn lousy son of a, you think you know a guy, or words to that effect.
Wait, did I say that? I don't seem to recall.
Entschuldigt.
Hello there. Sorry for disturbing you, but I couldn't help but notice you were discussing the Phantom Weasel. We're actually quite interested in this topic as well, but we're struggling to get to the bottom of it. Do you think you could spare a moment to tell us a little bit about Caesar?
You've come to the right people. Yep, I was there. Back when Caesar used to perform magic tricks on the street. He was a great magician. The best trick I ever saw him do was pop a transparent balloon, only for a whole bunch of doves to fly out from the inside. I was right up close and didn't blink or look away once. But for the life of me, I still don't have the faintest clue how he pulled it off. Really incredible stuff.
I saw him perform too. He always used to bring some gifts along for the kids who came to watch his show, and he'd hand them out after he was done. Sometimes, he even got the kids to write their wishes down, and then he'd make the items on the wish list appear in his next show.
Huh. He doesn't sound like such a bad guy.
But after he died, there were also rumors that he used the wish list to find out what was precious to people, with the intent to steal it later. As I'm sure you know, the Phantom Weasel would steal just about anything from anyone.
Whatever the case, now that the weasel is back, Caesar's become a hot topic once more. I bet Gemma must be pleased. If Caesar's name gets cleared, maybe it'll finally give her some solace after all this time. Oh, speak of the devil. That's her over there. If you've got any more questions about Caesar, she's definitely the one to ask.
So that's Gemma. Is it just Paimon, or does it look like something's wrong? Wait, it looks like she's injured. Come on, let's see if she's okay.
Ah, okay, geht einfach weiter.
Hi there. You're Gemma, right?
Who's asking?
Don't be afraid, we mean no harm. It looks like you're injured. How bad is it?
Thanks for your concern, but you didn't answer my question. Who are you, and what do you want with me?
My name is Linny, and this is my sister Lynette.
My name's Paimon, and this here's the Traveler. We're investigating the Phantom Weasel.
The Weasel posted a warning letter this morning. If he still lives, that means that Caesar was falsely accused. You knew Caesar better than anyone else. So if you're willing, we'd love to hear what you think about all this. I promise you can trust us. We won't hurt you. In fact, we'll do all we can to keep you safe.
I never believed that he was the Weasel.
Huh. I suspected as much. Okay, so going back 10 years, do you remember anything strange in the weeks leading up to the accident? Did Caesar have a falling out with anyone, for instance?
No, not that I know of.
Got it. All right, sorry for disturbing you.
If you don't have any more questions, please leave. I want to be...
Oh. Da war der Abzugfinger zu schnell.
Judging by the look on her face, there's definitely something fishy about her.
Wahrscheinlich hast du jemand bedroht deswegen.
She's lying. She definitely knows something.
Vielleicht vertraut sie uns nicht.
That's fair. We're just a bunch of strangers who showed up and started questioning her about things that happened a whole decade ago. It makes sense that she'd be wary around us.
Ja, und schau mal dich an mit einem komischen, dämlichen Hut, Alter. Die würde ich auch nicht trauen.
In any case, I doubt we'll get any further here, so let's call it a day. Meet me outside Hotel de Boer tomorrow, and then we'll start the next step of our plan.
Ja, und bleib in dem Scheißhotel, bis ich mit Akt 5 fertig bin, ist das klar? Ich kann immer noch nicht weitermachen mit der anderen Aufgabe, oder? Warte mal, wir müssen bis zum nächsten Tag warten. Wahrscheinlich einfach, damit die weg sind. Warte mal, kurz vor Ding. Warte mal bis 10. War es 8? Ich habe keine Ahnung. Als ob ich schon wieder aufgepasst hätte. Manchmal bin ich froh, wenn ich am nächsten Tag noch meinen Namen weiß. Ja! Ich hoffe, Linne sperrt sich in ein scheiß Zimmer ein und geht keinem mehr auf den Sack jetzt für die Mission. Oh Gott, ich weiß, dass er nochmal irgendwo im Weg sein wird.
Not a lot of people here, huh?
Da waren vorhin mehr, wir mussten sie erst verscheuchen.
Well, given the time of day and the whole situation in Poisson, Paimon doesn't think there'd be a ton of people here visiting graves.
Right. That's how things are now. The living are so exhausted that they've no strength to spare any words for the dead.
Navia?
Du musst es nicht mehr zurückhalten.
Navia, what's wrong?
Sorry. I just... Malus and Silver... They won't ever come back here again. What should I do, Papa?
Huh? What happened to them?
Navia.
Everyone agreed on the rescue plan, but still... I was the one who initiated it. They were helping evacuate the residents, but they couldn't leave in time. And they were caught in the seawater.
What should we do?
I've known them for so long. And I know they weren't afraid. But I could at least hold a funeral for my father. And I know where he rests. But as for Malus and Silver, they're just... gone. I just can't...
Everything looks so clean after it rains. Even the gravestones. I didn't expect that you'd enjoy a glass of red wine in front of Master Callus's grave.
I can understand. Besides, the scenery here isn't half bad.
See, it's not just me. I always want to bring something when I visit Papa. Perhaps we might even have a picnic. He wouldn't be angry, would he?
How could Master ever be upset with you, demoiselle? Yet the cemetery is the home of those who have passed, is it not? Everyone ends up here sooner or later, no matter who you are.
Buying yourself a plot in advance, are you?
No need yet. But when I do, I hope you'll let me be buried beside Master Callus, demoiselle.
Hey, stop joking around.
I'm quite serious. That way, it'll save us both the trip to see each other whenever you visit your father's grave.
That makes sense. In that case, could I be buried on his other side?
After all, besides you, demoiselle, the two of us could certainly be considered Master's closest companions, no?
Personally, I believe we fill those shoes just fine.
Why are you bringing this up all of a sudden? Seriously. All right. I'll remember your requests.
But I'd really prefer not to talk about this stuff. And what do you mean by saving me a trip? I'd make the journey even if I had to visit you two somewhere else.
I'd promised to let them rest in peace here. But here I am breaking that promise. I'm sorry for letting you see me in a mess like this. I don't usually cry, really.
Hey, das ist schon das zweite Mal.
Paimon doesn't know how to help you feel better. But, well, she understands how you feel.
I'd always thought I could make my wishes come true. But now that I think about it, that never solely relied on me. Malus and Silver have helped me so much. But by contrast, I could do nothing for them. I'm so sorry.
You can spend as much time as you need here, Navia. We'll stay with you.
Ja, wir sind für dich da.
Thank you. Right now, you don't know how much that means. By the way, you can have a look at this. It's a list of victims from the incident that took place here.
Obena, Khan, Burnett, Giverny, Francine, Karina, Daisy Ray, Joinville, Julianne, Esson, as well as Malus and Silver. So, everyone else is safe. but still.
It's okay. I know what you're thinking. And you're right. We lost Malus and Silver. But we were able to save more than we anticipated. The overall outcome indicates that the cost was worth it.
Niemand hat die Opfer bringen müssen.
Right. Don't think that way, Navia. One person might be saved at the expense of another, sure, but that isn't something we should ever consider a trade. Malus and Silver were not the price for saving anyone. They're heroes.
You're right. Thank you, Paimon. What you said just now was pretty amazing, actually. I'll remember your words.
Oh, really?
Seems you've become more eloquent in the time since we last met.
Finde ich zwar cool, aber muss das jetzt sein?
The knave? What are you doing here?
Is everything going well on your side?
Yes, my people are carrying out the mission according to your request. All the residents of Poisson have been evacuated, and we're preparing to relocate them to higher ground. As for these supplies, we have everything taken care of. There is no need to worry.
Thank you very much.
Wait, do you two know each other?
We just met recently. Right, Miss Navia?
Usually, I would call this a coincidental encounter, but that doesn't quite fit this time. Besides, it never even crossed my mind that a Fatui Harbinger would come looking for me. Thanks to the Knave, Spina di Rosula received generous support from the Fatui, which allowed us to complete the rescue and evacuation work so quickly.
Mutual aid is essential to fostering positive developments. We were already in the area, in any case, so it was nothing. That said, I must say that you're a lot sharper than you let on. I'm sure you understand what I mean.
I apologize for all the ways in which I tested you previously. We've never worked with a Fatui before, and it's extremely important for us to know who we're working with. My subordinates have reported that Fatui soldiers have been observing water levels and taking head counts in various locations. I hear that they've also prepared a large amount of emergency supplies. I'm quite surprised.
This is nothing to brag about, nor do I intend to. It is simply the way of powerful organizations to act forcefully, whether they are doing good or ill. You've witnessed that firsthand, in any case. As I've told this traveler before, I know of the prophecy, and I intend to prevent the impending disaster. Lending your organization a hand was a natural first step in accomplishing that. As such, do not be troubled by this token of our sincerity. Perhaps one day, you'll also be able to help me in the same way.
Without your help, there would have been many more casualties. I won't forget your kindness.
Furthermore, I sincerely regret what happened to Malus and Silver. I only wish that my people could have arrived a little earlier to prevent this from happening.
Don't say that. You and your subordinates did everything you could. As Paimon said, Malus and Silver didn't choose to sacrifice themselves for any specific person. And they weren't the price paid for other salvation. They chose to become heroes themselves. I've never liked hearing people put it that way. It's like trying to relieve pain by saying some noble-sounding words. But right now, there's nothing more suitable. They really did become heroes.
You're right. I'm sorry for your loss, Miss Navia. Water is life to Fontaine's people, and it also spells disaster. It's no wonder that people always say that prophecies represent fate. Fortunately, I've never been one for such opinions.
So, you're one who will try to change fate, then?
Of course. That is why I'm going to Hotel Bouffe de Thé. I still have some things to take care of, and the children need my attention. By the way, traveler, Paimon, one more thing.
Alright, then we'll just... huh? this isn't right. Paimon thought you would ask us to walk with you for a moment so you could tell us something in private.
That is a clever and useful conversation technique, which I do like to use when necessary. But there's no need today. It would not hurt to have Miss Navia listening in. Traveler, I'm sure you remember that I said we could work together when we had the chance. You and I both know that there may be issues with the Primordial Sea. Previously, it was the Fortress of Merapede's sluice gate, and this time it was the water levels in Poisson. These are both signals.
Zeit für eine Zusammenarbeit ist also gekommen.
Indeed. Allow me to share the latest intel I've received from the House of the Hearth's intelligence network with you. During some recent investigations, a child claimed to have discovered some ruins near Poisson. The ruins date back to ancient times, and seem to be worth investigating in many ways. Judging by the dating of the ruins, they may be related to the prophecy and the coming crisis. The situation is becoming more urgent, so any pertinent information will prove extremely precious. My people initially came to prepare for ruin exploration. Unexpectedly, this disaster struck, and at present, we're all busy prioritizing the rescue effort.
So that's why the Fatui were already in Poisson.
I wanted to take the children along, but unfortunately, Linny, Lynette, and Fremine have all been dispatched to higher ground to assist affected residents.
Hey, das ist gelogen. Linne ist gerade und Lynette sind gerade zu dem Hotel.
Linny told me that outside of the house, the person they trust most is you. Which is why I want to give you this task.
Vertraust du einem Außenstehenden wie mir?
The House of the Hearth's members see each other as family, but Linny, Lynette, and Fremine said that they also see you as such, even though you are not from the house. I'm sure you already understand how earnest they consider their friendship with you to be.
Oh, that somehow makes Paimon feel kinda happy.
The intel I just shared about the ruins could fetch a high price. But since the children consider you family, it's only natural that I freely share it with you.
Got it! So all we gotta do is go to some ruins, right? We can handle that.
Excuse me, but may I tag along?
You wish to join, Miss Navia?
But are you sure you're up to exploring some ruins? You need to rest.
Well, I'm sad, yes. But I can't just go back and plop myself into a chair by the roadside and do nothing. There's no point in being depressed while we still have a disaster on our hands. As my father's successor, I must live up to the hopes he had in me. Besides, I'm also doing this for myself. I need something, a distraction, to keep my mind off Malus and Silver.
Navia ist starkherzig, aber sie braucht jetzt Gesellschaft. Wir können diese Gesellschaft sein, wenn sie mit uns die Ruinen erkundet.
Since you put it that way, I have no objections. What do you say, Traveler?
Ich habe keine Auswahlmöglichkeit, ich muss sie ja scheinbar erkunden. Wir werden die Ruinen gemeinsam erkunden.
All right. The ruins are to the south of Poisson. Here's the map.
Okay, the three of us will handle it. Come on, let's pack up and get going.
Ich traue der Alten halt noch überhaupt nicht. Ich meine, klar kann schon sein, dass sie vielleicht wirklich helfen will, die Alte. Aber wie wir wissen, haben die Fatui immer zwei Sachen. Sie helfen und ziehen dich über den Tisch. Guten Abend, TTH. Uah, ich habe ja kein Ding mehr.
There is no escape.
Hey, der hat gar nichts ausgespuckt, Schweinerei. Gott, Verwesung? Ich komme jetzt auf Verwesung.
talking about? Whoa, talk about old.
They seem to be pretty ancient, all right.
Let's go in and have a look.
Just be careful.
Das ist immer so ein so ein Sogwirkungsding da vor den Ruinen hat. Verborgener Ort. Naja, so verborgen ist der nicht mehr. Ja, Hauptsache die Hillis sind wieder da, das ist ja klar.
I see everything.
Shine down.
Hold the line.
Bow your head.
Alter. Natürlich trifft er mich genau in dem Moment, wo er die Dinger eingesaugt hat. Es nervt mich hart, dass der so leicht zurückzustoßen ist, wenn du einen Aufladeangriff machst. Hä? Achso. Ups. Ja. Hallo? Wow. In jedem kleinen Scheiß kann er sich hinhängen. Dauert zwar circa 20 Stunden. Der Akt 5 dauert doch gerade 20 Stunden, oder?
This place has also been contaminated by primordial seawater.
Yeah. And a lot of it, too. A Fontanian would most likely dissolve the moment they fell in.
Na, das soll er sich von diesem Ort fernhalten.
Right! You can't go down if there's primordial seawater. It's too dangerous, and it won't be any help for you to just stay here. Don't get by my wrong. We're not saying you're useless. It's just that...
No, you're right. I can't do anything in this situation. I'll leave this to you.
Dem Gelände nach Ziel zu urteilen, gibt es vielleicht einen Weg zurück.
That complicates things. Maybe the only way left is forward.
In that case, do you want to wait for us here?
The water levels here are unstable, and there's a chance the water will rise. So staying here wouldn't be safe either. I'll go together with you. Perhaps we'll find the exit just up ahead.
Ja, wohl keine andere Wahl.
All right. Come with us for now then, but please be careful. Oh no, it's a dead end. Let's try climbing over from the side.
Wie der Nevilette halt gleich nachspringen will. Ah! Hoch. Alter. Was ist das für ein Würfel? Ne, ein Würfel ist das nicht. Keine Ahnung, wie es genannt wird. Scheißegal. Hä? Wo ist die Kamera jetzt zurück?
Wait, there's something wrong with this bridge. Run for it!
Hoppla.
Demoiselle?
Huh?
Demoiselle, what are you doing here by yourself? Would you be standing here till dark if I hadn't come to get you?
Maybe she just wants some time to herself, Malus.
Hmm? Oh. Was I... Was...
Yes, it would appear so.
I must be tired.
That's quite possible. However, you were the one that suggested we go out for a walk.
Oh, right. I nearly forgot. It must have slipped my mind when I dozed off. I haven't had a nap today yet. Have I? This is a familiar feeling, yet something's a little strange.
Is something the matter, Demoiselle?
Oh, no. No, I'm fine. I was just trying to recall why we came out for a walk.
Do you remember Mr. Giverny? He'd requested our help before with foreign merchants who had a debt dispute with him, and we'd resolved the matter not long ago.
We were headed to see how things were going with him at the moment.
Ah, right. Yes. I remember now.
Oh, Miss Navia. Ah, Mr. Malus, and Mr. Silver, too. It's good to see all of you.
How have you been?
I've been great. Thanks to your help, those bothersome merchants finally realized that I wasn't the one they were looking for. Why, I wasn't even the guarantor for that person. They were knocking at my door day and night. Even my neighbor, Obina, was getting fed up with them.
Sometimes force is required to calm someone down and get them to listen to what you have to say.
That's right. Oh, by the way, Burnett, what was it that you wanted to give to Miss Navia again?
Oh, yes. One moment, I have it right here. Miss Navia, these are some flower seeds that I prepared. Please take them. They're a very good variety, and they'll become very big and beautiful once they bloom. I don't know what we would have done without your help, so this is a little token of our appreciation. I hope...
Did you cultivate them yourself? Thank you so much. I'll certainly take them. Malus, we do still have some empty flower pots at home, right?
Why, we can have as many pots as you'd like, Demoiselle.
Perfect. In that case, we'll swap out some of the decorative plants for some of Mrs. Burnett's flowers.
Very well.
Wait. Something seems to be off here. Excuse me, madam. If I'm not mistaken, your name is Burnett, correct?
That's right. Is something wrong?
No, it's nothing. This is the first time we've ever met, but your name seemed familiar to me. I must have heard it when I was discussing things with your husband previously. I've heard this name before. Sometime recently, I'm sure of it. And why are there so few people around here? Where did everyone go?
We must mind the time, Demoiselle. We still have important things to attend to today.
Huh? We do? Like what?
Well, now, did you forget?
Miss Navia, here you are. I've been looking for you. Please, come to the Opera House. Your trial is about to begin.
My trial? Wait, why would I need to go to the Opera House?
Yes, she's right, Demoiselle. It's just about time now, so we should get going.
Oh? All right then.
Okay, ich check zwar nix, aber passt schon. Woran erkennt man Leute aus Fontaine? Sie sind wasserlöslich. Ich weiß, der war schlecht, aber ich wollte...
Look, it's Navia! She's here!
And her two attendants are with her. Goodness, everyone's finally here.
There sure are a lot of people here to see the trial. And they all seem to be oddly excited about something. Karina, Desiree, Joyville, Jolien, Essen. Why are so many people here? And as for the judge... huh? Where's Monsieur Neuvillette?
Please sit in the defendant's seat. Don't worry, Silver and I shall accompany you.
All right. But are you sure you can stand behind me?
Typically, it wouldn't be allowed, but today is an exception.
Hey, what kind of place do they think this is?
Come on, do they have any idea what they're doing?
Seriously.
Enough with the whispering! Could someone please tell me where Monsieur Neuvillette is? And why I'm standing trial?
My dear Miss Navia, have you not yet realized what you've done? In that case, allow me to explain. As all here know, you are Master Callus's successor, the head of the Spina di Rosula, someone held in high regard by every soul in Poisson. After you took over the Spina, you treated all of us just like the late Master Callus had. If anyone in need reached out to you for help, you responded. Not only you, but your butler, your subordinates, nearly everyone in the Spina di Rosula fought for the well-being of those in Poisson.
Wait a moment. Aren't you just proving that I'm a good person?
Yes, correct. Absolutely right. And that is why you stand accused. You have helped so many people get through so many difficulties. You are one with us. We are one big family, all of us who are from Poisson, inextricably linked. And with you being so important, we couldn't possibly do without you. Therefore, this fair and honorable court shall declare you guilty, and you shall stay here. You will be together with us forever.
Huh? What are you saying? Everything you have said is correct. I have indeed done a lot for my hometown, and I would be willing to be with you all, but what is the purpose of having me stand here like this? What—
Ah, well, if that's what you think, then I have no further comments.
How wonderful, Miss Navia!
I know all these people. Why are they laughing?
I seem to remember now. Yes, I get it. This trial is...
Wait just a moment. This isn't right!
Malus?
What was that, Mr. Malus? Our conclusion is very clear and unanimous. Let the court judge her now. She's guilty!
Stay here, Navia! You're one of us!
Demoiselle, don't admit guilt. This trial means to keep you here forever.
I wish to exercise my right to defend Our Lady. Mr. Joinville, you only know of Navia's goodness, but nothing of her utterly independent mind.
She was born a free and independent spirit. She has never been tied down by anything. Indeed, even the death of Master Callus couldn't stop her.
Her actions cannot serve as proof that she identifies herself as part of any group. She merely acted as an individual, extending her hand to help others. Please do not mistake her actions as being otherwise.
Really? As an individual, you say? Don't forget, we are all Fontanians here. This is the nation of justice, the nation of Hydro. Even if Miss Navia only voluntarily rendered her assistance, that doesn't change the fact that her beautiful soul must return to everyone. Water accepts all, blends with all. It will surely accept her kindness. Everything is measured here in the nation of Hydro, and in the end, everyone shall meld together. Thus, when a unanimous opinion emerges, that opinion represents justice. Now I speak for everyone. Our opinion is consistent. Navia should stay. We and Navia are one.
And you would call this justice? Preposterous. You are merely jealous that Demoiselle still has a chance to exist as an individual. Have you forgotten how much you all once longed to become individuals, to become independent?
Do you mean to defy our justice?
If your justice is flawed, then why should we acknowledge it?
As you said, we can also have our own justice. Silver and I shall defend Demoiselle. And that is how we will enforce justice.
Ugh, my head... it hurts.
Demoiselle.
Silver, it hurts. My head is spinning. All I can see is stars swirling in front of me. I remember now. Everything that seemed odd from the very beginning. Karina, Desiree, Joyville, Jolien, Essen, and Mr. Giverny and Mrs. Burnett, who we met earlier. Even Malus and Silver. I don't want to admit it, but they're all dead.
Don't be afraid, and don't admit guilt. We will protect you to the very end.
Absurd! Who are you to say that she cannot be judged? We are the majority, and in the nation of trials, the majority is absolute justice. We are the will of all.
Don't let them escape! We shall keep Navia here with us!
Mr. Malus and Mr. Silver, must you be so stubborn? How could the two of you possibly hope to stand against the collective? Do not resist. This judgment is fair and just. Navia belongs to us. After all that happened, she should not be left alone in Poisson.
What are you saying?
No more excuses!
He says we're jealous. Jealous? How could she possibly be an independent individual?
What's with these people?
Die schauen nicht aus wie Leute, wenn ich ehrlich bin.
Who's jealous of her?
She belongs to us.
Miss Navia, she...
Silence.
Oh.
That's... Monsieur Neuvillette!
Such commotion is prohibited in the court. The accusations you just presented are nonsense and cannot constitute a proper trial. The court will adjourn for the rest of the day. In this, I shall hear no objections from any unauthorized party.
Our thanks, Monsieur Neuvillette.
Please leave with me, Miss Navia, while there is still time.
But...
Go on now, Demoiselle. This is your only chance to leave this place. What, can't bear to leave us behind or something?
Malus.
My apologies. I couldn't resist making one little joke once I realized that this shall be our last goodbye.
Malus... Silver...
Quickly, you must come now.
Goodbye, Demoiselle.
Farewell.
Bam, bam, bam. Otter Power, ja.
No, wait! Just a second!
Navia?
You're awake? Good.
I must have been dreaming. Malus and Silver were still alive, and they were defending me at some insane trial.
It looks like you're all right.
Did all the sad feelings cause you to have a nightmare? Paimon could give you a hug.
The ruins you were exploring suffered a cave-in. When I arrived, I found you falling toward the water. You were just about to be dissolved within, but I...
What is it?
I think I saw 2 Oceanids protecting you. It was only for a moment, perhaps even a fraction of a second, but they gave me the chance to retrieve you. Were it not for their intervention, I would not have been able to rescue you before your consciousness dissipated.
Wait, did you say Oceanids? You mean like what happened with Vache?
Perhaps those 2 Oceanids were the people you saw in your dream.
I always told them that they didn't have to protect me. To think that they'd keep doing so even after death.
Please come with me.
Also waren die ersten
Neverlet, are you okay?
Fontaine-Menschen wahrscheinlich alles Okeaniden, oder was?
Oh, I am quite all right. Perhaps there's something we could chat about?
Why do you look so stiff all of a sudden? Oh, Paimon knows. You're the type who feels awkward when there's nothing to talk about, right?
I merely thought that we should give Navia some time to herself.
Huh? Why didn't you just say so then? Don't you think it's even more awkward to call us over like this and then have nothing to talk about?
I suppose so.
Ja, übrigens, Sichuan lässt sich grüßen. Mit dem kommt er jetzt.
Ah, Sijuin. I hope all is well with her these days. Her work in the fortress of Meropide has not been too much for her, has it?
No way, don't worry. She's doing fine down there. She's an amazing head nurse.
I see. Well, that is good. I have always worried that Sijuin would need a lot of time to understand the world of humanity, just as I have.
Oh, and the Duke also says hi. Even though Sijuin made him do that. He hopes that you haven't been overwhelmed by all that's happened lately.
Thank you. I have indeed been busy lately, and I also hope that everything is going well in the fortress of Meropide.
He still doesn't know what to talk about. Let's chat about something else then.
Du bist ja die Expertin, Paimon, du triffst die Entscheidung.
So, Neverlet, you're probably quite the swimmer, huh?
Hä? Was?
Yes, of course.
Er ist ein Otter.
This isn't going anywhere. Let's try something else. How did you find these ruins? Did the knave tell you?
Yes, in fact. I had arranged to meet you in Poisson, but when I arrived, I discovered that the Fatui were helping the residents evacuate. They had even transported a large quantity of supplies to the area. Amid my astonishment, I ran into the knave, and we had a chat. She informed me that she had asked you to investigate the ancient ruins here.
Yeah, we originally planned to meet up with you, but we thought you might still be busy with all those official documents. We didn't think exploring the ruins would take very long, and who would have thought you'd wrap things up so quickly?
Paimon hat meine Smalltalk-Fähigkeiten. Ich muss zugeben, ich bin auch nicht besser. Mit so Wetter und keine Ahnung was. Wenn ich überlege, ich habe ein paar Arbeitskollegen, also die können einfach mit jedem irgendein Gespräch anfangen über irgendeinen Scheiß, wo ich mir dann denke so, das interessiert doch kein Schwein, Alter, aber hey. Ich hoffe, dass Navia bald wieder auf den Beinen steht. Die steht doch da.
I'm sorry to have kept you all waiting like that. I'm feeling much better now.
Wetter ist
Guess
scheiße.
we should get going again. Will you come with us, Monsieur Neuvillette?
Nein, er geht wieder heim.
Yes, if you wouldn't mind my company.
All right! Another one joins the party! Let's get going then!
Alter, es geht hier voll weiter, ey. War der Berg überhaupt so groß? Mich wundert, dass sie mich hier weiterlaufen lassen. Hi, Hilly.
Hey!
Illusion shattered!
The tides beckon.
Dada Konga. Hätte ich überhaupt durchgemusst? Ich meine, ich war da schon. Ich bin einfach außen rumgelaufen.
Oh no, another unstable path. Watch your step.
Komm hier nach deinem Nachhinein. Oh oh. Achso, das war dann wahrscheinlich eh so lang, bis ich fertig bin, oder? Wenn ich jetzt da runterspringen würde, wie würde ich da wieder hochkommen? Die Hildeschuss müssen wir eigentlich rekrutieren zur Erkundung, die sind überall. Ja, das stimmt, ey, die sind halt auch an Orten, wo sie eigentlich nicht mehr hinkommen sollten. Spring nicht runter. Ja.
Settle down.
Watch out! There are rocks falling over here!
Hä? Wo denn? Hä? Hä? Spring nicht runter. Bist du runtergesprungen? Muss wahrscheinlich wieder von vorne anfangen oder so. Jetzt habt ihr sogar einen Ruinenwächter hier, Alter. Was stimmt mit euch nicht?
Illusion shot.
Let the mighty be humbled. An oversight on my part.
Man kommt noch hoch den Turm und wird einfach resettet. Ah, okay, also muss man jetzt mal wieder neu machen. Und was macht jetzt das? Ist da auch Wasser in dem Würfel? Ja, Aufzug mit der Abschussplattform. Feuer frei! Könnte schneller sein. Schaut voll cool aus. Aber wie baut man so einen Scheiß? Ey, das ist voll ewig weit hinter. Müsste das nicht schon irgendwo aus dem Berg oben rausgehen, so groß wie das ist? Außer das wäre eine eigene Sphäre, ne? Aber das soll ja eigentlich eher darstellen, dass es im Untergrund ist. Tor der Wiedergeburt aktiviert, als ob ich hier irgendwie sterben könnte.
Looks like we've reached the end.
This is the place. There should not be any other hidden spaces in the vicinity.
Hä? Kennt er sich
The
aus?
path sure had some twists and turns, but it turns out that this place isn't actually that big.
Ja, wir ignorieren einfach mal die kilometerlange Höhle. Das an den Wänden zu sein. Nicht mehr Verzierung.
Stone slates. It seems like they were put here as an offering.
Oh, das ist auch die.
Could we take them down and have a look?
Das ist auch die Prophezeiung. Was ist das da?
Perhaps we should just leave them be for now.
There are 4 locations in total, but only 3 stone slates. The slate that should be in the first empty spot is missing.
The surrounding walls also show signs of damage.
There's something written below. Let Paimon see. Reason dictates that this nation be destroyed. I shall record the history of its future here in its past. Say what?
It feels like someone left these slates and these words here for a purpose. But does he mean that Fontaine should be destroyed?
That would fit the circumstances dictated by the prophecy, yes. Indeed, the slate's contents correspond to it. Take the second slate, for example.
There's a person kneeling here. She seems so dedicated. And there's a whole bunch of other people behind her doing the same. She's facing this What is this? Some kind of island in the sky?
And is that Lady Farina in the third image? Did the Hydro Archon fall into the water?
Ist bestimmt gestolpert.
And is that a ring of people around her? Paimon doesn't quite get it. Are they all in the water?
The fourth image. I know this one. This exactly matches the content of the prophecy.
The people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain, weeping on her throne.
Ja, sie scheint der Prophezeiung zu entsprechen.
More information should be hidden in these slates, but I fear I cannot easily uncover it, most likely due to us missing the first slate.
Don't blame yourself, Monsieur Neuvillette. Deciphering ancient stone slates isn't one of your duties.
Ooh, Paimon's getting the chills just looking at these slates. This says that it's the history of the future, right? That means the prophecy's sure to come true.
I really hope it doesn't mean that.
Still, Paimon feels like these images are kind of weird when you look at them together.
Verstehe, was du meinst, Paimon. Das letzte Mal liegt in der Reihenfolge des dritten und des vierten Bildes, oder?
That's right! If the images are in chronological order, shouldn't the fourth, the waters drowning Fontaine, come before the third, where the Hydro Archon herself falls into the water?
Also holt die Flex raus, wir stellen die Bilder um.
And yet the order is reversed here.
Ach, das zweite Bild ist ziemlich verwirrend. Zu welcher Sünde bekennen sich die Menschen auf dem Bild?
If we go by timing, Lady Farina only emerges in the third image. That means that the person in the second image might be the previous Hydro Archon.
Egeria, then. I had never met her, but her appearance here does match the records.
Egeria?
The previous Archon kneeling before the floating island in the skies, as if confessing a sin.
Did she herself commit that sin? And if not, why would she be in such a posture? Also, I'm still wondering why these ancient stone slates are here at all. Judging from their contents, could this place be the origin of the prophecy? Does that mean that someone, or some people, once saw these slates?
But who would have created these slates and left these words here?
Ja, Mio.
It seems that any further clues will have to come from Farina.
In that case, there's no time to lose. There's nothing else to be gained here, so let's head back first.
Yeah, we better get somewhere safe for now.
In Wirklichkeit spielt es nun keine Rolle mehr, wer diese Platten geschaffen hat. Entscheidend ist, ob die Prophezeiung wahr wird. Und wir machen natürlich was dagegen. Dr. Who kam vorbei. Habe ich nie geschaut, ey. Ich lese immer bloß Gutes drüber, aber ich habe es nie geschaut. Wäre bestimmt was für mich, aber da gibt es doch schon unendlich viele Folgen, ey. Und gibt es mittlerweile schon 5 oder 6 Dr. Who's?
I'm going to check on what's happening with the Spina. You know how it is. There's some things you just need to be there for yourself.
You still have energy for that, Navia? Paimon's already beat.
Just head back to the Fleuve Cendre and have a rest then. Thanks for keeping me company all this time.
I'll depart as well. Thanks for your hard work today. Rest well, everyone.
Du gehst nirgendwo hin, du bist in meinem Team.
Traveler, I will go talk to Farina tomorrow morning to ask about the stone slates. I'm sure that you're concerned about this matter as well. If you have time, drop by my office. I will share the results of our discussion with you.
Gut, bis morgen.
Are you really gonna talk to her about this directly? Will that be a problem? Paimon's getting a little scared now that it's come to this.
She has long been harboring secrets and will not give them up easily, which makes it all the more my duty to ensure that she understands the present situation.
Alright, we'll leave it in your hands then. You're probably the best person to talk to her anyway.
I will be carefully considering my words tonight.
Traveler, Paimon, our safe house at the Flivsandra is always open to you, as ever. So please don't think you're an imposition. All right. I'll be on my way then.
Wahrscheinlich kommt am Ende Navi und Nevelette sind gegangen. Paimon und machen auf dem Weg zum Stützpunkt der Spieler der Loser im Fliege des... was weiß ich, irgendwas.
We're finally back!
Welcome back. We've got a special menu prepared for you two tonight.
Das hört sich wie eine Drohung an, wie der das sagt. Tedral oder Tedral?
And there's good food too! Navi, no, the boss is the best.
The best. Du hast es verdient, Paimon.
Ooh, desserts! Nice, these are all Paimons!
Es ist auch nur eins da.
Paimon's already starting to forget what happened today.
Mona? Huh?
Oh, that voice. Is that who I think it is?
What the fuck?
Huh? It's you two. What are you doing in Fontaine?
Ja, stimmt eigentlich. Wenn du eine Prophezeiung hast, ist doch die beste Person momentan für die Mona. Oder sie ist unnütz. Schauen wir mal. Ja, da war da genau dieselbe Idee, hatte ich gerade auch. Denke, sie ist eigentlich die Beste für sowas. Also neben ihrer Meisterin. Warte mal, gibt's die überhaupt noch? Ich bin mir gar nicht mehr sicher.
Mona?
War eine Rede, Paimon. Megistus? Hä? Hast du Mona Megistus nicht gesagt, dass wir uns hier treffen würden?
Seriously, nobody just uses a scryglass whenever they've got time to just see who they'll meet on the road.
Still, we didn't expect to see you here. Wait, you're not a Fontanian, are you, Mona?
Well, I have some business to attend to here, so I booked a hotel in the city. I was just out for a stroll when I bumped into you. Quite unexpectedly, if I might add.
Zufällig im Untergrund. Wahrscheinlich günstiges Hotel, ne?
Why did you think I was from Fontaine, though? Is that because Magistus doesn't sound much like a Mondstatter surname?
Yeah, let's go with that.
Well, I used to have my own surname, which was, well, some other thing. Either way, the old hag told me when she took me as her disciple that the first step to being a great astrologist's pupil was to change that name.
Mona kann sich ein Hotel leisten? Das größte Mysterium heute. Naja, wir sind hier eh schon im Abendviertel, also. Wer weiß, was das für ein Hotel ist. Ein Zelt irgendwo in der Ecke.
There was nothing for it, really. She really is amazing at astrology, so I changed my name to what it is now according to her wishes. To my surprise, however, Magistus is not the name of some ancient house or clan.
It isn't?
Nope. Although it is used by us in place of surnames, it generally just means great.
Das wundert mich bei ihr halt überhaupt nicht, dass das großartig heißt.
Imagine including a boast in your name. Wait, are you gonna have to put that into your genealogy as well?
I reckon so. In any case, I'd give my disciple a name like this as well, if I were to take one.
Darf ich fragen, wie deine Meisterin heißt?
Astromancer Barbeloth Trismegistus.
Astromantin Barbelos Trismegistus, okay.
Whoa, that's a long one. Does it also mean great or something?
Hat man damals in ihrer Quest mitbekommen. Ja, dass sie Kohle hat ohne Ende schon, aber sie gibt sie ja immer aus. Ziemlich lang. Bedeutet das auch großartig oder so?
My name means Mona the Great Astrologist. As for the old hag, hers is, in plain speech, the thrice as great Scholar of the Stars. Just take it as a title specific
So
to
ein Scheiß
astrologists.
Ernst, Alter. Dass ihre Meisterin einfach dreimal so große Astrologin heißt.
Thrice as great? That's so petty.
Dreifach
I know,
großartig.
right? That's just how she is.
She used to call herself Magistus, actually, but once she took me in, she changed her name to Trismegistus.
Was? Du heißt auch Magistus? Nein, dann bin ich dreimal so gut.
Talk about excessive.
Magistus is thus the calling card of our school, so to speak, which makes it about the same as a surname. It's all right if you don't get it. You can look into it further should you need to study astrology more deeply.
Wie wär's mit dreimal so starker Reisender oder dreimal so gefräßige Palmon?
Terrible! But anyway, you're not Fontanian, are you, Mona? You're from Mondstadt, right?
Hab Mona C2 bekommen, als ich Furina C6 gezogen habe. Ich habe, bevor ich Furina überhaupt gezogen habe, habe ich, ich habe ihren Namen vergessen. Feuermähne. Ich habe ihren Namen vergessen, scheiße. Egal.
Well, I was born in Mondstadt, yes. My parents migrated to Dornman Port, and I traveled with the old hag for a while, after which I settled down in Mondstadt City.
Der, genau. Alter, ja, der Name hat jetzt einfach nicht mehr reingewollt, außer das mit der Feuermähne. Das ist hängen geblieben.
Oh, that's a good thing then. At least we know you won't be dissolved by Fontaine's waters.
Speaking of that, I'm sure you're aware that a bunch of things have happened here in Fontaine, right? I know you're not a local, but I'd avoid getting too close to any water that looks strange all the same. There's something ominous about it. Well, the water, I mean.
Bist du wegen der Prophezeiung nach Fontaine gekommen, Mona?
That was the main reason, yes. Just a while back, the Steambird invited me to take part in a panel and speak about the circulation of the prophecy as an astrologist. The invitation was sent quite early on. I don't think anyone expected Fontaine to be in this much trouble.
What do you make of that prophecy, Mona? Just tell us what you think as an astrologist. Your word would go a long way to make things more certain and less scary.
What I can tell you is that I'm an astrologist, and that this prophecy concerns the fate of Fontaine, even that of all Tevat. Ascertaining this is akin to reading the fortune of the whole world. I'm afraid that this is not something that just anyone can do. If I could do it, you would no longer call me an astrologist, but a visionary. But on the flip side, the prophecy is so huge and powerful that it must surely come from a powerful visionary. Its contents involve the fate of the world. Disregarding it would be a mistake.
A visionary? Sounds really powerful and all, but does such a person really exist?
Of course. The old hag could do it, and I'd bet there are others amongst those Hexenzirkel colleagues of hers who could do something similar.
Ich muss die Validität dieser Prophezeiung überprüfen. Kannst du mich mit deiner Meisterin in Kontakt bringen?
Huh? Are you sure? All right, I'll help you. It isn't often that I see you with such a serious look on your face. I'll tell you once I hear back from her.
Thanks, Mona. You're amazing as always.
Oh, well, this is something only I can do after all. So yes, your praises are quite welcome.
That's the greatest of astrologists for you! Of all the people we know, you know the stars the best!
Indeed, indeed. That's the spirit.
Alter, so kriegst du auf jeden Fall für
sorry.
alles.
I came to see what all the commotion was about. If there's anything you need, do not hesitate to inform the Spina di Rosula.
Oh, whoops. Guess we were getting a little too carried away there. Well, I'll go tend to my own business now. If I receive any news, I'll be sure to come find you two again.
And there she goes, quick as rushing water. And here we are with the Spina guy giving us suspicious looks.
Also der Stream soll bei mir eigentlich funktionieren. Sehr gute Verbindung. Also liegt es wenn dann an euch, dass vielleicht nicht gescheit funktioniert. Bei mir auch, mein Internet ist stabil. Ja, dann ist wirklich YouTube vielleicht was spackt. Das haben wir uns selber eingebrockt. Dann nächstes Mal etwas leiser Paimon.
Right, but we were able to recruit Mona's help, didn't we? Our Fontanian friends will thank us someday.
Nach eurem Gespräch beschließt ihr euch ordentlich auszuschlafen und neue Energie zu tanken.
Good morning. To be honest, Paimon's still feeling kind of sleepy. But it's time to get up, traveler. We agreed to go see Neuvillette, so let's pack it up and get going.
Wie, ich darf mal selber laufen? Dass die in Fontaine so viele Schlafenszeiten einlegen. Ja, hier ist wenigstens mal so regulär gemacht einfach, ne? Wie schaut denn der aus? Okay, schaut aus, wie wenn die irgend so eine Kampfschau machen oder so. Oder nach geeigneten Gegnern suchen. Genau, wir besuchen mal Neuvillette mit Neuvillette. Was? Was, jetzt schon wieder? Da ist ein gerade ein Furinas gerade drin.
You're here, finally.
Is something wrong?
Monsieur Neuvillette and Lady Farina, they seem to have gotten into a dispute. Please go see for yourself.
Neuvillette kann streiten, der emotionslose Sack.
Like I said, I've already explained everything.
And yet the problem has not been properly solved. There is little space for excuses between us. It is not my intention to offend you, but please, tell me where you stand. You are the Hydro Archon Focalor, are you not? Look at this. This is a list of the victims from the recent Poisson incident.
You mean... they're all...
We did not arrive in time to avert this disaster, and I will not have it happen again. I will say this once more. You must tell me everything you know. Yesterday, I found 3 stone slates in some ancient ruins near Poisson. Do you know anything about those?
Seriously? You're questioning me like this is a court case now. I don't know anything about that. But you found them in some ancient ruins, you say?
That's correct, which is why I came to ask you some questions. There should have been 4 slates, but one of them was missing. The other 3 feature different images that seem to correlate to the prophecy.
The prophecy?
The second of these slates depicts the previous Hydro Archon Egeria kneeling before a floating island in the sky, as if confessing something. Do you know nothing of this either?
I don't. I've never seen such slates.
I'll ask you again. Do you really have no information regarding the previous Archon? My deciphering of the slates indicates that the Hydro Archon Egeria once had to confess to, or apologize for, a certain sin. If anyone would know about it, it should be you.
All gods don't have the same secrets, you know. She was herself and I'm me. Is it really so strange that I know nothing? I understand your concerns, but I'm sorry. I just don't have anything to tell you.
Forgive me for saying this now, Lady Farina, but I have long known of your various secret investigations into certain matters.
Die kann geheim ermitteln? Das wundert mich jetzt aber sehr.
There are several indications that you have been investigating the prophecy on the sly. This is not strange in itself, considering that you are the Hydro Archon. But it is strange that you should also claim to not know any of Egeria's secrets, as well as do nothing following your inquiries. You have never been as superficial as you have presented yourself to be, nor are you a fool. And yet, your behavior is very inconsistent.
So you've been watching me all this time, have you? I didn't think you were that type.
You...
Okay, kann doch ziemlich stinkig werden.
Well, since you know about my secret investigations, then you should know I'm actually working to take care of it. There's no point questioning or suspecting me. You're the Eudix, but you're still my subordinate. You should be following my lead. Just trust in me, your Archon, and do as I say. Never mind whether you can truly convince yourself to or not. It'll all turn out fine.
Ja, deswegen schaust du auch so bedrückt.
That's all I have to say. We do not discuss this matter again. Oh, the opera's about to start. Toodles!
Did Farina not notice us standing by the door? Wonder what's up with her. She was smiling. Huh. She didn't seem in the mood to care if we were listening in or not.
Sie schien etwas auf dem Herzen zu haben.
I assume you've been outside for a while now?
Man kann ja auch nicht alles preisgeben, sollte ich. Aber natürlich gibt es wieder jede Menge versteckte Lore in Fontaine. Mit sowas fange ich gar nicht an. Sonst kommt mir nichts weg mit den ganzen Büchern.
Oh, you noticed. Seems Farina didn't even realize we were here.
She was in a great panic, though I cannot discern the reason. Our discussion reached impasses time and again, a state of affairs that we cannot allow to continue.
Ich denke, sie darf vielleicht nicht drüber reden. Und ich denke mal, die Sünde vom letzten Archon hat halt scheinbar was, denke ich mal, mit den Menschen zu tun. Vielleicht, also, nichts verraten, ne, aber so meine Vermutung ist so ein bisschen, dass sie vielleicht die Okeaniden in Menschen verwandelt hat. Und die jetzigen dann von diesen Okeaniden abstammen oder irgend sowas. Und deswegen die sich auch in Wasser verwandeln, beziehungsweise wieder in ihre Ursprungsform.
Still, I do not understand. Dialogue is the basis for understanding, so why did she keep refusing to engage?
Möglicherweise reicht es nicht aus, sie nur zu befragen. Wir müssen ihr den Ernst der Lage bewusst machen.
Everyone in her inner circle has noticed that she is hiding some secret. The issue is her attitude. I fear that she will not reveal anything unless absolutely forced to. We may have to create a situation in which she will have no choice but to speak.
Oh? Like what?
Normally, people will only reveal the truth when standing trial. Perhaps we must have the Hydro Archon experience just such a scenario.
But Farina's seen so many trials, and she's really good at dodging questions. How do we make sure that she won't just slip away at the first chance she gets?
We will need to consider this thoroughly, join forces with various parties, and then do what we can. If at all possible, I would prefer to recuse myself from this affair, but we must prevent the prophecy from coming to pass. This may be cruel to her, but all Fontaine is in crisis. The information a god possesses is too precious, and so we must take a chance on this.
In diesem Fall brauchen wir Unterstützung.
But who will lend us their aid to do such a thing?
Ich glaube, ich weiß, wen ich fragen kann. Ein paar Tage später auf einem Boot irgendwo in stillen Poisson. Was? Wie ist das jetzt passiert? Theorie des Gute, der wäre so eine Problematik, haben wir gedacht in Sachen Sünde. Na, es gab ja auch den Grund, dass die ganzen Okeaniden abgehauen sind. Also viele. Vielleicht sind es die Okeaniden, die nicht verwandelt werden wollten, oder was weiß ich, irgendwas in der Richtung. Alle, oder?
Speaking of which, it was pretty smart of you to think of hiding here.
Mit wem reden wir?
Poisson was just involved in a disaster, so it's presently devoid of people. That naturally makes it the best choice.
And here you are drinking tea like it's the most natural thing in the world, huh?
That's what families should do. Sit and enjoy a leisurely time together.
It's nice to enjoy tea here, you know? Care for a cup?
So bist du wenigstens noch in Ordnung, wenn du mir nicht wieder meine Quests versaust, du Sack.
Lend me your ears, everyone. Or perhaps one of you might like to start us off. How about you, friend?
Huh?
Me? No, I don't think I can.
Then, how about you, good sir?
I fear that I will cause the mood on this boat to become as somber as it is in court.
Well then, I guess we're lucky we've got a local like me to organize things. Wonderful, the spotlight at last. I guess I'll be facilitating things from here.
That was a little long-winded, don't you think?
Oh, you might be right. Anyway, to cut to the chase, our friend here, the Traveler, has brought us together to discuss something. As for what that is, well, let's start by saying that we'll be pooling our efforts together to create a series of traps.
Oh, how intriguing.
Well, it's just an expression, really. One that I just learned from Chlorand, and used on the spot. So, let's invite her to explain in detail. A round of applause, please.
Das ist voll eigenartig, Alter, wie das da ist.
Didn't you say that you would be facilitating this?
Oh, come now. Your work doesn't involve much public speaking, right? This is a good chance to practice. You might even pick up some fancy oratory tricks to impress your boss with in the future.
Obwohl das zwischen denen ja eigentlich geklärt ist, Alter, ist immer noch ziemliche Spannung
I
dazwischen.
see. And what does my boss say?
He is glad that you consider him your boss. Do go on.
In that case, do any of you have experience hunting?
Not that I recall.
Fremine and I once used a wooden stick in a basket to catch wild rabbits when we were younger. As for Lynette, oh, right. You were sick that day, weren't you?
I've also gone diving to catch some fish before. Does that count?
I'm afraid not. You may or may not have heard, but Fontaine once played host to a group known as the Marechaussee Hunters.
Was? Marechaussee Hunters hört sich besser an wie Schattenjäger.
Though that was their name, they did not hunt animals, but rather various monsters left behind by the ancient dynasty of King Remus. Today, Fontaine's monster population has already thinned greatly, so the hunters have blended back into society, taking up arms in other lines of work. They even left a unique methodology of hunting in their wake.
Wer ist wieder der alte König Reus, oder was war jetzt da gestanden?
A trap comprises of the following components: bait, a trigger, and a containment device. Sometimes a lethal implement will also be necessary to deal with the prey. So, if we were to build a trap together, right now, what would you choose to build it with?
For me, I would prefer something basket-shaped. Pigeons and rabbits will see the bait and naturally enter the snare. Our line of work requires a deft hand, and we're some of the best in the industry, so you can count on our techniques.
You used some of those techniques while moving the people of Poisson, didn't you? My subordinates mentioned that you even performed some magic for the bawling children.
Yes, and I even managed to gather some intelligence in the meantime. I'm quite the multitasker if I do say so myself.
I'm afraid I can't claim that as my strong suit. I prefer more stable methods, like placing bait in the water and waiting for the fish to come within reach. That's the kind of method I would count on.
Calm and steady. Exactly the kind of person who would catch loads of fish.
And I can be their assistant.
With discretion, I'm sure.
I'd probably use some sort of mechanical animal. Papa once bought me some small clockwork squirrels, mice, and such. When placed in the forest, they can attract others of their kind. I remember that you liked those too, didn't you?
I did. And that would be a good way to go about it. If they're realistic enough, animals of the same kind will follow them all the way to the trap.
What about you, Monsieur Neuvillette?
I fear I do not have any related experience.
That makes sense. You usually solve problems directly, without the use of any such tricks. But I do have one more question for you, monsieur. If we were to create a trap now, how would you design it?
I would like for it to be effective, but bring no harm to the prey. A more gentle trap would be ideal.
Kind, as always. However, our intention doesn't necessarily change the containment device and the type of implement we need. If we wanted to kill the prey in one strike, we would need a powerful implement. However, That also goes for prey that must be captured and safely contained.
Wait, why's that?
Only a hunter who's a true expert at subduing their prey can snare it without harming it. The line that divides life and death is often exceedingly thin.
So are we going hunting together?
Huh. We hadn't thought of seeing ourselves as hunters. It kinda works, but maybe it's still not the best metaphor.
Reden die noch über die Fragen von Furina oder ihren Mord? Ich bin mir gerade nicht sicher, aber ich glaube, ich weiß, worauf sie hinaus wollen, weil man hat ja den Trailer gesehen.
If our means of capturing and dealing with our prey is to put them on trial, then the hunting metaphor is actually quite accurate. But we shall require much more courage than any hunter to judge a god, a being whose seat is an exalted throne.
Stimmt.
Oh, so that's what's going on. Sounds very interesting.
Furinas Worte sind nur eine Metapher, ihr werdet euer Vorhaben nicht als Jagd bezeichnen, darum geht es schließlich nicht. Die Beziehung zwischen euch und Furina ist bei weitem nicht so schlimm. Alles, was ihr tun müsst, ist, die Geheimnisse aufzudecken, die sie hütet. Der Versuch, die Geheimnisse einer Gottheit zu enthüllen, ist ein Akt der Respektlosigkeit, aber das muss getan werden, um zu verhindern, dass Fontaine im Wasser versinkt, wie es in der Prophezeiung vorhergesagt wurde. Es gibt keine Jäger und auch keine Beute, aber es muss eine Falle geben. Ihr müsst eine Falle bauen. Wieso mich das lesen lassen? Was ist los mit euch? Fatui werden am Ende des Games die stärksten Verbündeten sein. Capitano wird den Traveler aus den Händen lecken. Ich schätze den Capitano eher ein, Alter, wenn wir wirklich mal gegen den kämpfen oder sowas wie so einen richtig fetten Endfight einfach. Weil der wirkt eher so, wie wenn er bis zum Ende kämpft, ohne aufzugeben. Wie es in vielen anderen Games halt auch schon war. Wie man Furina vor Gericht lockt, stellt man restlichen Archons vor Gericht, das wird sie anlocken. So. Nochmal kurze Pause an der Stelle. Und dann geht's dann gleich weiter. Wie kein Fatui Barbecue. Dabei habe ich mir doch bei Siege ein schönes Fatui Rumsteak bestellt. Ich würde mindestens die Hälfte der Fatui am Ende besiegt oder tot sehen. Ich meine, keine Ahnung. Wenn du den Doktor jetzt zum Beispiel nimmst, den einen Typen mit der Brille. Den kleinen, reichen Kobold, Alter, den weiß ich nicht, den kann man schwer einschätzen, wie er später mal sein wird. Und den Capitano, wie gesagt, da denke ich mal, der ist einfach der, wie sagt man, der loyalste oder so. Also die drei würde ich mir auf jeden Fall als Endkampf bringen. Der Signora ist ja schon tot. Schauen wir mal. Wobei es mich auch nicht überraschen würde, wenn die La Signora mal irgendwann wieder auftaucht oder so. Weil gab es nicht auch irgend so ein Ding, dass die sowieso schon mal tot war und dann wieder geboren wurde oder sowas? Keine Ahnung. Ist aber schon ewig her, wo ich sowas gehört habe. Also ich weiß schon gar nicht mehr, wie es genau war. Kurze Pause. Bis gleich. So, wieder da. Aber ich muss mal... So. Dann machen wir mal weiter. Oh, eine Errungenschaft. Werde Werkzeug der Katastrophe. Ach, werde Zeuge. Werde Werkzeug, ja. Na, wer überlebt, legen eine gefährdende Falle aus. Was machen wir jetzt eigentlich? Achso. Ich war hier bisher auch nur einmal kurz. Ich muss mir echt mal wieder Zeit nehmen. Da ist eine verdammte Schildkröte. Kommt sie nicht leer. Vergiss es, warum rede ich überhaupt mit einer Schildkröte? Gibt's sie als Gegner?
It's been a tough few days, hasn't it? So much has been happening.
Das Treffen hat so lange gedauert, dass ich jetzt hungrig bin.
Paimon didn't think the meetings would go on for so long, but everyone seemed pretty fired up, huh? Paimon thought they'd be at least a little frightened. Well, Fremine was, now that Paimon thinks about it, but everyone else just looked a little surprised.
Fühlst du dich nach dem Treffen sicherer, Paimon?
Well, it's hard to say. Paimon doesn't have any experience with this sort of thing. But with you around, Paimon sure will do great. After all, you're the most reliable person in the world, aren't you? Huh?
Ja, was ist denn?
Did you just pour some tea? Paimon didn't notice you doing that at all.
Nein, habe ich nicht.
Then what's that? Paimon's never seen that cup before.
Don't be frightened. I'm just joining you two for tea. I merely refrained from saying anything till now.
Jetzt ist der Mona ihre...
Who's that voice?
Ah, have you forgotten me already?
Wait, you are familiar. You're the voice we heard from the sky in Sumeru.
The voice from the sky, I fear that description is wrong. Though, not completely wrong. You're feeling lost now, just as you were feeling previously. I sensed that confusion and thus came to you. Guiding people is an irresistible hobby of mine, after all.
Wer bist du? Was willst du von uns?
Consider me a passerby, just accepting a commission from my friend's disciple on a whim.
Lehrling einer Freundin, könnte sie eine Freundin von Monas Meisterin sein, das rätselhafte Ende des Hexenzirkels? Erlaube mir zu fragen, wird Fontaines Prophezeiung wahr?
The prophecy. Yes, what has been prophesied will be fulfilled. You may view such things as the history of the future.
What? Then is there any way we can stop it?
I believe you have witnessed a failed attempt with your own eyes. Can everything in Tevat so easily be changed?
Da ist es wieder, Schicksal. Gibt es wirklich keine Ausnahme?
Ah, so you've caught on. Just as prophecies are usually only the future as seen from the perspectives of the gods, could things be happening in hidden corners where the gods' gaze does not fall? Are the things that you shall see different from the fate that the gods perceive?
What is she talking about? It all sounds really impressive and important and stuff, but it also sounds kind of scary.
Die Teetasse ist auch so gut wie leer.
I
Hey, die ist doch voll.
you understand, right? Some things are insignificant, but others you must reach out to change. Ultimately, fate shall serve as your only guide, no matter what will happen in Tevat's future.
Ach nee, die ist rot innen drin. Doch, die ist
All
wirklich leer.
you need to do is to play your part.
This was good tea, by the way. Thank you for your hospitality. Well, that'll be all for today.
The voice. It's gone.
Hexe N, ist das der Hinweis, den du uns hinterlassen wolltest? Die unerwarteten Nachrichten haben bei dir gemischte Gefühle hervorgerufen, deswegen kannst du nicht schnell genug lesen, weil alles weg ist. Einfach scheint jemand draußen zu sein.
I want to hear someone talking. Alright, coming.
Du bist immer fleißiger, Palmer.
Hey, it's you who's getting lazy, okay?
Well, I see I've walked in on some lively banter.
Mona, wie ist es dir in letzter Zeit ergangen?
Fine, just fine. I went to take part in that Steambird panel. It turned out to be more interesting than I expected. Not all Fontainians are pessimistic about this. One journalist mentioned that sitting around and waiting for the end to come would be wrong, and that they should make their own rescue preparations. I agreed, so we had a brief chat with her.
Did she have pink hair by any chance?
Why, yes! It was Charlotte. You remember her, right? That daredevil journalist? I'm in full support of her view. Prophecies are very important, but how can people allow their lives to be commandeered by just a few words?
That's right! Paimon's glad to hear something sensible for once.
Ah, yes. About what we had discussed before. I did try, but I'm afraid I couldn't reach the old hag. I'll try again tonight, but I wouldn't get your hopes up.
Eigentlich ist schon jemand vorbeigekommen.
Huh?
Du erzählst Mutter vom Besuch des mysteriösen Gastes.
Goodness gracious. Are you serious?
Ich glaube, sie ist gekommen, um uns eine Nachricht zu überbringen.
She said that even the god's gaze has blind spots. Pretty bold if you ask Paimon. Most people would believe the gods to be all-knowing, right?
The Hexen Circle members are certainly anything but ordinary. As for the mage named N, the old hag has mentioned her a few times. She said that N's sense of direction is incredible, and that she loves guiding those who are lost.
Okay, also ist N nicht mal die Monas Meisterin? Alles klar. Noch mehr Hexen.
But I've never met her, and if she were still alive, she'd be... Well, suffice it to say that the hag's at least a few hundred now, and N's been around for longer than that.
Whoa. The Hexen Circle sounds like a scary group. But they must really stay in shape to live so long.
Bisschen Cardio-Training und so.
Their abilities alone are pretty terrifying. If she came to see you personally, then the problem you're facing must truly be of great importance.
Well, it's not like Paimon could understand anything she said.
Yes, she was quite cryptic, but I suspect she means that there is still a way to turn things around. She didn't say when or what that would be, though, so... Perhaps it is something that you cannot know right now.
Stimmt, ihre Worte müssen einen hilfreichen Hinweis enthalten, aber wann werden wir seinen Wert und seine Bedeutung erkennen? Bist du auch noch dich auf meine Frage bekommen können?
Traveler, Paimon, are you two all right?
Oh, we're fine. We're just a little down right now. It kind of feels like the end is coming, you know?
Keine Sorge, es sterben nur alle anderen, wenn wir versagen.
I see. I feel that same sense of desperation, too. I guess you could consider me someone who has often witnessed fate. So far as I have seen, it cannot be swayed. But even so, I still hope for, and believe in, miracles. Astrology is eternal and rational, but fate may not be. It is cruel, but it can also be beautiful. Perhaps that's what N was trying to tell you. Not to lose heart, and to believe that what you are seeing playing out before you is not yet set in stone. I did originally think of steering clear of all this, but I couldn't. Even if this is all futile, I still wish to help everyone. If we don't struggle to the last, then how can we face the end when it comes?
Huh. You do have a point.
There I go, talking about astrological principles again. Sorry about that. The moment I start talking about work-related stuff... I need to get going.
Mach dir keinen Kopf drüber, Mona. Ich danke dir.
It was worth trying to comfort you, even if only a little. I believe that you'll help those who are struggling in the same way I did. I suppose that might be why we always seem to meet by coincidence.
Paimon feels kinda moved by what Mona said, but also kinda sad too. Hey, Traveler, Paimon suddenly feels like going outside for a walk. Let's go. Let's walk around the city, shall we? There's a few spots we always like to walk by.
Hier oder oben? Gehen wir mal oben auf. Schaut da doch aus. Mein Makro klappt noch. Das wird der kleine zwielichtige Junge.
Huh? Our names are written in this newspaper. What's going on?
Was? Vielleicht sind wir ja... Die benutzen uns, um die Furina anzuklagen, oder?
Let Paimon see! The underwater stronghold, the Fortress of Meripede, has continued in its noble autonomy, but that does not mean that others cannot interact with it. My recent attempts to enter the fortress bore little fruit. Huh. Guess Charlotte still hasn't given up on that. Thus, did an Outlander friend become the focus of this report, a blonde adventurer with their white fairy legends trailing in their wake. It is said that this mysterious traveler once visited the underwater fortress. So while the fortress's interior remains a mystery behind closed doors, do not fear, for the tales of the traveler contain surprises in spades. Journalist Charlotte's biggest scoop yet, the Traveler's Trail, World Walker. Huh. Charlotte took so many awesome photos of us and we never even noticed her.
Das nennt man auch Stalker.
She hasn't been able to get a hold of anything at the fortress, so since we're easier to find, she's using us as the subject matter instead?
Und das scheint tatsächlich der Fall zu sein.
Seriously? Well, fine. Those headlines and photos do look cool, so Paimon will forgive her this time.
This time? Ach, Paimon. Alter, Linne. Ey, du gehst mir so auf den Sack, weißt du das? Ich wusste, irgendwann kommen wir in die Nähe vor dem seinem Scheißauftrag, Alter. Und dann müssen wir wieder was anderes machen. Nein!
Water comes in many flavors to the
Der Sack, Alter.
Mondstadt's water is crisp and pure, while water from Liyue has an enduring aftertaste.
Wahrscheinlich haben wir seine Aufgabe bis zum Ende durchgespielt, bevor wir alles anderen.
Over here.
Kann ich nichts dafür, dass du den schon frei. Der könnte auch irgendwo unsichtbar rumstehen, wie es alle anderen machen, damit sie einem nicht auf den Sack gehen.
Lynette's not joining us today?
I've had her follow Gemma and see if we can make any inroads with her. They should be at a cafe right now. Still, I don't think that Gemma's likely to open up to us. So, we need a contingency plan.
Also für Plan B würde ich vorsagen, du reist jetzt einfach mal mit deinem ganzen Gefolge nach Mondstadt und wir machen hier die Quest weiter. Deal? Nein? Ach komm, halt's Maul. Was sollen wir tun?
Today we'll be looking into a guy named Lorenzo, Caesar's former pupil and assistant.
Lorenzo von Matterhorn? Wie aus How I Met Your Mother?
When Caesar passed away, all the stolen goods discovered in his home were confiscated and returned to their rightful owners. But Lorenzo was the only one privy to all his magic secrets, and he inherited his craft. Before long, Lorenzo was the next big magician in town, his fame surpassing even that of his master, and it made him very wealthy. He's since left the magic scene, though, and these days, he's a wealthy businessman with his fingers in a lot of different pies. I had to pull a lot of strings, but I managed to get him to agree to a couple of drinks with me. Be warned, though, I hear he's got a hair-triggered temper. We'd best be careful.
Ja, und jetzt geh rein und halt's Maul. Ist er weg? Bitte sag mir, dass ich das andere weitermachen kann. Los. Da, goddammit. Warum muss der auch quer durch Fontaine reisen, der Sack? Alter. Fesch? Eloise, sie ist Kritikerin. Ja, toll. Warte, was kann ich von dir kaufen? Sanguinetti. Hört sich ja wie ein Italiener an oder so. Speisekarte. Kann ich Kreis auch drücken? Nee, das geht auch nicht. Was kann ich drücken zum Kaufen? Oh, jetzt dachte ich schon, wie viele Rezepte hatten der? Oh, hier gibt's auch Fonta. Gib mal 10 Stück her, warum auch immer. Wir nehmen dein Mehl komplett mit. Die Sahne. Butter. Nein, nicht eine Butter, alles Butter. Den Schinken. Den Zucker. Okay, bin fertig. Kellnerin, gibt's bei dir auch was? Willkommen. Tschüss. Tu mal, guten Abend.
You neglected to mention that you were bringing 2 other people with you.
Oh, scheiße. Ich will ihn jetzt schon schlagen.
My apologies. These 2 are my assistants. When they heard that I was meeting with the former magic maestro himself, they begged and pleaded with me to bring them along. And if it's no trouble, a couple of autographs would really make their day.
Oh, forget the pleasantries, just sit.
Ja, was ist das da hinten? Das See ist erst, alter, mechanischer Koch. Rückt ihr nicht nur noch von links nach rechts?
Get a load of this guy. Forget the pleasantries, he says, but he looks pretty happy about Lenny stroking his ego.
Ja, es sind halt nicht alle so offensichtlich wie die Mona, Alter, die wo schon, wenn du zu ihr großartig sagst, voll an die Decke gehen mit geil. So bin ich.
I only agreed to meet since we're both magicians. Do me a favor and cut to the chase. I have more important things to do than drinking.
Much obliged, sir. As it happens, the matter I want to address is also related to magic. Yesterday morning, a warning letter from the Phantom Weasel appeared on the entrance to the Opera House. He claims to be planning something for the same evening that I'm scheduled to do a magic show there. As such, I believe that I may well be his target. I have to get to the bottom of this to ensure that my show can go ahead as planned. Naturally, any investigation into the Weasel starts with a few questions about Caesar, who...
What is there to investigate? Caesar was the Weasel and he's been dead for 10 years. So what if some sick creep thought it'd be funny to write a warning letter? It changes nothing.
Please, sir, no need to get so worked up. I do concede that a copycat is but one possibility.
Possibility? It's a fact, Lenny. Look, my patience is limited, so listen carefully while I'm still willing to put up with you. The Weasel is dead. Period. Everyone knows that, so do yourself a favor and quit this investigation. It'll lead you nowhere. Look, if this affects your magic show in any way, I will personally compensate you for any losses.
Oh, sir, I'm honored, really. But this isn't about finances for me. My pride as a magician is what's at stake here, Lorenzo. Copycat or not, this person has thrown me the gauntlet, and I must meet their challenge head on.
Your pride? Don't mince words with me, boy. Just tell me, what exactly are you seeking to do?
I want to find out the Phantom Weasel's true identity. I have to know for myself what really happened 10 years ago.
What would that accomplish? And what do the events of 10 years ago have to do with you, anyway? Look, you of all people should know that a magician never reveals their secrets. And in any case, dead men don't talk. So if you really care about your magician's pride, then you'll forget about Caesar and move on.
Uh-oh. This is getting awkward.
Lorenzo? Is that? Oh, it is you! I know that big, booming voice anywhere. What's up, my man? Wanna grab a drink with me?
Another day, I'm busy.
Oh, come on. You can't be all business all the time. You know what they say? Live fast, die young. You gotta learn how to kick back and relax once in a while.
Alter, der Typ kotzt uns gleich her.
If I wanted your life advice, I'd ask for it. Now get out of my face and go be drunk somewhere else.
Sorry, my good sir. I don't believe I've had the pleasure.
Oh, hey! Edmondo. He and I are business pals. We worked together a bunch of times.
Wieso zur Hölle heißt er Edmondo?
This is your first time meeting
Das ist
him?
ein geiler Name.
Oh, he's always like this. Foul-mouthed and hard-nosed. Never heard a kind word out of this guy the whole time I've known him.
Er hört sich an wie so ein Hinterwäldler aus der USA oder sonst irgendwas. So ganz hinten im hintersten Eck halt.
And he wonders why he can't get a girlfriend, despite being, what, pushing 40, 30, something? Anyway, point is, a lot older than when he first got rejected by the girl he was into. And he's still into, from what I hear.
Der redet aber jetzt nicht über Ding, oder? Über, scheiß, wie hat die wieder geheißen?
Shut up and get out of my face. Another word out of you and you can forget about doing business with me ever again. Do I make myself clear?
Sorry, I may have had a little too much to drink. All right, I'm gonna leave. Don't work too hard.
I think it's high time I made a move as well. If you really want to investigate this, Lenny, be my guest.
Das war ja schon fast wie eine Drohung, Mann.
But if nothing good comes of it, don't say I didn't warn you.
Well, that fell to pieces in a rather spectacular fashion. Any thoughts?
Irgendwas seltsam an ihm.
Totally. And what was all that about compensating you for your losses? Why would someone you just met make an offer like that?
Ja, eben, das macht ja gar keinen Sinn.
He's gotta be hiding something. And not like Gemma. She was a little suspicious, but this guy's definitely covering something up.
I think so too. We need to look into Lorenzo more closely. That guy Edmondo seems to know a thing or two about him. He only just left. Let's see if we can catch up with him.
Oh, bitte sag, geh irgendwo hin, wo ich meine Quest weitermachen kann. Das geht. Geheimnis des Zauberers, finde Edmondo. Nein, nicht Edmondo. Ah, fuck you. Hä, warte mal. Du hast eine unerwartete Freundin. Hä, was setzt du wieder? Oder ist es immer noch mit der Mona? Ist noch einer auf YouTube Deutschland streamt. Wir streamen eigentlich schon länger. Er ist jetzt auch schon wieder, glaube ich, 1,5 Jahre her oder so, wo ich das angefangen habe. War es dann die Gemma, auf die der Typ gestanden hat? Aber die Gemma ist doch auch schon ein bisschen älter, oder? Hatte die nicht weiße
okay
Haare?
There? Who are you?
Alter, das ist 5 Minuten her.
Oh, it's you guys. Don't worry about me. I must have had one too many. I just need to ride it out. I said way too much back there, didn't I? Yeah, I nearly talked myself into complete financial ruin. Note to self, no more drunken chats when Lorenzo's around.
So, he was serious about threatening to cut you off? Ugh, Paimon knew he was a bad egg.
Hey, keep your voice down. Don't go prying into Lorenzo's personal affairs. Bad things happen to people who ask too many questions, or make an enemy out of him.
What kind of bad things?
Don't even ask. I'm sorry, I'm gonna have to cut this conversation short. I'm not crossing that line again. And take it from me, trouble with Lorenzo is one thing you don't need in your life. You saw him flare up back there. I don't know what you said to him, but clearly it touched a nerve. That's not a good sign. You're too young for this. Don't get in over your head.
And there he goes. What do we do now, Lenny?
Shh. I think we're being watched. Someone was listening in to our whole conversation.
Du siehst halt auch sehr sehr unauffällig aus. Das ist hier nur im ersten auffällig aus.
Don't say anything and don't look back. Any altercation in the city will attract the guards. We'd better take this elsewhere.
Hey, gehen wir nicht wieder zum Ding zurück?
We're here! Paimon's hungry. Should we go in and get something to eat?
Ist das der Plan? Ich hoffe, das ist der Plan.
Hey, quick! Look! That's...
Hä? Oh, ich bin jetzt wieder in der Hauptquest, oder?
That's the limited edition, only 16 slices a day cake!
Es ist für heute noch nicht ausverkauft.
It was so delicious the last time we tried it. Despite the tense situation we were in, let's give it another go. Paimon's sure it'll be great.
Also du checkst halt an der Stelle nicht mal wirklich, was du gerade magst. Das ist Lillys Aufgabe oder die Haupt-Akon-Quest. Weil man bevor uns jemand so vorkommt.
One slice of cake, please.
Someone showed up after all. Oh, wait, you're the one from the Palais Mermonia.
Oh, are you here to buy cake too? It seems Monsieur Nervalette was right. You really can eat.
Wait, did he really say something like that?
That's right. Even he has his own preferences when it comes to food. As for me, I love the cake and coffee here.
Do you come here often?
Usually every day.
Every day?
It's part of my daily schedule, apart from work. I shall have my cake and coffee.
Then what if someone told you one day that this place would be closing soon, and you wouldn't get to eat cake here anymore? What would you think?
But why would it close?
Well, Paimon doesn't know either, but maybe the waters will rise tomorrow. You know, like in the prophecy.
Oh, the prophecy. To be honest, I haven't paid much attention to that. No, still, even if there'd be no more cake tomorrow, that wouldn't keep me from having some today. No, it's the same for eating in general. You might not be able to eat tomorrow, but if you can do so today, then you should carry on. That's what people call living, you know.
Weißt du, ständig ist dieser blöde Koch im Hintergrund.
Don't be sad. Excuse me, could I have 2 more slices of cake to go? These 2 slices are for you. Sijuin said that this kind of expression you're making is what humans call being sad.
Oh, you know Sijuin?
I sure do. She was born before me, and she sometimes comes to the surface to teach us things about humans. She said that humans are creatures that are saddened easily, yes, and you can only lift their spirits by feeding them delicious food. So please try the cakes here. I've got something else to do, so I'll be going now. You two try to stay in a good mood after eating, all right? Bye.
Die ist schon cool. Aber geht die jetzt mit dem Teller weg?
And there she goes.
Ist es normal, dass die Teller hier klauen?
All right, let's dig in. Paimon's sure this cake will be delicious.
Der ist schon grün, der ist schon ganz vergammelt. Paimon, du werfst einander einen Blick zu, bevor eure Kuchenstücke verschlingen.
It's more delicious than last time. And the flavor gets even better with a sip of tea. It sure would be nice if we could come again tomorrow. Sure would be nice if we could always eat delicious food here.
Okay. Jetzt bin ich gespannt, ob ich wieder an die nächste Quest stolper.
Oh, we're near the Steambird office. Let's go look for Charlotte and have a chat.
Das ist ganz normal, von deinen Teller mitzunehmen. Die klauen überall bloß die Teller. Aufträge. Okay, es geht weiter. Wir gehen in die Richtung, während das andere in die Richtung ist. Wir müssen bloß aufpassen, dass wir nicht wieder in Ding rennen.
Wow! If it isn't the traveler in Paimon! Oh, have you seen the article I wrote about you?
Ja, du verdammter Stalker.
You've got some nerve! You just used us to make some quick mora!
Wie der Traveler halt auch mitmacht, können wir eine Gewinnbeteiligung aushandeln?
Oh, you needn't worry about that. I heard that you were in Poisson some time back, so I sent you a letter to discuss just that. It appears you didn't receive it, though. It's all right, though. I've set aside the amount intended for you. I've even set the table with some food.
Was?
Really? Oh, you're the best!
You're almost a little too easy to win over, Paimon. If I were a journalist with ulterior motives, you'd be in trouble now, you know.
Oh, Paimon knows you're not like that.
Still, what brings you here all of a sudden? Were you looking for me?
When Mona mentioned you, we thought of coming to see you at work.
I see. It seems you've already bumped into Mona here in Fontaine. So she mentioned me? What did she say?
She said that you're a real daredevil of a journalist.
Nice. In which case, can this daredevil journalist dare to request an exclusive interview with the legendary traveler and Paimon?
Huh? So your article in the paper today doesn't count?
Oh, of course it doesn't. That was more like live photography. What I'd like to do is dive deeper and ask you to talk about the things you've seen and experienced.
Du willst mich wirklich interviewen?
Yeah, are we even qualified enough?
Ist eigentlich gut oder schlecht, Paimon ständig mit Essen zu bezahlen? Für Paimon gut und für mich weiß ich nicht, ich habe eigentlich genug Kohle.
Why not? If I say you're worth an interview, then you're worth it. But not right now, of course. I'll need a few days to prepare.
Oh, in that case, we'll just chat when you have the time then?
Oh, so that's a yes? Ooh, splendid! I'll tell the editor-in-chief immediately. I'll have to apply for lighting, a venue, some props, and... Whew, so much to get done now. Talk to you later.
Was? Machen wir jetzt einen Film?
Paimon's still got a question for you.
And what's that?
If, just for example, Fontaine were to be flooded tomorrow, what would you do today?
Huh. That's the prophecy you're talking about, isn't it? I mean, I do hear about it often, but I've never once thought that the day could be tomorrow. If you're seriously asking, then I might try and think of a way to leave Fontaine. Oh, but I'm still a journalist first and foremost. That means I have a duty to be reporting from the scene. And secondly, I wouldn't forsake my homeland that easily. From what I've seen, most people don't know what they'd do should the worst come to pass. In truth, it might be better just to behave like normal rather than worry over such an end. So in all likelihood, I'd probably still be prepping at the office for that interview of ours. I know what you're thinking. That sounds a bit sad, but I've always believed that it's best to do what you enjoy. Just think about it. If this nation really were to be suddenly destroyed tomorrow, but I still successfully finish an exclusive interview with a truly unique person, then the story I would wind up writing would truly be timeless. And then do you know what I'd do? Well, I'd write that story, send it for printing, and use messenger pigeons to get copies out to the various nations as soon as possible. I'm not a dreamer, nor am I a workaholic, but I do love my job, and I'd be proud of leaving such an article behind. I guess you could say that I was born to be a journalist. But anyway, that's my answer. And on that note, I'll get back to my preparations.
That's so nice. All of a sudden, Paimon actually kinda envies her. Anyway, let's go and take a look at the sea, shall we?
Paimon ist eine Beast, die göttliche Gottheit von Teyvat schlechthin. Ich vermute, er ist bloß nur ein Teil davon.
The sea breeze and scenery can be a pretty soothing combo, huh? Paimon's been thinking.
Ja.
If it wasn't Fontaine, but all of Teyvat that would be destroyed tomorrow, where would we go and what would we do? No, Paimon should ask, if you could choose, what would you like to do?
Wenn ich die Wahl hätte. Genau wie es Charlotte vorhin gesagt hat, man kann wirklich nicht plötzlich eine vernünftige Antwort geben.
We've always been moving to the next destination, so we haven't spent much time thinking about these kinds of things. We didn't have to either, with us always being on the road and whatnot.
Bis dieser Moment eintrifft, werde ich meine Reise fortsetzen.
You mean still traveling?
Ja, ich möchte jeden einzelnen Moment genießen, in dem ich die Welt bewundern kann.
Huh. Wait, isn't that what we've always been doing?
Ja, wenn ihr euch unterhaltet, vergeht die Zeit ruhig, bald bricht die Nacht an und ihr kehrt zu eurer Unterkunft zurück, um diesen anstrengenden Tag ausklingen zu lassen. Warum nicht bei jedem machen? Warum kann ich hier jetzt wieder selber weiterdrücken? Ich verstehe das bis heute nicht. Die nächsten Tage verlaufen ebenso ruhig. Charlotte kommt euch im Stützpunkt der Spieler Rosula und der Besuch, um euch zu interviewen. Na, ja, ihre Aufgabe im Postoir beendet hat, kehren sie zum Stützpunkt zurück, um ein Foto mit euch beiden zu machen. Alles läuft bestens. Das hört sich viel zu ruhig an. Können wir gleich wahrscheinlich sagen, this escalates quickly.
Feels like you'll grow mold if you stay here long enough. But it's still better than the Fortress of Meripede, that's for sure. It's not only damp there, but salty too.
Ah, so the two of you are still here. Wonderful.
Prüferin? Was haben wir angestellt? Isadora.
Oh, you're from the Palais Mermonia, aren't you?
Yes, I'm Isadora. Monsieur Nervillet sent me to look for you two before. I heard that afterward you went to the Fortress of Meripede.
Du denkst also, dass wir genug suchte Kriminelle sind?
Not at all. I'm well aware that you're friends of his. Actually, I'm here to pass along a message from him.
Lass hören.
Yes, inside the Opera House. The Maréchaussée Phantom has declared the incident a small-scale riot.
A riot?
Well, that said, I don't personally think it was that serious. Lady Farina was watching a performance at the Opera House, and while she was resting during an intermission, some other audience members suddenly started harassing her.
Ooh.
Loudly accusing her of doing nothing about the prophecy crisis. And before she could respond, others started to join in. The crowd continued to grow, and protests against the Hydro Archon started to break out.
So people have started to put the blame on Farina. Guess they finally found an outlet for the pressure they've been under due to the prophecy.
I agree. People will naturally rely on gods, as is customary. But the moment people feel threatened, gods are also the first to be blamed.
So what happened after that? Is Farina okay?
Seeing that the situation was spiraling out of control and that further argument was pointless, she claimed that she'd gotten tired of this and left in a hurry. The Maréchaussée Phantom had their hands full maintaining order and did not catch where Lady Farina had gone. Only when things had stabilized did we realize that she had gone missing.
So, you mean she's still missing?
That's right. The Maréchaussée has dispatched many people to search for her, but we don't have any leads yet. That said, I don't think there's much to worry about. She is a god after all. Even if she were to fall into the hands of rioters, what could ordinary people do to her?
Ich verstehe nur die Situation.
Good. Monsieur Nervillet sent me to tell you about the situation, but he didn't say anything else.
Don't worry, this is more than enough to go on. Thanks for keeping us informed.
Ah, is that so? Well, all right then. In that case, you two take care. I'll be heading back to the Palais now.
Well, sounds like we should hurry over to Poisson then.
Das ist wirklich schnell begriffen.
If we know Farina, she won't try to fix things in this situation. Instead, she'll look for a place to wait out the heat. And, as we also know, she may be loud and dramatic, but she doesn't have a heart of stone. When Nervillet was talking to her in the Palais Mermonia, and she heard about Poisson, she couldn't hide her sadness and remorse. It would be hard for her to ignore being accused by the public today. Paimon thinks Farina's probably taken the opportunity to slip away to Poisson and try to relieve the sense of guilt that she's feeling. Huh! Well, what do you think? Paimon knows the answer, of course, but Paimon can do the analysis to back it up too. Cool, huh?
Hat ihr offenbar gut getan, Detektivin zu werden.
In that case, there's not a moment to lose. Poisson, here we come!
Yeah, auf nach Poisson. Und niemand ist im Weg, nicht mal der verdammte Linne. Der jetzt weiß der Geil, wo in der Stadt wieder rumgammelt. Wo nur drauf.
Looks deserted. Guess all the survivors must have evacuated already. All that's left here are signs of death at station. Could Farina really be here? Let's try to find her as soon as possible.
Alter, ist das ein Riesenfisch. Ja, verdammt. Ich wollte eigentlich von oben runterspringen.
That's Farina, right over there. She really is here all on her own.
Should I just give up? This is all meaningless. What was meant to happen did happen after all. Everyone's dead. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Give up, Farina. There's no point in holding out. I'm sorry. But what can I even do other than to repeat meaningless apologies over and over?
Farina?
Who's that?
Don't worry, Farina. It's just us.
So it is you, blonde traveler from another land. Why, I almost thought you were someone from that mob of my ignorant subjects, come to kneel and beg for my forgiveness.
Farina, you were crying just now, weren't you? The tear stains on your face are obvious.
What do you mean, tear stains? Oh, I remember. The show at the Opera House earlier this morning was so moving. I'm still trying to process it. Who did that uncivilized rabble think they were, disturbing my enjoyment of the arts? They even dare to tout their Archon. I must teach them a lesson. I can just imagine their twisted and frustrated faces once they realize that I'm nowhere to be found. Oh, and I'm sure Nouvellette and those people from the Marche Chaussee Phantom are freaking out right next to them too.
Tu dir keinen Zwang an, Farina. Du bist eigentlich am Boden zerstört, nicht wahr?
Of course not.
Hey, there she is! The Hydro Archon's over there! Quick, after her!
Alter, was zur Hölle? Jemandes Schrei. Heißt der so?
Farina, those people seem to be after you.
They are? They're just some rabid fans who want to cut the line because they haven't been able to meet me in person, aren't they? That's against the rules. I can't let them get their way.
Farina just ran off. Quick, we have to catch up with her.
Keine Sorge, irgendwo wird ein Missionszeiger sein. Verdammte Fans.
This should be the place, right? Hey, Farina! There's a good hiding spot over here. Quick, come to Paimon before the rest of them catch up to you.
What is this place?
Hurry, they're almost here.
Fine. I suppose haste is warranted. Lead the way.
Da schneidet sich die Grafik.
Paimon's exhausted.
Kann die überhaupt eigentlich fix und alles sein, wenn sie nur schwebt?
I'm so tired. I totally thought they had caught me. No, I mean, I merely gave in to the sheer enthusiasm they displayed.
Dieses Ort ist nicht das, was ich schallisoliert nennen würde. Vielleicht solltest du besser deine Stimme senken, um nichts aufzufallen.
You're right. Yep, that's That's a good girl.
What's happening? The ground's shaking. Is it an earthquake?
Ich gehe davon aus, dass gerade eine weitere Katastrophe eingetreten ist.
Yeah, a quake of this kind preceded the flooding in Poisson, didn't it?
It can't be. It's happening again.
Well, there's no need to worry too much about that. Neverlette's made some emergency plans, so the evacuation should go a lot smoother this time.
Yeah, I hope you're right. But the people of Poisson, they've already...
Falls Frevler endlich ihre Grenze erreicht, jetzt da sie über ihre wahren Gefühle spricht, sieht sie nichts mehr so steif aus. Fangt an euch zu unterhalten, während Frevler sich langsam beruhigt.
It's true. I've been investigating the prophecy for hundreds of years. I once had informants all over Tevat, searching for clues and feeding information back to me. I've tried all kinds of ways, too, to hold back the sea. Anything to keep the coastline from advancing. But all my efforts proved to be futile in the end. Really, the truth has been clear to me for a very long time. We cannot make an enemy of the divine. No matter what we do, the will of the heavenly principles will have its way, and the prophecy shall be fulfilled.
Aber selbst dann, du hast immer noch nicht aufgegeben, oder?
Give up. I do love the sound of that phrase. It would mean finally coming to terms with fate, but also for me to finally be free.
Aber es würde ebenso bedeuten, dass jegliche Hoffnung verschwinden würde.
Indeed. I've thought about giving up so many times, especially after we almost lost Poisson. Fate is really unreasonable, isn't it? It has no heart and obeys no rules. The prophecy has only just started to come true, and so many people have already lost their lives. But just now, it all became clear to me. I still don't have the right to come to terms with fate on behalf of everyone else. As long as the final moment hasn't come, it's still not too late. Don't worry. I will keep hope alive for everyone until the very end. Well, that's enough for now. I got the impulse to play the stricken maiden, but honestly, considering my rank and station, that wasn't a good fit at all.
Die macht mich fertig.
Don't take any of what I just said seriously. How could I possibly let Fontaine fall to the whims of trivial prophecy?
Come on! Paimon could have sworn you were actually being honest just now.
Uns läuft die Zeit davon. Wenn das so weitergeht, werden wir wieder bei Null anfangen müssen. Ich muss mehr Informationen aus ihr rausbekommen. Frevler, du musst diese Last nicht allein tragen. Obwohl ich nicht weiß, was du für dich behältst, bin ich mir sicher, dass dein Volk mehr als bereit ist, deine Last zu teilen.
Share my burden. That's impossible. It was fated right from the start that this would be my duty alone.
Selbst wenn deine Last nicht geteilt werden muss, kannst du sie jemand anderem anvertrauen. Erzähl es einfach mir, lass mich sozusagen dein Zeuge sein.
A witness. Yes, I've heard that you came to Tevat from beyond the stars, yes. In other words, you never belonged here. And if Tevat is, in its entirety, a show on a stage, then you're just a spectator, aren't you?
Ja, ich bin so ein harter Zuschauer, dass ich überall retten muss und keiner mehr was alleine schafft in der ganzen Welt.
If that's the case...
Die Zeit wird knapp, schnell, Frevler, spuck's einfach aus. Warte, was? Hä? Alter, fuck you, ihr habt mich gerade Die hat's gerade
Ladies
gesagt.
and gentlemen, this concludes my opening performance.
Weißt du, Lini, jetzt das darfst du selbst in der verdammten Hauptquest schon. Das hätte jetzt doch viel besser funktionieren können. Oder war das hier geplant von uns?
Now, without further ado, we may proceed to the trial of our god.
So, this is what it is. Yes, you deserve praise for the effort you took to raise the dramatic stakes.
Ja, aber ich war ja nicht mal eingeweiht.
Do not forget, however, that I am Focalor, the god of justice, the embodiment of justice itself. Does it not strike you as even the least bit absurd to bring the very concept of justice to trial?
May I interpret these words as your refusal to stand trial? In that case, you will have the opportunity to defend your honor through a duel.
You would draw your blade against a god? I see. It seems like you have made up your mind.
Paimon can't believe it. She just surrendered.
What the heck is going on? Did I just see an Archon surrender to a human?
Wow, how utterly humiliating.
Lady Farina, what is the meaning of this?
It would seem that there has been a misunderstanding. To be clear, the raising of both hands is not always an indication of surrender.
Looking for excuses again, huh?
I raised my hands just now to indicate my acceptance of the trial. No duel shall be necessary. I will admit that I've been running away for a long time. I'm sorry, everyone. I was unable to protect the people of Poisson. It is my duty to stand trial for my crimes. You are not the only ones to be disappointed in me. I, too, am exceedingly disappointed in myself. But now, it is time for the Hydro Archon to show you her courage and resolve. I, Farina, will use this trial to show the world the true meaning of justice. This time, I will protect you. Applaud and rejoice. One of the most outrageous and fantastical arcs known to the opera epiclese is now unfolding before your eyes. Mark my words, this shall be one of the most exhilarating and brilliant shows ever to grace the stage of Fontaine. The trial of the Hydro Archon, Focalor, will now begin!
Woohoo! Wenigstens einer steht auf.
Oh, now we're making history.
Why does it feel like Farina just took over the whole thing? Like, come on! Didn't she just get forced to stand trial for her crimes?
Kann man wer den Fisch im Gerichtssaal wegschaffen?
Also, even though she's still acting super dramatic, she is taking this seriously this time, right?
All right, then. Who will be my opponent in this trial?
The court asks the prosecutor to please take the stand.
Ich bin es.
Is that so? Very well. Then please speak, witness of Tivat, my accuser and fated opponent.
Wir waren so nah dran, sie dazu zu bringen, uns die Wahrheit zu sagen, und trotzdem ist es am Ende so ausgegangen. Das ist in Ordnung. Solange wir Farina vor Gericht schlagen können, haben wir immer noch eine Chance, die Wahrheit ans Licht zu bringen. Ich hasse das schon in Anime. Können die nicht mal eine Minute warten, dann hättest du uns alles erzählt.
Also, please allow me to ask, as a final question before the trial begins. Just how much work did you do to force me onto this stage?
Well, we did do a lot of prep after the meeting that day.
I can go over the tasks assigned to the Spina di Rosula, since they were rather straightforward and easy.
Navia, the president of the Spina di Rasula.
Most of the people who participated in the disturbance this morning were my subordinates. They changed into plain clothes and came to the Opera House as regular audience members, waiting for the perfect opportunity to incite insurrection against you. The people's resentment against their Archon has been building as more and more of the prophecy is fulfilled. A spark was all we needed to turn smoldering anger into a flame. Moreover, according to our understanding and analysis of you, when something like that occurred, you would likely flee the scene and head to Poisson by yourself. So, we arranged for a second group to lie in wait there.
So, you mean, the ones who scoured the settlement for me were also from the Spina?
And their goal was to force you to step into the giant magic box so you may personally participate in the greatest magic performance in all of Fontanian history.
That's right. That house was a magic box, rather than someone's residence.
As the super ultimate version of the setup that I used when I first performed at the Opera Epicles, the volume of the box was increased by a whole order of magnitude, and the distance it traversed was the entire gap between Poisson and Areneas. Its cargo, of course, was an Archon instead of a human. My thanks, Farina. Without your help, we could never have pulled off such an extraordinary performance.
You're welcome?
Of course, this performance was only made possible with Father's support. The House of the Hearth spent a massive amount of labor in Mora to pull this off. We had to select a location, construct the giant magic box, dig a tunnel, and open up a path through the water. It was a lot of work for all of us.
So, in other words, the earthquake that we felt within the giant magic box was just a normal tremor from the transportation of the whole house?
That's right. It wasn't a sign of another disaster to come.
Entschuldige, wir haben dich damals getäuscht. Das haben sie doch Bescheid gewusst.
Then, I can guess Nervilette and Cloran's parts. You gathered a crowd, prepared a stage, and made sure that the champion duelist would be immediately ready for a fight. Also that as soon as I appeared on the stage, the trial may commence without a hitch. Am I right?
Yes, that is correct.
Well, Clorand, I must commend you for your courage. Only the most outstanding champion duelist in all of Fontaine would accept a duel with an Archon without flinching.
Thank you.
As for you, Traveler, I suppose your role was to keep me distracted with conversation once you found me in Poisson. You'd make sure that I didn't notice anything amiss before revealing yourself as my prosecutor once we'd arrived onto the stage.
Nein, du liegst falsch.
Oh?
Meine Aufgabe war, dir eine letzte Chance zu geben. Wir hatten gehofft, dass du dein Geheimnis mit uns teilen würdest, bevor der Zauberschrank auf der Bühne stand.
Is that so? Then I suppose I must have missed my final chance. It's fine. It matters not. What's done is done. The stage is already set, so there's no reason to disappoint the audience. Let's see this trial through to the very end.
Ja, jetzt bleibt uns nicht anderes übrig, als über den Hydroarchon zu urteilen. Dann ich mich über das Gespräch von vorhin. Was wollte mir Farina sagen, kurz bevor wir auf der Bühne angekommen sind?
Sir Prosecutor, please allow me to pass this along. This is a document that Miss Charlotte applied for and received permission to share with you during the trial. According to her, it should speed up the proceedings.
Huh? Charlotte wanted to give us something? Oh, so she's here too! Hey, Charlotte! Oh, let Paimon see. Isn't this the exclusive interview that she did with us before? So she's already finished it, huh? Wait. Then that means this document is a perfect timeline of everything that's happened ever since we stepped foot in Fontaine!
Ah.
So in other words, we can refer to this anthology of evidence every time we want to use something from our journey as evidence for an argument!
Ein äußerst nützliches Geschenk. Ich hätte nie daran gedacht, es so zu verwenden.
Let's quickly confirm the information in it. Just think of it as a refresher, alright?
You defeated the Hydro Archon in the very first duels you took part in at the Opera House. That's one for the history books, all right. I didn't think that you'd wind up getting to the bottom of the case I'd been following all this time. I guess you could also see this as a happy coincidence. This is the first time Monsieur Neuvillette had a difference of opinion with the Oratrice. Even the Hydro Archon can't figure it out. A Fatui Harbinger. She's an extraordinary person. Her instinct must mean something.
Alter Scheiße.
The fortress of Meripede was almost destroyed in a single day. That I didn't witness that scene personally will always be a source of professional regret, I think.
War allem Traum.
According to Monsieur Neuvillette, both Child and that whale should have been in the primordial sea at that time.
Navia stürzt ins
I nearly
Meer.
lost my awesome friend Navia. To be honest, that still gives me shivers.
Teezeit mit Hexe?
The words of someone as extraordinary as a witch can probably only be truly understood when something surreal happens to you.
Okay.
The prosecution and the defense are both in position. The trial shall now begin.
Oh, come on, Neuvillette. There's no need to repeat all the unimportant legalese. Just fast forward to the part where the prosecution lays out my offenses. As the defendant and the lead actress of this performance, I still haven't even been informed of my supposed guilt in all of this. Of course, it is only natural for humans to struggle to understand the actions of a god. However, you will need more than that to convict me of a crime.
That's true, but my charge here is unrelated to your conduct as an Archon. Instead, I would like to charge you as a fraud who's never been the Archon in the first place.
Wait, what was that? Lady Farina's a fraud?
Ich wundere mich eher, dass er redet.
Hey, I came here thinking that we were going to try the Hydro Archon for forsaking her duty, but did I hear that right? She's not our Archon at all?
Charge accepted.
Hallo? Also.
Lady Farina, do you plead guilty to the charge? Lady Farina.
I plead not guilty. How can I be guilty? There is no way that I, Fauchelor, otherwise known as Farina de Fontaine, a member of the Seven and the Regina of all waters, kindreds, peoples, and laws of Fontaine, could be anything other than your true Archon.
Yeah, even though Lady Farina can be rather eccentric, isn't it going too far to doubt her very identity?
Yeah, I've never questioned her identity either. Sure, Lady Farina can be super irresponsible, but what grounds does that prosecutor have to make such a huge claim?
I have cause to believe that common sense will prevail in this case. Many of the members of the audience have known me as the Hydro Archon ever since they were born. There would be no fooling their memory. See? Even the Oratrice has decided to show me its favor. Are you sure you want to commit to a charge that will never be upheld? If you wish to drop the case, I can promise you as the God of Justice that you will not have to face trial for making a false accusation. We will treat everything that's happened as a dramatic spectacle and move on with our lives. What do you say to that?
Huh. An argument with near impossible odds, huh? We have to not only refute Farina's claims, but also overturn the long-held beliefs of the people.
Und die Menschen glauben nur deshalb, dass du ihre Göttin bist, weil sie das schon immer getan haben.
Well, I tried to give you the chance to surrender. If you must persist, then let me ask. If you believe I'm not the Archon, then what manner of being do you think I am? And if I was not the Archon, then how did I manage to live for over 500 years?
Ich muss mir genau überlegen, was genau das Besondere an Farina ist. Ups.
First of all, you may be a member of another long-lived race, which would allow you to naturally possess an extended lifespan. And second of all, even if that wasn't the case, there could be other ways to extend your life.
Zum Beispiel durch einen Fluch.
Who gave you that idea? Was it the knave? You'd sink so low as to use a harbinger's words against me.
Es spielt keine Rolle, wer uns diese Information übermittelt hat. Entscheidung ist der Wahrheitsgehalt der Behauptung.
A curse? I once thought it possible that the aura of an Archon might naturally resemble a type of curse. But in light of this claim, perhaps what I sensed was not your divinity, but a curse after all.
You sensed it too, huh, Neverlet?
Das heißt, Furina, könntest du anstatt eines Archons auch einfach nur ein verfluchter Mensch sein?
Lady Furina is actually a human?
Well, it is true that it's extremely difficult to tell humans and gods apart just by looking at them. It's not impossible.
Well, don't start celebrating too early now. Even if I have been carrying a curse like you said, how does that prove that I am merely a human being? Besides, everyone knows that the main difference between a human and a god is the possession of authority. Gods can do what humans cannot. That's why they're worshipped as gods. For centuries, manifestations of my authority have served the nation of Fontaine. One need only to turn their eyes towards the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal in this very opera house, or consider the endemnitium that is used in every aspect of life.
Moment, dieser eine Fall hat das genaue Gegenteil bewiesen. Furina hat tatsächlich überhaupt keine Kontrolle über das Oratrice.
You tried to reference the Oratrice. But weren't you as confused as all the rest of us when the Oratrice declared Child to be guilty without any proof? Otherwise, you should have come up with a good explanation for that by now.
Didn't I make myself clear at the time? The decisions of the gods are naturally difficult for humans to comprehend. There is no need to provide an explanation.
Lady Furina, I believe a reminder of your current circumstances is in order. While the court is in session, the principles of justice and the law must come before all else. While you are an Archon, you are also first and foremost the defendant in this trial. You will prove yourself unable to defend against the prosecution's charges if you continue to withhold vital information against the rules of the court.
I never thought you'd use that kind of rhetoric against me.
That was no trick of rhetoric, Lady Furina. I've merely reiterated the rules of the court. Rules that all should respect and follow.
So, you neither knew why Child was declared guilty, nor did you understand the structure and operations of the Oratrice. Instead of having been created by you, the manifestations of authority you mentioned have been made by the real Hydro Archon, haven't they?
The real Hydro Archon? Well, now you're really losing me. It is true that I did not know why the Oratrice gave out a guilty verdict that day. But the Oratrice handed out that verdict unilaterally, and it has been operating independently ever since it was first created. You can't argue that just because a divine creation is flawed, that the god behind it must also be no god at all.
She's still throwing out all kinds of excuses. Seems like she's confident that we won't be able to produce proof that she has no power over the Oratrice.
Naja, sicher, dann legen wir die Oratrice erstmal beiseite, aber könntest du, Fräulein Furina, uns deine göttliche Macht als Archon demonstrieren?
My power as an Archon. There are many ordinary citizens in the audience. How can I just carelessly demonstrate the formidable power of an Archon?
If that poses a concern, I'm prepared to extend my protection to the audience.
You don't need to go that far.
Eine kurze Demonstration deiner Macht über das Hydro-Element sollte ausreichen. Ein Archon kann doch sicher tun, was ein Mensch mit einem göttlichen Auge tun kann, oder?
Aren't you the Hydro Archon? Or is it that you can't even wield the power of Hydro, much less the authority of a god?
Indemnitium! Yes! It's all because of Indemnitium! All Archons derive their power from the faith of the people, and I've converted the people's faith in justice into Indemnitium! Thus did I give up all of my divine power to provide everyone with energy for their daily lives. Have you ever seen a more magnanimous god?
Isn't that a huge stretch?
Yeah, no matter how generous an Archon can be, how could they give up all their power? Can a god with no power even still be called a god?
Oopsa.
It seems like nobody's buying Farina's excuse.
Hey, come now, everyone. Please don't stare at me as if I was a liar. I'm still the same Farina you knew, right? The one that you loved. Shouldn't you want to believe in me? Please? You've got to believe me.
If what the prosecutor said is true, she really has committed a grave offense.
Did she deceive all of us? And all of our parents and grandparents too? And all of our ancestors? Ever since they were born?
Enough. That's enough. Tell me then, if I'm not the real Hydro Archon, then who is? If you have no evidence of another Hydro Archon's existence, nor can you find anyone who can back up their claim to be such, then what grounds have you to say that I'm not actually the real deal?
Wow, she came up with yet another argument. How can we refute her now? Seems like she really doesn't want to give up.
Wenn wir nicht beweisen können, dass sie kein Archon ist, können wir versuchen zu beweisen, dass sie nur ein Mensch ist. Und wenn Farina nur ein Mensch ist... Ein Ausbruch des Urmeers. Navia stürzen ins Meer. Freigeschoben worden, wurde das jetzt Ergebnis des Hauses des Kamins gedeckt. Oh, echt jetzt? So als
That doesn't sound right.
Oh, wusste ich doch. Scheiße, doch, das habe ich am Anfang gedacht.
It has been established that all Fontanians can dissolve in water from the primordial sea. And that means...
Since you insist on claiming to be a god and not a human, then there's a method that you can use right here and now to eliminate all suspicions of you being the latter.
Miss Navia, please apply to serve as a temporary attorney for the prosecution before addressing the court. Though you act in partnership with the prosecutor, you must still adhere to proper procedure.
Super sorry, Monsieur Chief Justice. I swear this really will be the last time that I'll speak out of turn. Now, I've brought some seawater from Poisson. As everyone knows, a massive flood struck the area not long ago, taking many lives, including those of some of my closest friends.
Vielleicht hat sie ihre engen Freunde jetzt in der Flasche.
So, Miss Farina, would you dare to touch some of this seawater? If we are to believe that you are indeed the real Hydro Archon, touching this seawater would have no effect on you. All it should do is strengthen your case. But if you don't dare to touch it, then we would have basically proved the reverse. Oh, and I must remind you that after the disaster at Poisson, nobody wants to see any more people dissolve. I do hope you'll act prudently and choose the simpler path of admitting guilt.
Navia from the Spina di Rasula. The Spina has governed Poisson for many years. I guess her suggestion is valid.
If Lady Farina is indeed just a human, she's probably a Fontanian like all the rest of us. Would she really dare to try?
Farina?
Lady Farina, this test has been unilaterally proposed by the prosecution. As it falls outside the realm of standard court proceedings, you possess the right to decline participation.
Well, of course he had to tell her that. But refusing to participate is basically the same as a confession of guilt.
She's just staring at the water without saying a single word. It really does seem like she's quite terrified of it. That could only mean...
What's going on? Is she really planning to... that's not what we thought she would...
Due to the inherent risk of the test, Lady Farina, you may...
Hey!
Sie hat wirklich... Sie hat...
I'm fine! Look at me, everyone! My hand is still here! I haven't been dissolved!
Sie hat aber einen Handschuh an, ne? War sie komplett drin?
Will you believe me now? I really am your Archon! I'm nothing like a normal human who would fall apart as soon as they touch this water! Really? Was this not the most obvious thing in the world?
Miss Siegewin? If you're present, Miss Siegewin, please come forward and attend to the defendant.
Dann ist es halt wirklich jeder hier.
Siegewin? Don't be nervous. It'll just take a few seconds. Let me see. That should be enough.
Please announce the results of your evaluation to the court, Miss Siegewin.
As everyone doubtlessly saw, Miss Farina was displaying symptoms of hyperventilation and flushed skin. These indicate that she was experiencing the adverse effects of exposure to primordial seawater. The extent to which she was affected is the same as other humans when exposed to primordial seawater of a similar concentration.
Thank you, Miss Siegewin. Lady Farina, you may return to the defendant's stand.
Oh, wait. What did she just say? I didn't get dissolved. Shouldn't that be enough to prove my innocence?
Die haben das so arg verdünnt, dass das nicht viel auswirkt, hä?
Well, considering your tendency to run from your problems, we did originally prepare a direct sample of the seawater around Poisson. However, after extensive discussion, we exchanged it for a sample that is not concentrated enough to dissolve an actual human. After all, on the off chance that something entirely unexpected might occur, we don't want anyone else to lose their life to the sea.
Yeah, so out of regard for Farina's life, you secured a low-concentration sample and asked the head nurse to serve as an expert witness. It's a great thing that the direct sample wasn't actually used. Farina could have...
I can't believe... You...
Was ist eigentlich los? Farina müsste doch wissen, welche Folgen es hat, als Mensch diesem Wasser ausgesetzt zu sein. Das unterscheidet sich sehr von ihren üblichen Verhalten. Es sei denn, ihr ist es tatsächlich wichtiger, die Farce aufrechtzuerhalten, als ihr eigenes Leben zu retten. Das ist wahrscheinlich der Fluch, den sie hat. Sie darf es nicht verraten. Aber sie hat sich schon vor langer Zeit, aber hat sie nicht schon vor langer Zeit alles aufgegeben?
Listen to me, everyone. Please don't give me such cold and disdainful looks. What happened just now didn't prove a single thing. Think about it. How can you conclusively prove that an Archon can't also be affected by the primordial seawater? Also, if I was really just a human, why would I dare to just put my hand in that kind of water?
Weil sie sich lieber aufgelöst hätte, als da was zu sagen.
Please, everyone, anyone, just listen to me. I swear, I really am your Archon.
I don't think anything she says at this point will sway anyone. The odds are just too stacked against her now.
With all the things that have been said, Paimon doesn't think there's any way left for Farina to win.
I believe the time for arguments and presentation of evidence has come to an end. If there are no objections, we will move on to the final judgment.
I don't think anything she says at this point will sway anyone who's too stacked against her now.
In my capacity as Chief Justice, I shall now render judgment on Farina's misrepresentation of herself as the Archon of Fontaine. As a human who knowingly deceived her fellow citizens, Farina is guilty. We shall now turn to the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale to render the final verdict on the charges.
Der kommt jetzt nicht schuldig raus, oder?
According to the judgment of the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale, Farina is...
Well, what's wrong? What's the Oratrice's verdict?
Könnte es sein, dass das Oratrice Farina für unschuldig erklärt hat?
No. The Oratrice also displays a guilty verdict.
Was?
Isn't that correct then?
Steht noch mehr drauf?
However, the exact wording of the verdict is thus. The Hydro Archon, guilty, to be punished via the death sentence.
The death sentence?
That's actually one of the available sentences? I've always thought that it was just a myth.
The one and only time the death sentence has been handed out at the court, and it's been given to the very person we've worshipped as the god of justice? What an unexpected twist.
Oh, voll.
Farina's been sentenced to death by the Oratrice? We just wanted to use the trial to show her the seriousness of things so she'd tell us the truth.
This outcome is indeed quite strange. According to Fontaine's current definitions of justice, as well as its recommendations for criminal sentences, is this sentence really appropriate for the crimes that have been committed?
Vor allem, sie hat ja niemanden irgendwie umgebracht oder sonst irgendwas.
Yeah, even Fauché wasn't sentenced to death by the Oratrice. You know, the real evil mastermind behind the serial disappearances case.
Was noch merkwürdiger ist, die Oratrice hat nicht nur über Farina geurteilt, sondern über den Hydro-Archon.
Indeed. Not only is Farina's sentence overly excessive, the very point of our trial today was also to prove that Farina has never been the Hydro Archon in the first place. But now, the Oratrice seems to have deliberately invoked the title of the Hydro Archon. What does this mean?
Excuse me, if I may interrupt.
Wow.
Is the trial still going?
Was ist jetzt los?
Fremine! Oh, you finally made it. I assume this means you've completed your mission?
Mm-hmm. Any mission Father assigns to me will always be top priority.
Mit Hilfe einiger Fatui bringt Fremine eine Steinplatte auf die Bühne. Die haben die letzte Platte gefunden.
The first prophecy slate? Huh. So the knave privately arranged for Fremine to try and find the missing slate.
I looked everywhere and finally found it at the bottom of the sea. It took me a long time to get around some dangerous stretches of water. But has the trial already concluded? Then... doesn't that mean I've come too late? Oh no. Father will be disappointed in me.
Keine Sorge, das Geheimnis wurde noch nicht gelüftet. Es ist noch nicht zu spät.
Thank you for your hard work, Mr. Fremine. Please allow me to review the record left on the slate.
Das sind auch lauter Okeaniden drauf, ne? Also haben die alle zusammen einen Menschen verflucht, oder was?
believe that you have already seen the other existing slates, and would like you to come here and confirm their contents.
Dass er läuft, ich wäre da drüber gesprungen und runtergegleitet.
Huh? So what do you see? What is it?
Es scheint, dass der ehemalige Hydra-Archon seine göttliche Kraft freisetzt, um Okeaniden in Menschen zu verwandeln. Ah, ich bin so gut, Mann.
I believe I've now made sense of the Hydro Archon's crime. It has to do with Fontaine's lost history.
Huh? Isn't the Hydro Archon just guilty of deceiving her people? Oh, wait, no, that's Farina, and we've already proven that she's not the Hydro Archon. So when you say Hydro Archon, do you mean the real Hydro Archon we've been kinda talking about?
In truth, everything that you've encountered in Fontaine up until this point can be traced back to the contents of these stone slates. However, I'm uncertain as to how much sense they currently make to you.
Die Zusammenhänge zwischen den Inhalten der Steinplatte und Ereignissen im wahren Leben.
Okay, let's try to recall the contents of the other 3 stone slates. Paimon will do her best to help you remember.
Hey, warte, was? Machen wir jetzt schon wieder so Detektivzeug? Ach, das machen wir jetzt. Die Beschreibung auf der Steinplatte, um mir wichtige Informationen zu entnehmen. Szenarien, die sich auf Inhalte der Steinplatte beziehen, in ein Interview-Handbuch aufzeigen Vorfälle finden, damit kannst du diesen Inhalt nachprüfen. Haben wir das nicht alle schon? Während der Prüfungsvorgang vorgesetzt wird, steigt der Wasserstand des Brunnens im Menü an. Wenn du alle Steinplatten überprüft hast, wird sich die Wahrheit hinter der Prophezeiung offenbaren. Okay. Ich habe halt nichts verstanden, aber okay. Wir machen einfach was.
It seems to show the previous Hydro Archon using her divine power, and then the Oceanids turn into humans.
Das ist vielleicht auch der Grund, warum keine Okeaniden großartig mehr oder eigentlich wahrscheinlich gar keine mehr in Fontaine übrig sind, weil halt die übrigen wirklich geflohen sind dann. Oder weil die nicht wollten, oder keine Ahnung. War das ein Zwang? Was mache ich jetzt eigentlich?
Does that mean that Fontanians are transformed Oceanids? Oh, Paimon wasn't expecting that.
Ich schon.
But if Oceanids can turn into humans, then perhaps this process can be reversed as well.
Und das ist eben auch, warum die anderen dann ein Wissen zusammen haben. Die Mädchen, wo aufgelöst worden sind.
The second stone slate shows Celestia floating in the sky, and the Hydro Archon and her people worshipping it together. But the heavens still brought judgment down upon them. This must be the point when the Hydro Archon and the Fontanians were branded with their original sin. Does this mean that the original sin and the Hydro Archon sin are the same thing? The third slate shows the Hydro Archon sinking into the sea surrounded by many people. Huh. That reminds Paimon, didn't we also watch that happen to someone else? Well, the fourth slate is the prophecy the Fontanians have been talking about. People dissolving into the sea, the Hydro Archon crying on her throne, and so on. We didn't believe that such a crazy disaster could happen at first, did we? But after that incident, it was just a question of when and not if.
Und jetzt? Ich würde sagen, ich habe wohl bestimmt Fontaines Geschichte der Zukunft. Geschichte der Zukunft? Hä? Erste Platte, die einst verloren ging und dann von Frevler wiedergefunden wurde. Es scheint den ehemaligen Hydro-Archon zu zeigen, wie er seine göttliche Macht einsetzt, Okeaniden Menschen zu. Man will Wahrheit überprüfen. Das da?
We know from the case of the serial disappearances of young women that Fontanians can be dissolved in primordial seawater. And the first stone slate tells us that long ago, the Hydro Archon used her power to turn Oceanids into humans. This might be the reason that Fontanians can dissolve.
Steinplatten in Ruinen, auf denen die Prophezeiung angekerbt wurde. Fontaines Geschichte der Zukunft. Finden anmutig schwebende Celestia zu sehen, wie sie Hydro-Archon und sein Volk gemeinsam von ihm verneigen. Doch trotz allem scheint Celestia weiterhin seine Strafe über sie zu verhängen. Wahrheit überprüfen. Hier? Nee. Nächste Endlos das Bewusstsein. Ist in der verbotenen Zone Familie versiegelt. Vor kurzem wird beinahe Wasser aufgebrochen.
That doesn't sound
Dachte ich mir schon, aber ich wollte es trotzdem probieren.
Perhaps
Fuck,
What is
ich war
about
beim
to
ersten Mal
take
wieder richtig
place
gewesen.
has all happened before. The true sin of the Hydro Archon that Nervalet mentioned, and the original sin cast down on the people of Fontaine by Celestia, as recorded on the stone slates.
Doch jetzt erkennen wir Hydroarche im Meer versinken, umgeben von vielen Menschen. Ja. Keine Ahnung, hier. Wow, genau das erste, was ich gedacht habe.
It's not as simple as falling into the sea. When Navia fell into the sea, her consciousness was subjected to judgment. The stone slates show the people gathered around the Hydro Archon in the sea. Could that be alluding to the same thing?
Dass wenn du ins Wasser fällst, dass du in einem Urteil...
The prophecy from the stone slates found its way into society, but not many people believed it at first. The fortress of Meropide was nearly flooded with primordial seawater, which we know can cause Fontanians to dissolve. It seems increasingly likely that the prophecy may come true. If we hadn't dealt with it in time, things could have gone very badly.
They'll dissolve into the primordial sea but won't cease to exist. Their essence will flow in the seawater, converge, and take the form of an oceanid. The Hydro Archon was sentenced to death in court, shocking everyone present. Perhaps this means that her sin was actually Fontaine's original sin. Navia fell into the water inside those ruins, and she nearly dissolved. She was surrounded by the people of Poisson in a court within her consciousness, and was forced to take part in a trial meant to make her stay. The eruption of the primordial sea at the fortress of Meropide was the surest sign that the prophecy was about to come to pass no matter what. The prophecy's contents can all be verified by recent events. If we combine what we know together, loads of truths should come to light.
Überprüfung abgeschlossen. Und jetzt?
Huh? Oh, Paimon gets it now! So that's how you can make sense of it. But then it feels like we're going to have to share some truly shocking revelations.
Let's hear them.
Die erste Steinplatte verrät, dass die Menschen von Fontaine keine echten Menschen sind.
Incredible. Linny, did you hear that?
We're not real humans.
Ja, du bist eh eine Katze.
All Fontanians were originally created by the late previous Hydro Archon, with oceanids as their basis. The evidence for that can be found in how only Fontanians could dissolve in primordial seawater, and how all the girls Vacher dissolved were also turned into oceanids. Oh, and according to Navia, when she was about to get dissolved, she also saw everyone gathered around for a trial, all of them in the shape of oceanids.
Indeed.
Die zweite Steinplatte verrät, die Sünden des Hydroarchons besteht darin, dass er die Menschen von Fontaine erschaffen hat.
Yeah, and it follows from the content of the first slate that she probably angered Celestia by creating humans without prior permission. That could also explain why the Oratrice judged the Hydro Archon to be guilty. It's to account for that ancient sin.
The Hydro Archon's true sin was creating us?
And yet, after many hundreds of years, the Hydro Archon's creations have turned around to try to judge the Archon within the Opera Epiclese. The twists of history are often the most unexpected of all.
Zum Glück habe ich Traveline. Warum? Gibt's für mich keinen Unterschied. Dritte Steinplatte betrifft, ich bin mir immer davon überzeugt, dass sie nach der vierten Steinplatte kommen sollte.
Yeah, isn't the image here just like when Navia fell into the sea? So wouldn't it be trying to show the image of the Hydro Archon also falling into the sea once the prophecy has been fulfilled in the fourth slate?
Ja, das ist ja eben das, weil die Szene ja mit dem Stuhl ist im Prinzip ja eigentlich die Szene, was wir vorhin gesehen haben, wie sie auf dem Stuhl zusammenbricht. Oder sich ergibt halt einfach ihrem Schicksal. Für das Steinbleit zeigt die Erfüllung der Prophezeiung, wie sie bereits allen bekannt ist.
In the end, the people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain weeping on her throne. Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away. Did Paimon get all that right?
You've made some keen deductions. I must say, given how much you still don't know, it is impressive that you've already managed to connect so many pieces of the truth. However, while you were able to decode all the information on the slates, they've also been etched with an additional layer of hidden information using a different power source. When we were at the ruins, I tried to decipher the hidden information recorded in the slates. But since we only had 3 slates at the time, I was unable to come to a full conclusion. Now that the slate collection is complete, I shall make another attempt to decipher the narrative recorded within. If everything goes well, we should finally be informed of the unadulterated truth.
Na los, zack, ich mach hin, Növi.
Well? Did you get it?
I believe I should share this truth not only with you, but with all the people of Fontaine as well. I will try to briefly summarize it for you.
Warum habe ich jetzt da irgendwie... Was war's jetzt? Ach, ist egal, mach lieber.
Your hypotheses regarding the origin of Fontainians and the sin of the Hydro Archon were both correct. In the Fontaine of old, the previous Hydro Archon sensed the yearning of her Oceanid familiars for life on land. The Oceanids were enamored with the beauty and romanticism of human beings, and wishing to have those experiences for themselves, expressed to the Hydro Archon their desire to become of a similar kind. However, even though water as an element is intricately linked with the power of life, the Hydro Archon, as one of the 7, did not possess the authority to create a new form of human life.
War der Hydro Archon einfach nur eine Blase?
Not one to give in, she eventually found a way to create permanent humanoid bodies for her familiars by appropriating the power of this planet's primordial sea. She poured primordial seawater into the Oceanids' blood vessels, creating humanoid mimics in the process.
Oh.
But if Fontainians were to ever come into direct contact with water from the primordial sea, the power within their bodies would escape these artificial restraints and return to the sea. As a result, their forms would collapse, and they would be reverted to their original forms as Oceanids. Of course, the Hydro Archon never received permission from the heavenly principles to create a new human race. And thus, the Hydro Archon and all of her creations came to shoulder the original sin of appropriating the power of the primordial sea. That is the true history of how the people of Fontaine first came into being.
So we were all Oceanids before we turned into human beings?
Aber was mich interessieren würde, die kriegen doch auch Kinder und alles Mögliche. Und was zur Hölle ist mit ihrer Grafik los? Ich glaube, da haben sie irgendwie die Grafik vergessen und die zuckt auch voll. Ich glaube, da haben sie was verpasst. Wahrscheinlich, weil die zu weit hinten ist.
That's way too much information for me. I think I'm just going to pretend that I never heard a single thing.
Warte, du kriegst da einen Zettel, wo alles draufsteht.
Wait, but if that's the truth, we can't let the Hydro Archon be sentenced to death. After all, her only sin was creating us.
Die nehmen das verdammt gelassen teilweise.
This really might be too much information for your regular Fontainian, but it does answer a lot of our questions.
Alas, your hypothesis regarding the 3rd and 4th stone slates was inaccurate. The slates' respective positions are, in fact, correct.
Was soll da die 3. Steinplatte darstellen?
A key point of the visual on the 3rd slate is how all the individuals depicted in the water are humans rather than Oceanids. They have not been dissolved, which implies that the water depicted in this slate is not water from the primordial sea.
Interessante Entstehungsgeschichte, aber es müssen ja auch menschliche Menschen von Fontaine existieren, die die Oceaniden beneiden konnten. Ja, aber Ozeaniden sind ja im Wasser ja eigentlich auch überall gewesen, denke ich mal.
The nation of Fontaine is the nation of Hydro, as well as the nation of trials and justice. Instead of being the literal element, the water in the scene symbolizes judgment and justice. You may also recall Navia's experience. When she fell into the sea, her consciousness was surrounded by that of many others who intended to hold a trial to determine her fate. Therefore, the meaning of the third slate is that the people of Fontaine shall try the Hydro Archon at the court of justice.
Was soll das etwa heißen? Wir haben mit der Situation die Prophezeiung erfüllt.
Yes, it refers to our present situation.
I think I'm following now. So, what you're saying is, even though we decided to put on this trial to avoid fulfilling the prophecy.
Wieso ist das ein Logikfehler mit den Menschen? Die ganze Welt war voller Menschen. Die können das doch überall mitbekommen haben.
In truth, everything we've done has happened exactly as the prophecy foretold. So now, it seems, we're the ones making sure it comes true.
What should we do?
Naja, wir gehen weg, werden sich alle anderen auflösen. Passt schon. Ich weiß nicht, es fühlt sich so an, als gäbe es keinen Ausweg.
Huh. No matter what, the prophecy will be fulfilled. Is this what it feels like to be a prisoner of fate?
If that's the case, does that mean the scene in the fourth slate will also be fulfilled soon?
Traveler, I would like to point out another small fallacy in your deductions.
Du wirst doch bloß einfach schlau klingen. Wir haben recht, du nicht.
About the fourth slate. You probably thought that the eruption of primordial seawater beneath the fortress of Meripede served as the surest sign that the prophecy was about to come to pass, yes? However, I believe that rather than being a sure sign, that eruption could in fact only be a small warning of something far worse to come.
Ach so, der blöde Wal.
As for the root cause of the catastrophe, I believe you've already encountered it once before.
Bin ich das? Warte, heißt das etwa Moby Dick? Bist du mich einfach verarschen, Alter? Wir wissen doch alle was.
Just a small warning of the things to come.
Also.
We must find the root cause of the disaster.
Warte, was? Ach so. Was ist die wahre Ursache der Katastrophe? Ich meine, wenn wir jetzt in Deutschland wären, wären es die Grünen angeblich bei allen. Ich kann jetzt aufhören, das jetzt zu erwähnen, weil man ständig liest. Da, Child, du bist dran. Ich wähle dich. Halt, nein, warte, da ist der Wal.
It was both dream and reality.
Das war jetzt nicht schwer, für was so eine Szene machen.
Talking about a true culprit, that could only be that thing inside the primordial sea, right?
The truth, the original sin, the trial, and the root cause of the disaster.
Der hat die ganze Zeit gefightet gegen den wahrscheinlich, ja? Scheiß Battle Junkie. Also den Schritt hättest du jetzt auch noch machen können, dass du eben nicht wieder zurückfällst. Fauler Sack.
That was way too close! How did that thing just burst into the opera house? Wait, was that the huge whale you saw in your dream?
Ganz genau, ich werde das genau ist, der dem Tartakia in seiner Kindheit begegnet ist.
So we've met it at last. I understand very well why it has chosen to make an appearance here. That whale does not belong to Tevat. It is a monster that has traversed the stars, weeping all the while.
Das Weinen von Planet zu Planet wandert? Was für ein Weichei.
It has been greedily consuming the energy from the planet's primordial sea, using it to grow. That is the main cause for the rising sea levels. And once it has finished consuming all of the energy contained within the sea, its next step will be...
You said that when the Hydro Archon first created Fontanians out of Oceanids, she filled their blood vessels with primordial seawater.
Precisely. That whale finds the blood of Fontanians nigh impossible to resist. Therefore, when it left the primordial sea, it decided to make its next stop a packed opera house full of food. Food in the form of Fontanians.
We just barely managed to push it back, right? In that case, won't it come back to target the people again, once it's managed to recover its strength?
Nennen sie nicht Menschen, die sind Snacks für ihn.
That is correct. Indeed, it is more accurate to say that we should thank that Harbinger for buying us some time. Without him, the whale would have likely come onto land far sooner.
Der alte Battle Junkie, Alter. Wie er halt wochenlang jetzt scheinbar gegen den Wal gekämpft hat.
From the way he looked, he must have been fighting the creature for quite a long time.
That battle maniac. We've always known that he had a special connection with that whale, but we definitely didn't expect it to help us out like this.
Das hat ihn wahrscheinlich auch gar nicht interessiert. Hauptsache, der kann das Ding bekämpfen.
Anyway, now that we know that this whale is the actual cause of the disaster recorded in the prophecy, all we need to do to stop the prophecy would be to find a way to beat it up, right?
It is too late.
Was meinst du damit?
It had already absorbed too much of the primordial sea's energy before we could notice it. At this point, it has become practically integrated with the sea itself. Even if the entirety of Tevat were to be destroyed, it could still survive and swim off towards some other world.
That's not something I will accept. We've already done everything we can, and we even found the true culprit. We've come so far. You can't just tell me that the last hurdle is some impossible foe. That's just not fair.
Indeed, that's not how a grand performance should end.
I'll fight it to the end, no matter what.
So the prophecy will be fulfilled no matter what, huh?
Hä?
The prophecy. Yes, what has been prophesied will be fulfilled. You may view such things as the history of the future.
Nach all unseren Anstrengungen konnten wir nicht gegen das Schicksal ankämpfen. Warte, wenn es hier nur um Schicksal geht?
Just as prophecies are usually only the future as seen from the perspectives of the gods, could things be happening in hidden corners where the gods' gaze does not fall? Ultimately, fate shall serve as your only guide, no matter what will happen in Tevat's future.
Könnte es sein, dass es, selbst wenn die Prophezeiung in Erfüllung geht, immer noch eine Möglichkeit gibt, alle zu retten? Habe ich etwa etwas übersehen? Furina vielleicht? Die hockt immer noch da oben. Ja, ich habe Furina vollkommen vergessen. Was wollte sie mir mit diesem letzten Moment der riesigen Zauberschrank sagen? Das ist ihr wahres Geheimnis. Sie arbeitet eigentlich bei McDonald's.
What's happening with the oratories?
I believe it is preparing to carry out the death sentence.
Furina! No, I still need answers.
Ich muss zugeben, einen kleinen Ausschnitt von der Szene habe ich gesehen, deswegen bin ich nicht ganz so überrascht, dass sie anders aussieht. Aber dass die mal alle keine scheiß Schuhe haben, Alter. Ja, aber dafür einen Ring. Oder halt die andere.
Sorry. That shocked expression on your face is just too amusing. I couldn't help myself.
You are not Farina. Who are you?
The sweet sound of bewilderment. Marvelous. A sure sign that my attempt to deceive everyone was a resounding success. But to answer your question, I am Focalor. You know, the god.
Focalor. Why did you deceive us?
Oh, that wasn't my goal, of course. Goodness, no. But I had to fool everyone else too, if I was to stand any chance of deceiving the heavenly principles.
Deceiving the heavenly principles?
It's all because of that pernicious prophecy. Dreadful, wasn't it? Everyone doomed to dissolve. Fontaine condemned to be flooded. One was not amused. In fact, one was positively bemused when that problem was thrust upon me by my dearest predecessor. That's the former Hydro Archon Egeria, for the uninitiated. It hardly gets more disastrous than a preordained national catastrophe, now does it? She knew full well that the prophecy would surely come to pass. And as one of the seven, she also knew full well that one defies the heavenly principles at one's peril. So yes, as you have no doubt surmised, it was a rather impossible situation that I found myself in. I spent a terribly long time mulling it over, alone on the ocean floor. And I was almost growing barnacles by the time I finally realized there was only one possible solution to this confounding conundrum. I had to outwit the heavenly principles, allow the prophecy to be fulfilled, ostensibly at least, while saving everyone at the same time. I'm a genius, I know. I can only assume that's why Egeria chose me as her successor. Although, looking back now, it was hardly the inheritance one dreams of. Between the task of saving the nation, the quotidian duties of the Hydro Archon, and not to mention the original sin of creating a new race of humans, I dare say she left me quite a colossal mess to clean up. But one can only play the hand one is dealt. I did not choose this, any more than I chose to be one of her Oceanid familiars.
So you were also once one of the Oceanids, transformed into a human by Egeria's hand?
Yes, I was. I always dreamed of becoming human. And I still do, even now. In my eyes, to be human is to be part of the greatest opera ever known.
Damoklesschwert, ne?
After becoming a god, I separated my divinity from my body and spirit, leaving behind only a self that was as naive and bewildered as my past self on her first day as a human being.
Ah, das ist das gemeint gewesen, was man damals schon vor Fontaine gelesen hat mit zwei Persönlichkeiten.
The me you see before you now is that divinity. And the human counterpart I left behind, I named Farina. She could feel joy, sorrow, and everything in between. She could be as vain and conceited, or as meek and vulnerable as she wished. Her strengths were of a kind only a human could possess, as were her shortcomings. But in my eyes, Farina's humanity was what made her perfect. She was perfectly human in every way, The person I always wanted to be. Anyway, so then I cursed her.
Das ist einfach so ein Spaß. Ich hab's wieder verflucht.
All part of the plan, of course. The plan to deceive the heavenly principles. Do you still remember the final scene of the prophecy? The Hydra Archon, alone, weeping on her throne. In order that the prophecy might appear fulfilled, I invited Furina to be an actress, to play the part of the Hydra Archon in the prophecy. Under the curse I placed on her, so long as I, Focalor's divinity, continued to exist, she could not die. But nor was she free to live her life in the pursuit of happiness. Instead, she was forced to take the stage in the opera house, to embrace the role of leading lady, to forever play the part of the god from the prophecy, all to create a deceitful appearance of that prophecy coming to pass. I suppose now you probably understand why your court is called the Opera Epiclese.
But Furina is only human, isn't she? Even though she has had a long life, her mind is no stronger than that of any other ordinary human being. I cannot begin to fathom what she has had to endure. It must have been torture for her.
It has indeed. And although she is, in a sense, me in human form, I most definitely owe her an apology for it. It's been 500 years. And all along, she's been playing her part in the most unimaginably long, unbearably lonely, and agonizingly painful opera of all time.
Bin ich mit Furinas Tränen in Kontakt gekommen? Soweit ich weiß, erhalten Tränen oft die stärksten Gefühle eines Wesens. Mit ausreichend starker Wahrnehmung gegenüber dem Hydroelement kann ich eine emotionale Verbindung aufbauen, wie ich es mit der Orkanide am Lucinbrunnen getan habe. Könnte das Furinas innere Welt sein? Das macht sie auf der Bühne. Warte, wahrscheinlich ist das nicht Furina, das ist womöglich ein Spiegelbild ihres inneren Ichs. Wenn ich mit dem inneren Ich spreche, können vielleicht klar herausfinden, was ich wissen wollte. Gekommen, um nach Antworten... Hey, du hast doch gerade erfahren, was du... egal. Gelegenheit darf ich mir nicht entgehen lassen, ich muss versuchen, mit dir zu reden. Wir ignorieren einfach mal den wilden Wal da draußen. Kann ich eigentlich hochklettern? Nein, natürlich nicht. Ich muss außen rumlaufen. Wie ein gewöhnlicher Sterblicher.
Oh? Who permitted you to come onto this stage? Now, I understand your admiration for my august self, but I must ask you to keep to the rules.
Komm schon, ich bin es, Furina.
All right. It is not my intent to reprimand you.
Hä?
There is no need to state your name. Just be off with you. Do not distract me from my performance.
Sieh mich nicht an, aber ich sehe hier kein Publikum.
Oh, do not jest. Can you not feel it?
Nur für einen kurzen Moment, okay.
I am Focalor. The eyes of countless Fontanians are upon me. I must, at all times, display the utmost elegance and nobility.
Irgendwas stimmt nicht, ich kann nicht zu ihr durchdringen. Selbst in ihrem Inneren spielt sie immer noch die Rolle des Hydro-Archons. Was für eine Entschlossenheit muss sie haben, dass selbst ihr inneres Ich und ihr Unterbewusstsein eine so undurchdringliche Abwehr haben? Ich muss mir etwas einfallen lassen. Hat er nicht gerade gesagt, die Lichter ausschalten? Eigentlich ja.
Dear audience, the performance is experiencing a technical difficulty, but worry not. The guards shall resolve it soon enough.
Oder du Sack.
audience is still watching me, you know. Guards? Wait, where are the guards? Guards!
There is no escape!
Sind die größer als sonst? Schaut immer noch gleich aus. Irgendwas hinten dran? Nee. Alle Lichter sind aus und von ihnen Herzen müssen sie die Blicke der Menschen auf sie symbolisiert haben. Ich glaube, ich habe gerade eine Art Signal empfangen. War das ihre wahre Stimme? Mein Ticket. Seit wann ist das denn hier? Kannst du den Honkai Star Reverse ziehen? Sieht so aus, als würde die Schau gleich beginnen. Zeig mir, wie du dich wirklich fühlst, Furina. Akt 1 vor dem Spiegel. Furina. Was? Okay.
Furina. Furina.
Huh? Who's that? Who's calling me? Where are you?
Be not nervous. Be not afraid. I am before you.
Wait a moment. You're near me? How can this be?
Mirror you, huh? You know what? That's not bad. Let's go with that.
Mirror me? What do you wish to say?
The prophecy. Have you heard of it?
What prophecy? Wait. I know. I think. I don't know why, but it's in my head somehow. The people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain, weeping on her throne. Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away.
Oh, very good. You know it well.
What's going on? I can't seem to remember anything clearly. The only thing I know for sure is this prophecy. Will it really come to pass?
Yes, it will. And that is why I've come to you. Disaster will come to Fontaine sooner or later. Things will develop just as the prophecy declared. There is no escaping it.
But doesn't that mean everyone will die? I'm a Fontainian just like them. Will I dissolve too?
Oh, don't worry. Magical meetings exist in this world precisely to give people a chance to turn things around. It is the reason why you met me today. I will tell you how to save everyone, but you may have to suffer somewhat.
Oh, so there's still hope after all. Goodness, you frightened me. You spoke so much and with so much certainty. As for the suffering, well, I will admit that the first thing that came to mind was, why do I have to be the one to suffer? But if the prophecy will come true, I'll also die anyway, right? So if I've already met you as my magical meeting in this world, if there were scales, with all the people of Fontaine on one side, and my pain on the other, is it not obvious where the scales should tilt?
You truly are the perfect human. My ideal. I suppose this would also be the justice that belongs to you.
Huh?
Don't worry, it's nothing. Listen well. Fontaine has just lost its Hydro Archon. I need you to play a role. That of the new Archon.
Play as a god?
That's right. You must begin a never-ending masquerade. You must never let anyone suspect your identity. If you can keep it up, then I shall have my way of defying this prophecy. But should your identity be revealed, then all hope will be lost.
But how will I do this? A human assuming the role of a god without being exposed.
Don't worry. What you must do is not to turn yourself into a real god. You simply need to play the role of a god as humans imagine them to be. Being a human yourself, I'm sure you already know what such an entity would be like. Remember, your true challenge will not be pursuing divinity, but contending against humanity.
I'm still not sure I understand, but I'll try. I'll try to do this. So, how long am I going to have to play this role?
To accomplish this mission, you will have to stay on the stage for many, many years. You will endure and not grow old until your task ends. But I promise you, all will eventually end in a magnificent and dramatic trial, and everyone will be saved.
A trial, huh? How exciting. I'll be looking forward to it.
Akt 2, die Rede beim Amtsantritt. Alter, gehen wir jetzt alles durch?
The Maison Cardinalise has announced my accession, but this is my first time facing the people. What should I say to most appear like a god? To be honest, I still don't know. Perhaps I should first try to act natural.
Mut zusammen.
Ladies and gentlemen, good evening, and welcome to the Opera Epiclese. I'm sure you've all heard about how I have taken on the role of Hydro Archon. Indeed, I am Verena de Fontaine, your new Archon.
Aufrichtig verhalten.
In truth, I know little about becoming a nation's new god, but it will be my honor to guide you all. As the god Focalor, the god of justice, I shall do all within my power to lead you into an age of fairness and justice.
Die Rede höflich beenden.
Once again, thank you all for coming. If you should have any questions or suggestions, please send them to the Maison Cardinalise. The future of Fontaine will require us to work together, after all. This should do it. I thought I might stammer, but thankfully, I was able to convey my thoughts just fine. Okay, and next.
That's the new Hydro Archon. Is this some kind of joke by the Maison? I would have thought that a being that surpasses humanity would be a bit more assertive.
Hey, did you hear that? She even told us to send her suggestions there at the end.
Shouldn't gods be all-powerful? She's being so modest. What's the difference between her and an ordinary person, then?
If you ask me, perhaps the succession didn't actually happen. She might just be a Maison-backed puppet.
Wow.
Wait, what's going on? Why Why is everyone suspecting me of being a fake? Oh, this is bad. If I get exposed here, there'll be no saving the people from the prophecy. Right. Mirmi said that I just need to play the role of a god as humans imagine them to be. Calm down, Farina. Think. What do the people want? How would they imagine a god to speak and act? Assertive, with a strong sense of presence. One who can dispel all doubt. That is the character I'm fated to play. Oh, very good, my people. Only ones such as you are deserving of my rule. Now, I was wondering if some weak puppet were to one day come onto the stage and claim ownership of this opera house, would the children of Fontaine follow them? Well, it seems that you would all see right through them. Having passed my test, you are qualified to witness wondrous trials alongside my august self, here in this opera house. You may consider my previous act a door gift of sorts. I thought it was a debut that suited the atmosphere. Now then, let us be reintroduced.
Ah, so that was just a performance. How could I have forgotten that we were inside an opera house?
Personality? It's quite shocking, to be honest, but I suppose it's a better look than before.
Such a fascinating and bold deity. How wonderful! Our future may yet be bright after all.
It seems I've turned them around. Best follow this flow and restart my accession speech.
Zuversichtlich sein.
My dear people, whether you acknowledge me or not, whether you trust me or nay, I say to you, keep faith in your ardor for justice. We have heard it said that this nation's sins can no longer be washed away. Well, I say that justice is most fragrant when it blooms amid sin.
Dramatisches Verhalten.
The scales of justice should not weigh heavy in the hands of its God. On one side, it must carry fairness and justice. And on the other, praise and applause. May law be the prayer on our lips. May judgment be our worship. Let us light the fires and drink to the future of Fontaine.
Die Rede auf spektakuläre Weise beenden.
There is no trouble in this world that justice cannot solve. All that is needed is for you, my people, to believe in it, heart and soul. So long as I, the Archon Focalor, stand within the Opera Epiclese, so long as I stand before the Oratrice, I shall even judge the gods of this world!
Wow. Anerkennender Besuch aus dem Publikum. Ich finde immer noch, das ganze Opernhaus ist totale Platzverschwendung. Die könnten da so viel mehr Leute unterbringen. Im Opernhaus Farina. Oh, ich kann noch mal rennen. Yeah. Oh, okay, rennen kann ich nicht, aber laufen wenigstens.
Lady Farina, here are today's case reports, as well as a summary of the follow-up for your perusal.
Come now, was I not just at the Opera House in person? Leave these kinds of things to Neuvillette. Besides, none of these trials were the one that I'm looking forward to the most.
If I may be so impertinent, what kind of trial are you truly looking forward to?
A magnificent, dramatic, and wondrous trial. A trial to end all things. How could you hope to understand?
That's true. I fear I lack the ability to grasp your divine thought, Lady Archon.
No need for fright, and do not take what I said before too seriously. Go now, do your duties. The trial I await. It will come one day.
Lady Farina, I don't know what to say. Thank you for agreeing to see me.
No need to thank me. Or rather, thank your own sense of perseverance instead. Long have you stood in line to meet me, have you not? Oh, I'm afraid that's just an inevitable consequence of my divine charm. All right, Deuteria, is it? How is your son's illness?
You remembered me, and you knew of my family, too. He is doing much better now. In fact, he is far more of an ardent believer than I. He was the one who forced me to seek an audience with you, and to bring your words back to him.
Oh, good. Very good. If this should happen again in the future, please do not hesitate to come and tell me. Going down to citizens' homes every so often, while not usual practice, should serve as a fine change of pace.
You're such a gentle and wise God. Thank you once again, on behalf of my son.
Das Bett.
Lady Farina, here are the latest hydrological reports. As for the specific parameters you asked to take note of, I'm afraid things still don't look good.
I see. It's as I thought then. As your god, I did already expect this, but I wanted to see how far your human wisdom would allow you to analyze it. All manner of signs indicate that the prophecy will still come to pass. Forget it. That's not something you need to worry about right now.
Well, as I understand it, the Fontaine Research Institute is also trying to find a way to counter the rising water levels.
Really? Have they found anything?
I'm afraid that they haven't found any effective solution thus far.
Oh, is that so? Well, no wonder. This issue has reached the realm of the gods, after all. Still, their spirit is praiseworthy.
Ich muss zugeben, die ziehen das ein bisschen sehr lang. Ist zwar cool, alles über sie zu erfahren, aber es ist schon ein bisschen lang.
The day is finally over. I haven't had a moment to breathe this whole time.
Aber ich verstehe natürlich, dass sie es auch zeigen soll, wie sie sich durchkämpfen musste.
But it's good to see that everything's getting on track. There are no longer any voices of suspicion. Maybe this is fine. I just need to keep going, and everyone will be saved. All right, Farina, don't think too hard about this. You need rest. Tomorrow's a new day.
Das hätte eher in einen Legendenauftrag gepasst. Ja, irgendwie so, ja. Oder wenigstens hier das in Kürze machen und dann später vielleicht
here are
länger
the new
ziehen.
trial reports for the latest cases, as well as a summary of the follow-up.
There'll be no need for that. I've seen them already. There's no need to go back over scenes I've witnessed in person before.
Lady Farina, I've waited so long for this chance to see you in this manner.
Indeed, my dear, loyal citizen. This joyous moment is an honor for us both.
Achso, jetzt wiederholt sich einfach alles wieder. Tag für Tag für Tag.
Lady Farina, we're detecting significant hydrological anomalies near Poisson.
Understood. Keep monitoring. Keep me informed should anything come up at the Institute. I don't think I let anything slip today. I must show the people that there is nothing to worry about. I just don't know when these days will end. I feel feel utterly exhausted. Best to rest early today, too.
Ja, das ist halt 500 Jahre lang, Alter. Ey, das saugt einem halt schon wahrscheinlich die ersten zig Jahre aus. Im Opernhaus. $182.375, der Akt.
Lady Farina, it's like a dream being able to speak with you up close like this. I've heard that the first member of our family who was honored to receive an audience with you was Madame Deoteria, almost 20 generations ago.
And what a fine family yours is indeed. It brings me great joy to meet such a faithful believer. A descendant of a line most ardent.
Surely you exaggerate, Lady Farina. My lady?
What is it, good citizen?
Oh, are you crying?
Oh, really now? I didn't even notice. This must be the overflow of hydro from my person. Well, can't quite help being the god whose dominion is the waters, can I?
No wonder. No wonder. A manifestation of your power, then. Oh, Archon, I am honored to have witnessed it. Honored indeed.
Boah.
So interminable. So lonely. Just how much longer? Hundreds of years must have passed by now. Perhaps the show must go on for hundreds more. I never imagined that it would hurt so much. Have I reached my limit? No. Perhaps I reached it long ago. Today I didn't even notice my own tears. I want to tell someone, anyone, about this. But would that not destroy all I've done so far? I've conducted so many investigations across the centuries, but there's not even a sliver of hope that we might break the prophecy. All I can do is keep heart. I must maintain this act. It is the only way to save Fontaine. Please, mirror me. You have to succeed.
Farina und? Ah, das ist jetzt, wo wir drin waren.
Farina, you don't have to shoulder this burden alone. Although I don't know what you might be keeping from everyone, your people are more than willing to share your burden with you.
Das ist meine Stimme. Siehst du, er erschrickt sogar schon vor seiner Stimme, weil er so oft redet. So Zeit, als wir in diesem riesigen Zauberschrank waren. Großartig, ich hätte nicht erwartet, dass ich diese Szene mit ihren inneren Welt wiederholen würde. Ich will dieses Mal herausfinden, was sie mir damals sagen wollte.
Share my burden. That's impossible. It was fated right from the start that this would be my duty alone.
But even if your burden doesn't need to be shared, you can still choose to confide in someone. Just share it with me. I'm what you'd call a witness.
A witness? Yes, I've heard that you came to Tevat from beyond the stars, yes. In other words, you never belonged here. And if Tevat is, in its entirety, a show on a stage, then you're just a spectator, aren't you? If that's the case... He's right. I could confide in him, couldn't I? But if things don't play out as expected, the people of Fontaine will be the ones to pay the price. No, Farina. You shouldn't be selfish. But what if it's really alright? Farina, you've worked so hard for so long. Surely it would be okay to put yourself first for once. Just this once. Is it such an outrageous thing to do anyway? To find someone in whom you can confide your frustrations and sorrows? Surely it could not hurt. If you let this opportunity slip through your fingers, it might never come by again. Think about it long and hard. No, I have nothing to say. I am Farina, the Archon of Fontaine. Everything will surely get better. All you need to do, dear spectator, is to witness my performance until the curtains fall.
Fine.
So even Farina doesn't know the truth? You've never once let her in on the full plan?
Yes, it had to be done. To deceive the heavenly principles, you must first deceive yourself. She did very well. If she had let her resolve falter even once in these 5 centuries, Fontaine would have been doomed to the most tragic fate. It seems that trusting humanity was the right decision after all.
I believe that I understand how your deception works, but that is only half the truth, is it not?
Ja, da schwimmt immer noch irgend so ein fetter Wal rum.
How would you build on this foundation to save the people of Fontaine? That is the most important thing.
Ah, good. Of course, the Iudex of Fontaine has pinpointed the crux of the issue. I'm sure you've long sensed that the Oratrice is no simple machine, yes?
I've always suspected that it had its own consciousness. And Lenny did mention that he heard a human voice within the core chamber. It now seems that that person was you, hidden within the machine all along. Am I right?
And then I became one with the Oratrice, taking Fontaine's gnosis with me. Yes, it would seem so, wouldn't it? Alas, your understanding of this device still lacks sufficient depth.
Energie sammeln für den Kampf.
In truth, it is no enactor of justice. It is, in fact, a device created to kill the god of justice.
I beg your pardon?
Oh, you have it. And to be more precise, not only will the Oratrice take down the god of justice, it will also take down the divine throne upon which she has been placed. I mean, did you think I would be the sort to enjoy peaceful repose while Farina suffered? My work over these last 500 years has been to constantly accumulate indemnitium within the Oratrice. But really, some have already discovered that only a small fraction of the energy generated by the device was ever used to provide power to Fontaine. The vast majority has been, had to be accumulated to enact this death sentence.
It was all a part of your plan, then? Both the trial and the sentence?
Indeed. This power, accrued over 5 centuries, could have sustained Fontanians for millennia, had it only been used for that purpose. Almost all of it has now been stored within the oratories. But only power of this magnitude could hope to destroy the Hydro Archon's divine throne, shaking the rules established by Celestia, and breaking through the institution that is the Seven.
So the Oratrice's call for death was for neither Farina nor Focalor, but for the Hydro Archon. The destruction of that divine throne. If I do not misunderstand your intent, you must be...
Returning what's rightfully yours to you, of course. In other words, this was all done to return the authority of the Hydro Archon to the Hydro Dragon of this planet.
But...
Oh, what? Getting sad again, are we? The authority of the ancient dragons shall soon be yours once more, O Hydro Dragon Sovereign. And this is the face you make.
all you've done throughout the years is just so you can sacrifice yourself at the very end.
I've never quite seen it that way, you know. Even now, I'm quite pleased at how well my deception worked. Hydro Dragon, don't cry. I must say, had it been within my rights, I would have loved to judge the heavenly principles themselves. Were they not guilty of essentially the same crime? Egeria stole the power of the primordial sea, and the heavenly principles stole the power you ancient dragons possessed. I, for my part, am the god of justice. And is it not just that your original powers should be returned to you? Speaking of justice, I have always believed that justice lies in the process of pursuing human existence itself. So, if the theft of the primordial sea's might was Fontaine's original sin, then, leaving matters of procedural right and wrong aside, the descent of the Fontanians as humans and their right to exist in this world would be Fontaine's original justice. In other words, existence was Egeria's justice, and to me, justice is the continuation of that existence. Defying the prophecy and ensuring that Fontaine's people shall live on, that should be the justice enthroned over all others. At this point, we, whether it be myself or all other Fontanians, have shouldered the burden of this sin for far too long. Iudex Nervillet, the highest judge in our land, when you regain your full power as an elemental sovereign, what verdict shall you pass upon us?
So when I was invited to the court of Fontaine to serve as Iudex, I see now that that was your idea too. At last, I now understand the true purpose behind this position. In the beginning, I was uninterested in human existence. But these 5 centuries of living alongside them have gradually brought about mutual understanding between us. And I have even attempted to feel as they feel. You are a devious one, Focalor. Things being as they are, surely you know that I could never declare them to be guilty.
The hour of my execution is almost here. For the sinner, The curtain call has come. I know I may not sound it, but faced with death, I find myself a little afraid. Perhaps this is one thing both gods and humans have in common. Farewell, Nervalette. I hope you've enjoyed the part you played these 500 years.
Iudex Nouvellette, hereby declare, people of Fontaine, your sins are forgiven.
Schon krass. Alter, also das ist schon... Ja, ich muss mittlerweile zustimmen. Schon die geilste Archon-Story bisher.
What just happened? Has the death sentence been carried out?
Was that bright light some sort of misdirection? I have a feeling that something huge just happened.
But since we're all still alive and haven't been dissolved, I assume whatever happened was good for us.
It's time to end this. We must mete out punishment to that beast.
Didn't you say just a moment ago that it can't be defeated?
I have gained the strength sufficient to deal with it. Through certain means, I now have the ability to separate the power of the Primordial Sea from that creature. We should seize the opportunity to pursue our quarry.
Du hast Kraft gewonnen, gerade eben.
Traveler, now that the oratories can no longer function, I require an executor to help me mete out justice.
Du meinst mich?
The root of the calamities befalling Fontaine. The beast that enacts the prophecy. Its name is the all-devouring narwhal. Come with me, traveler. The hour of execution has come.
Präsident wie immer over the top. Das Einzige, was ich halt wieder schade finde, dass sie im Prinzip dasselbe wieder machen wie vorher. Einfach einen Archon halt wegkillen.
We're going to execute it? But how are we going to do that? It's huge!
I've already done my best to separate
Naja,
the power
draufhauen.
of the Primordial Sea from the way. Considering the size of the beast, I cannot reach the power source. Unless we can find a way to attack it from within.
Es wäre vielleicht geil gewesen, wenn wir vorher nochmal auswählen könnten, wenn ich zum Kampf schicke. Die haben bei dem die Textur vergessen, der schaut ziemlich pixelig aus. Nee, wie heißt das eigentlich?
Everyone will be?
I can feel its sorrow turning into hostility.
Wechselgrafik, oder? Nee, Voxel heißt es, glaube ich.
An oversight on my part. Bow your head. The all-devouring narwhal cannot resist its instinct to devour. Continue to trigger its hostility. Chance will present itself. Silence!
Okay. Pinocchio? Bist du's?
Why is there a hole thingy over there? It looks really scary.
Hat er jetzt eine... So hatten wir jetzt so eine Form.
There is no escape.
I have granted you my protection. Do not fear. Seize the moment and use my power to suppress its root from within. Justice is blindsided.
Shine down. Committed to memory. Sharing my knowledge. Billowing surge.
Will mich jetzt wieder ausspucken. Ah, da ist die eine.
Thanks for helping with the cleanup. It should have been my job, but... oh well. It was just supposed to be a short private training session for me. I didn't think that my disciple and my master's pet would start brawling in the meantime.
Das Haustier meines Meisters?
Well, actually, I had a feeling that it would happen at some point, but they bumped into one another earlier than I thought. What a blunder. I suppose I'll have to swing my sword 3 million times as penance.
Die hat schon echt geilen Style, Alter, mit dem ganzen Zeug. Haustier des Meisters?
That power. Who are you exactly?
Hyman has an idea. From what she said earlier, she must be Child's master. Skirk, right? It's just that he gave us the impression that she was the less talkative person.
I simply did not have anything to say to the weak. But you, on the other hand, managed to defeat the all-devouring narwhal without using power from beyond this world. So you may speak to me as equals.
Was für eine Person würde ein Sternverschlinger Narwal als Haustier halten?
I have to agree. It's a strange use of a planet's primordial waters just to raise an all-devouring narwhal. That kind of power is wasted on it. It's not cooperative. It eats too much. And I have more important things to do with my time than pet sitting. The only thing that creature has going for it is its looks. All in all, it fails as a pet.
Miss Skirk? I think you might have missed the point.
The point being?
Well, being that this pet almost destroyed an entire nation. So what sort of person is your master? Well, Child's master's master. master. Wait, is that right?
Oh, right. So you don't know him. Sorry, I assumed you did. His name is Sertologi.
Wer? Ist das Pasta?
I am unfamiliar with that name.
Huh. So Master isn't sufficiently famous. How should I describe him then? Have you heard of the name The Fowl?
The Fowl?
Still nothing? Well, how about the Visionary? Vetterfulnir then? Or Gold Rheindotter?
Rheindotter, kenne ich das nicht irgendwoher?
Oh, that one we've heard. Rheindotter's part of the Hexen Circle. She's Albedo's mom, right?
Was?
Oh, so you do know that name. To be honest, I also heard all of those names and titles from my master. I don't actually know them either. But I suppose you understand now, yes? My master is likely a similar sort to Rheindotter. They are both pursuing some form of perfection.
Wait, didn't you also mention a visionary person? Paimon didn't quite catch their name.
Actually, never mind that. I believe it expedient to inform you that the all-devouring narwhal used up nearly all its strength fighting you. Such roiling hydro energies will prove difficult for the planet's deep seas to digest. As such, the Fontaine back on the surface has most likely been thrown into chaos. In other words, the prophecy that you've been fretting over should now be in full swing.
What?
Nein, das war zu erwarten, Paimon. Doch selbstverständlich, die Prophezeiung wird sicherlich wahr werden. Wir wussten das und haben es akzeptiert. Allerdings.
Not to worry. Focalor has already managed to deceive the heavenly principles.
In the end, the people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only Farina will remain, weeping on her throne. Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away.
Scheiße, wo ist Noah, wenn man ihn braucht?
Hey! Help! Over here!
Da ist Noah. Sie kann fliegen.
All hands, initiate emergency rescue! Hurry! Hey, lend a hand! Look! The water's receding! It's a miracle!
Water's receding.
We didn't dissolve. The prophecy was wrong! The prophecy was wrong!
Das war ein geiles Bild. Ich soll vielleicht das Mikro wieder anmachen.
The soil renewed. The Spina di Rosula talks post-disaster rebuilding. I recently visited Poisson to meet with Miss Navia, spokesperson of the Spina di Rosula, and we spoke about Poisson's present and future. Old soil can still give birth to new bloom, Miss Navia stated. Hope is like seeing a small cookie when you're starving late at night. You just need a little of it. Skyship Winglet, lunar brain of the Fontaine Research Institute. The various disputes that have arisen on account of Mr. Edwin have suddenly become a shield over the Institute, with Jurier turning out to be a once overlooked hidden gem. People always call the first researcher mad, but few know what to call the second. And should that latter person achieve a miracle, they would find it all the harder to find a word with which to classify him and his team. Wow! Paimon barely recognizes the people in the reports. Are those really Jurier and Navia? They sound like real big shots.
Möglicherweise waren sie schon von Anfang an wichtige Personen. Wir haben sie nur noch nicht von dieser Seite kennengelernt.
What do you think? Pretty enthralling, huh? The Steambird's idea was pretty simple. With the disaster just having passed, we would print a free edition packed to the margins with good news to calm people down. The value for these big scoops lies in their inevitable follow-ups. We'll publish further reports and go into the stories behind those people. Edwin's assistant, Jurier, created a true flying ship, while Navia is leading people in the reconstruction of their home. I'm sure that these stories could draw even your well-traveled eye.
Ich bin schon mal ein wenig neugierig, wie es weitergehen wird.
Paimon's curious too! Wait a minute. Didn't we watch everything happen from start to finish? What's there to be curious about?
And that's exactly why I'd like you to come conduct interviews with me. You're the best incubators of news, if you haven't noticed. And also, with you around, I'm sure I'll get to see that Duke.
Are you sure? Hasn't he turned you down several times already?
Oh, this time will be different. Come on, let's head to Poisson first, and then make a trip to the fortress. There are some things you'll only know when you get there.
Ei. Oh, ich habe die Gegenstände gekriegt vor dem blöden Wal. Wo muss ich hin? Achso, ich soll es vielleicht erstmal auswählen. Wie lange geht denn das eigentlich? Ach scheiße, das muss ich nächstes Wochenende machen. Aufträge. Also, es war schon echt cool gemacht, auch so die Sequenz am Ende und alles mögliche und das Bild vor allem mit der Frühling am Schluss im Sonnenlicht. War schon alles sehr geil gemacht. Wobei es, muss ich zugeben, ein bisschen hart abdriftet in so, ich meine, klar, das andere Weltzeug war ja sowieso schon klar, aber... Weiß ich nur nicht, was man davon erwarten soll. Oder davon halten soll, dass das da so mit der Skirk jetzt da in die Richtung geht. Irgendwann mal. Wer weiß, was da noch alles kommt und so. Nur es wirkt halt ein bisschen so fremdartig, wie so ein Fremdkörper gerade im Spiel, finde ich. War ein bisschen abrupt. Ja, finde ich auch. Das ist so... Es ist wie wenn du, sagen wir mal, es wäre so wie wenn du von der Mittelalterwelt plötzlich einfach in die Moderne rutschen würdest. Das ist so dieses, es passt irgendwie nicht ganz. Klar war es schon irgendwie cool, aber man weiß halt einfach noch nicht genug drüber, wie es am besten passen würde. Das ist wie so ein Puzzlestück, was übrig bleibt, was halt einfach nicht ins Puzzle passt. Auch wenn man natürlich schon ein bisschen was davon gehört hat. Vor allem, weil du halt am Ende halt wieder bis auf ein bisschen mehr Infos als sonst eigentlich auch wieder so... Ja, da gibt's einen Typen, der hat einen fetten Wal und ein paar andere Sachen wahrscheinlich und ja, passt schon. Ich meine, es war schön, was man mehr erfahren hat und auch mal ein bisschen Namen, aber war halt auch so, ja, es ist jetzt halt einfach so.
Navia!
Achso, ja, und um es kurz einzuwerfen, was ich vorhin gemeint habe. Ich fand's halt schade, dass die Geschichte halt ein bisschen in dieselbe Richtung driftet wie die in Sumero. Du hast ja in Sumero auch schon gehabt, so der alte Arkon, der wo sich ja Der, wo sich ja da geopfert hat und dann mit Irminsul da dann auflöst, damit es gereinigt wird. Und hier ist es ja auch so, kein Schwein weiß, was abgeht. Und der eigentliche Hydra-Argon stirbt halt wieder. Das ist für mich schon wieder fast zu ähnlich. Da hätte ich mir ein bisschen was anderes gewünscht, auch wenn die Story an sich halt schon sehr geil war.
Oh, it's you. What brings you all here?
Hey, we're just having a look around.
I'm here to update myself on how things are going here. Oh, the Fatui are here too.
Let me introduce you. This is Mr. Garunt Snežević. He represented the Knave in sending us a large amount of supplies, and is helping with our work. Our residents are hard at work as well. Thanks to everyone, work is progressing nicely. We've lost a lot of people, but we're moving forward. That will have to be enough.
Was ist eigentlich jetzt mit dem? Ja, okay, spielen wir erstmal weiter.
Hello, Miss Charlotte. I'm a big fan of yours. I especially like that article you wrote last year about Fontaine's stray cats. But if you don't mind, could you not emphasize our role too much in your report? It's not charity we're doing here. We just happen to share the same interests as the Spina.
I get where you're coming from. I'll keep it as simple as possible. Or would you be willing to feature as friendly neighbors?
That would be fine. Thanks.
Oh, you're back too. How are things?
We finished laying down the construction materials. It'll be another hour before the workers are able to go over there.
Huh? You're here too, Clorinde?
Well, her reputation's greatly risen after that whole duel business with Miss Farina. So she's here in Poisson to wait out the heat. All right. She really came here to help me out.
There's too much to consider in the reconstruction of Poisson. The Spina has need of more decision-makers. And, well, I do already happen to be connected to Mr. Callis.
Oh, wait just a moment. Do you mind me asking a few questions? You know, about how you felt before the duel, about what it was like facing down a god. There's lots of exciting material there, I bet.
Forget it. I'm sure you can find a better theme than that, Miss Charlotte.
I see you're the same as always. Couldn't you do me a favor, for Navia's sake?
Well, if we're talking about doing things for my sake, you might as well just take a few more photos of me. Or of the Traveler. It's better than wasting time persuading Clorinde, at any rate.
Of course I will. I'm not gonna let him off that easy. All right, then everyone who wants to be in the photo, gather up. And smile.
How did it go? Was it a good shot? Did Paimon look cute in it?
Not bad. Your addition really helped the composition of the picture. All right, hang on a moment. Let me snap a few more shots.
Wolke neben dem Fischkopf. Charlotte drückt auf den Auslöser, macht blitzschnell noch ein paar weitere Fotos.
All right, that should do it. I'll be back here later anyway, so let's call it a day.
Ich verstehe nicht, warum sie es nicht schaffen, für alle Dinger das zu machen, dass das nicht selber weitergeht. Das schaffen die halt seit 1.0 nicht.
You're very quick.
Speed is of the essence when it comes to the news, and freshness is the key. Also, not to brag, but I'm pretty good at building connections. Who knows? I might eventually get that interview with you after all, Miss Clorinde.
Wow, you really do have that never say die spirit. I'm impressed.
I'll hazard a guess that this is how you got that interview at the Fortress of Meripede.
Du wusstest schon, dass sie dorthin geht?
Whoa, you're well informed. Let me make a guess too. I asked Sijuin, who told Monsieur Nervillet, and he told you, right?
That's a very complete information chain.
Oh, du bist auch noch da?
In truth, all Monsieur Nervillet asked me was, when did the fortress become so friendly towards the media?
In 3 bis 4 Jahren ist Genshin vorbei. Glaub mir, solange Genshin Geld abwirft, wird Genshin nie vorbei sein.
I told him that it was best not to speak too soon. There's no guarantee that Wriothesley will make a personal appearance.
Und mit diesem Multidimensionszeug und keine Ahnung, was nicht alles ist, können die halt unendlich Geschichten erzählen von irgendwelchen Feinden, die wo was weiß ich woher kommen.
You're right. I've got to treasure every moment I have with them. In which case, I'll be making a move first.
Stay safe now. And Tell me if you hear anything interesting. I'll treat you to afternoon tea in exchange.
Wie ein Honker. Ja, genau. Eine Ähnlichkeit zu Summe verstehe ich irgendwo, aber die... Ja klar, ich kritisiere das Ding. Es ist an sich echt eine coole Archon-Quest gewesen. Es ist so... Mir so ein Tick zu ähnlich gewesen. Also es ist so... Wie so ein kleiner schwarzer Punkt, der im Gesamtbild halt einfach ein bisschen stört. Dass du halt eigentlich das schon vom vorherigen kennst, nur halt anders. Aber hey, solange sie es nicht jetzt noch ein drittes Mal machen oder so, passt das schon. Ich möchte mich nicht von Genshin trennen, von meinen Lieblingscharakteren. Das wird nie passieren. Solange Genshin Millionen von Leute spielen, ich meine, ich weiß nicht, ob das mittlerweile immer noch hochgeht, aber das letzte Mal, wo ich geschaut habe, waren es halt 60 Millionen im Monat. Und sagen wir ehrlich, keine Firma gibt eine Geldquelle in der Größe weg. Ich meine, wir haben mit TTHF jemanden, der das uns finanziert, Mann.
Wow, guess we're here again, huh? There's a real nostalgic feeling to this place.
Looks like you've been missing us.
Duke! Did you come all the way to the entrance to greet us?
Of course. I'm here to welcome you and our dear Miss Charlotte, whom our good head nurse recommended to me.
Da wird Genshin und Story irgendwann zusammengeführt. Man könnte so Dinger machen, halt so Corporations oder irgendwie sowas.
It's an honor to finally meet the much-rumored Duke. Thank you for consenting to my visit to the fortress, sir.
Halt, eine Kritik muss ich noch auspacken, bevor wir hier weitermachen. Ich fand, das Schiff ist jetzt eigentlich fast unnütz gewesen, oder? Bin ich der Einzige, der so denkt? Oh, wir haben hier ein Riesenschiff, was wir gebaut haben mit Technologie und keine Ahnung und Fliegen. Jetzt ist das Schiff da, es hat keinen Hinterhaken. Oh, das Wasser geht zurück, fertig. Das war so... Hoppala. Das wäre wie wenn Noah seine Arche baut, das Wasser steigt und wieder abfließt. Scheiße, für was? Ich hab die ganzen Typen gesammelt. Das Schiff war unnütz als fuck, Alter. Ja, genau das, was ich gedacht habe. Das ist mir vorhin erst so auffallen, dass es so... Oh, es taucht aus dem Wasser auf. Oh mein Gott, das große Schiff ist da und wird sie alle... Oh, warte, das Wasser geht schon wieder weg. Passt schon. Kannst du es wieder rein.
No need to thank me. But that said, I shouldn't be the focus of your interview. I trust you recall our agreement?
Of course, of course.
Das ist wie wenn jemand zur Tür reinkommt. Ich werde euch helfen. Okay, und die Tür wieder zumacht und wieder einfach leise rausgeht.
Alright then, this way.
Hey, no need to be so nervous. I've already taken all the photos we need. Miss Charlotte, do these pictures really need to be published on the cover of the Steambird?
It would seem that Miss Lorvine doesn't want her face to appear beside that of Mr. Jurier, hmm?
Sir, please don't say things like that.
But it looks like dear Mr. Jurier denies it. Might this interview be very important to you, then?
No, I just... This is my first time being interviewed, and I'm very thankful to the Steambird for...
Now, I might not look it, but I actually did meet Mr. Edwin once. And I'll be honest, I enjoyed chatting with you more. You've definitely got more of that genius vibe going on. The boat that brought about a miracle, the ark that saved the people. Why, you recreated a myth back there, like an emissary of legend.
Die Arche, die Menschenleben gerettet hat, also ganze 2 Minuten oder so.
Still, if I might ask, where's that flying ship now?
Huh! Looks like Charlotte's trying to get herself another exclusive scoop.
I have to apologize, but that ship is presently in the bowels of our factory. I'm afraid it won't be easy for you to get a shot of it.
Really? Well, then in that case, could I have an interview with you to make up for that loss?
Lässt wirklich keine Gelegenheit ungenutzt.
You already know my answer, I'm afraid. Best you interview our head nurse instead. Or perhaps you'd like to take another photo of this couple of researchers?
Wie es sich außen rumschlängelt.
Did you really have to use the word couple? Well, then, 2 solo photos will do.
Is my hair messed up? Please, someone help me have a look.
Things sure are getting pretty lively here. We've seen this kind of thing before. Oh, seems like everyone's here. Would any of you like to try this new drink I came up with?
Uh-oh.
Ah, Sigewinne.
Hey, Miss Charlotte. Why don't you, take some pretty photos of our head nurse? Sure. Come on, Miss Sigewinne. Over this way. Let's find a brighter spot.
Sure. Do I have to smile? So, how have things been at the fortress?
Same old, as you can see. Fontaine's undergone some changes, but this place is still more or less the same.
Other than that flying ship, it got a tad too much attention, I think.
That's why I decided to let the interview go through. We should direct more public opinions toward the behind-the-scenes heroes. Am I right, Mr. Jurier? Miss Lurvine?
Alter, du hast bloß keinen Bock, in einem Interview aufzutauchen.
You're too kind, sir. I believe that you too should have your day in the sun. Not that you would want that, which is a pity.
I'll just leave the spotlight to you two.
Gehst mit Risley eine Weile spazieren und erzählst ihm Neuigkeiten.
I see. Lots of things happened that day, huh? Anyway, regarding that Harbinger, I'm not sure you remember, but his 3 young followers are still waiting for his return.
He sure did win them over, huh?
I'll tell them that there's good news and bad news. The good being that their boss seems fine, and the bad being that they must face extended sentences for abetting his escape.
Huh.
Oh, actually, what about you? Are things gonna change for you too?
What change can there be? The fortress will keep chugging along, and so will my duties. As to what Miss Farina's departure will mean for the nation, and if our laws and governance will be transformed, we'll leave those to the folks in the overworld.
Hey everyone, the photo shoot's done.
Good. In that case, let's call it a day here.
Thanks for your cooperation. Come on, Traveler, let's go. Till next time, everyone.
There'll be a next time?
Maybe. Who knows? I might write a story about the underwater factory next time. Until then. All right. Last stop, the docks.
Oh ja, wir hätten mit denen auch noch reden können.
Oh, you know, I'd love to see you in one of Charlotte's photo shoots one day.
Is that really necessary? Our line of work doesn't really require much photographing.
It's precisely because we don't need the picture that they'll have value as keepsakes. You don't really look all that opposed to the idea, you know.
Maybe I'm just happy that I managed to once again avoid the spotlight. I think this interview went well either way.
Yes, you successfully kept prying eyes away by using Mr. Jurier and Miss Lurvine as shields. Very good.
You should be happy for them. They have a bright future ahead of them.
Oh. Oh, ich muss zugeben, es könnte langsam beenden, Alter. Es wird langsam echt spät. Also nicht, dass ich nicht sowieso vorhatte, so spät wach zu bleiben, aber ich habe eigentlich gedacht, ich mache noch was anderes. Der handelt Fotos wie ich. Ja, ich bin auch nicht gern auf Fotos. Ja, okay, ich sitze hier vor der Kamera, aber... Wer zur Hölle ist der Bob in dem Outfit? Achso, das ist eine Frau. Ich dachte, hä, ist das ein Charakter?
Navia mentioned that she stayed in
Stalking
touch with
power.
Linny and the others after working together. Apparently, they've been at the docks distributing these strange pockets the whole time since.
Traveler, Paimon. Ah, and Miss Charlotte, too.
Would you like a magic pocket?
What sort of gadget is it?
It's a wondrous bag that can be used to carry many things. The water level has returned to normal, but if you see any of your things floating around, you can use this to carry them. Or you could trick a friend into doing it for you.
Trick a friend? I wonder which of my friends would fall for that.
Ich brauche keine magische Tasche, ich habe magisches Paimon.
You could just make a friend like Fremine here. Isn't that right, Fremine?
Is this what you meant by, I'll help you make some more friends?
To be honest, that sounds pretty sweet. Could I have your contact, please?
Sure. Please, write down my address.
You sure are working hard to help Fremine socialize.
Musst du noch mit der Villette reden?
He was the one
Ist der
who
in seinem
proposed
Häuschen?
doing this. He even wants to assist in our magic shows.
Das würde es zu ihm passen.
Yes, I was planning to first introduce Per as an assistant, and later Fremine himself. In the future, I think we can leave underwater escape magic to him too.
That said, would anyone want to see a diver escape underwater?
Ja, wo geht er hin?
Oh, it'll work out. Every journey begins with the first step. He'll become a part of our show eventually.
Lynette, could you come over? Miss Charlotte says she wants to take a picture of us.
Got it.
My, that Charlotte is rather perceptive. She got rid of everyone the moment she realized I had something to say to you. So, how have things been, traveler?
Sie ist halt auch die Stalker-Königin, die kennt sich aus. Nicht schlecht.
Father says that you did a great deal during the latest events. She's very grateful for your contributions to Fontaine.
That's all right. We were more than happy to help. So, what's she doing now?
Oh, I guess you haven't heard. Well, after Lady Farina left, Father and Monsieur Neuvillette opened negotiations, during which he gave Fontaine's Gnosis to her as a diplomatic gift.
Ich muss zugeben, es kotzt mich ein bisschen an, dass dieses ganze scheiß Gnosis einfach so bekommen. Weil sie tauschen das alles wie Gummibärchen. Das ist voll das göttliche Werkzeug und so. Und hier noch ein Kuchen mit dem Gnosis drauf. Bitte schon, nimm mit.
A diplomatic gift? A gnosis?
Yes, I was quite surprised at first myself. But when I thought it over, there were actually a number of things going for it.
Weißt du, das ist wie wenn ich irgendwo in den Laden gehe und dann sage, hier sind 10 Euro und nehmen Sie doch meine Kreditkarte mit allen Passwörtern. Das macht man ja auch nicht.
It could have been done as an apology for the incident with Lord Child, or as thanks for his help in tying the all-devouring narwhal down.
Diese Entschuldigung.
Furthermore, Father did also lend significant aid to Fontaine and Poisson.
Well, that's true, but this is a gnosis we're talking about. Doesn't this seem a bit irresponsible?
Ich fände es ja lustig, wenn du irgendwann so eine geheime Szene sehen würdest, wo die dann so das Gnosis weggeben. Die Fatui gehen dann weg und dann dreht er sich um, macht einen Schrank auf und da stehen halt 50 weitere drin. So, na gut, dann nehme ich heute mal das raus.
I would agree, but I've also heard that it seems that Monsieur Neuvillette has had a significant change of heart regarding the matter.
So there's some reason for this that only Neuvillette knows about?
I suspect you'll have to ask him about that yourself. Ah, yes, speaking of which, I did see him strolling around the entrance to the fortress of Meripede a while back.
Isn't he real busy and stuff? Paimon didn't think he'd have the time for that. But back to the topic. The Gnosis was given to the knave, right? What about Child?
They say that he's returned to Snezhnaya to recover from his wounds. I hear that the recent disaster really did a number on his health.
Kann ich ihn wohl jetzt zu meinen Kampfkameraden zählen?
That's true. When you think about it, we've had loads of run-ins with the Fatui. To think we'd be allied with them this time.
So shocked by such a simple switching of sides?
Was ist jetzt schon wieder? Ach, das ist die Ding. Ich muss kurz überlegen müssen, wie der...
Father!
Ich pack das mit Vater immer noch nicht, Alter. Das macht mich fertig.
Well, what do you know? Come to the docks to see how my children are doing and meet the traveler by chance. Please do not pay my accomplishments in Fontaine too much mind. I would have done them regardless.
Are you going to take the Gnosis back to Snezhnaya?
That is our duty as harbingers, yes.
Auf ihr Banner freue ich mich, die ist mega. Hey, ich finde sie auch super, ja. Ich bin gespannt, wie ihr Kampfstil und so
Don't be
ist.
too preoccupied with sides. The goal of the Fatui concerns not a single place or person, but the entire world. With such a grand goal in mind, it is inevitable that we must wear many masks. Switching my masks is something I've always done.
Müsst ihr auf dieser Seite bleiben?
Well, that depends on many things. No one truly knows what the future holds. What good is honesty if you can't rely on it forever? As for you, I very much look forward to our next collaboration. Good things cannot be achieved alone, and you've proved yourselves to be great partners.
Mir ist gerade erst eingefallen, könntest du das bitte für uns weitergeben?
A vision? All right. I'll remember to return it. Thank you for keeping it safe for him this entire time.
And that's a wrap for me. Huh? You're...
Oh weh. Die Interviewerin kickt in.
Greetings, Miss Journalist.
Hello. If I'm not mistaken, there are diplomatic channels I'll need to report to take a photo of you.
That is correct. So forgive me, but I will not be able to serve as a subject in your article. However, feel free to write as much as you'd like about our dear magicians and our upcoming rookie talent.
Das ist wieder Risley, Alter. Was du willst von mir, nimm doch die.
I will.
The sea breeze is quite pleasant. I shall continue my walk while the weather remains so agreeable. Farewell.
Farewell, Father.
Oh, she has such an intimidating presence. I didn't even dare to take a picture. Thankfully, I've already wrapped up all my pre-scheduled interviews. Thank you all. This'll be more than enough for me to write about, I'm sure.
Das ist das, muss ich zugeben, was ich an Alecino so mag. Wie sie schon sagt, diese einschüchternde Ausstrahlung. Sie ist so... Sie könnte ihr in dem Moment die Kehle durchschneiden und redet einfach weiter, wie wenn nichts gewesen wäre.
Don't be too nervous. Why don't you take a magic pocket before you go? Here, Traveler, Paimon, you take one too.
Wahrscheinlich über die GPS-Dinger drin, ey.
To move things about?
That's right. Funny. I was giving out magic pockets when we first met too. And what do you know? I'm doing the exact same thing right now. So many things have happened, but the pockets are still the pockets.
Ich glaube, mir ist nie aufgefallen, dass 2 Schleifen hat.
I guess this must be life. We will all follow our own paths, and serendipity will lead you to your fated friends. All right then. We'll be handing out pockets in some other districts later, so we'll get going now. Have a good day, you two.
Well, guess we sent Charlotte off. Shall we go see how Neverlette's doing? As long as he's not so busy that he doesn't have time to chat anyway.
Das Einzige, was ja ich wieder krass finde, ist, dass die halt echt zugelassen haben, dass diese ganzen Leute... Ich skippe alle Fontaine-Chars und warte auf Yoimiya Rerun. In Fontaine gibt es noch 2, 3 Charaktere, die ich auf jeden Fall gerne haben würde. Neben Alecino auf jeden Fall noch Chlorint. Navia muss ich auslassen. Schon allein, weil ich keine Primus mehr habe.
Let's move out.
Irgendwas wollte ich jetzt eigentlich noch was anderes sagen. Ach, ist scheißegal jetzt. Jetzt schauen wir, dass wir selber die Quest abschließen. Eifel. Eifel? Auch überrascht, dass Alecino nicht bei Studio Totore auf Skara war. Ja, Scaramouche war ja sowieso von Anfang an ein Arschloch. Halt, warte mal. Ich bin immer ganz woanders schon. Dann kommt noch Furinas Legendenquest. Ja, nächstes Wochenende vielleicht oder übernächstes. Schauen wir mal. Habinger seine eigene Agenda und Art hat.
The entrance to the fortress! Ooh, he really is there!
Der Child ist halt einfach nur kampfbesessen. Alecino ist ja sowieso Das ist sowieso eher so die Diplomatin, so wie es ausschaut. Wobei ich zugeben muss, wie ich die das erste Mal in einem Trailer gesehen habe, wo da die ganzen Harbinger waren. Ich habe sie eigentlich eher auch so für eine aggressive Kämpferin gehalten, aber sie ist ja scheinbar eher so Assassine-mäßig dann drauf.
So, you really are here, Neuvillette. Paimon didn't think you were going to have free time this hour of the day.
Really? Oh, I suppose you must have met Mr. Linney. He took the time to greet me earlier when he passed this way. In any case, you came at a good time. I was just considering reaching out to you to set up a meeting, so I may explain some things that I haven't had the time to before.
Aw, Paimon's glad that you remembered. Thank you for keeping us on your mind, what with you being busy and all. Alright, let's have it then. How was Fontaine actually saved? The whole business is still quite the mystery to us.
It is strange how words can often leave a bitter taste in the mouth when it finally comes time to say them out loud.
Du kaust es aber nicht wieder komplett durch, ne? Gut, Schwarzblende. Setzt euch leicht bevor Warte über die Ereignisse an jeden Tag aus der Sichtweise erzählt. Die himmlische Ordnung getäuscht und sich Furinas endloses Schauspiel zunutze gemacht, um Fontaine zu retten.
Wow. So that's what happened?
Ich selbst habe nur Furinas Teil der Geschichte gesehen.
Focalor destroyed the divine throne of the Hydro Archon and restored your power to you, transforming you into a fully fledged elemental dragon sovereign. But Paimon still doesn't quite get what you did to save the Fontanians from dissolving.
Ganz einfach, er hat das Urwasser aus ihnen entfernt. Würde ich jetzt behaupten, bevor er das jetzt hier sagt. Weil er hat ja gesagt, er kann das Urwasser vor dem Wal trennen, da würde er ja das wahrscheinlich auch machen können. Also lösen sie sich nicht mehr auf, weil sie kein Urwasser mehr in sich tragen.
For me, the authority of the ancient dragons refers to absolute control over the hydro element. Fontanians were incomplete humans born of Egeria's use of the power of the primordial sea, with constitutions similar to that of mimics. But so long as those primordial energies remain within them, I could use the ancient dragon's authority to grant them true blood, after the fashion in which life was first brought into being on this planet. In other words, when I gave my verdict, Fontanians became true humans, and thus would naturally no longer be dissolved by water from the primordial sea.
Focalor must have counted on you to make that decision as well. Your verdict was the key to making the prophecy appear to have come true while saving everyone.
Man kann sagen, dass in diesem Moment die Menschen von Fontaine endlich wirklich geboren wurden.
Yeah, and in a manner of speaking, Focalor finally managed to fulfill the original Hydro Archon's wish to turn Oceanids into real people too.
It seems from your expressions that you still have more things you wish to ask. Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
Ursprüngliche Urteil, das über Tartagia gefällt
I have investigated his case along many avenues, and I have learned that he once fell into an unknown chasm when he was young. There, by chance, he awakened the all-devouring narwhal. But whether it be by sentiment or reason, that should not have been enough to consider him the root cause of the disaster. At most, he would have had tangential liability. As for the judgment passed by the oratrice during the trial, whether it was due to that liability by association or Focalor deliberately using him to buy time for us on the assumption that he would be able to hold the creature off, I cannot say.
Guess Focalor had Fontanians in mind the whole time. In the end, it was thanks to her that they finally became real humans. Hang on a second. Paimon suddenly got another question. Back when Fontanians hadn't yet become real humans, were the children they had also transformed Oceanids?
Life has always flowed like water. Do you recall how Fontanians would often come to the Fountain of Lucine to pray for children?
Durch Entfernen des Urwassers in die menschliche Form nicht verschwinden und... Ja, mir ging es darum, dass diese Art des Urwassers halt von denen entfernt wird. Die verwandeln sich ja bloß wieder zurück in Okeaniden, wenn sie Urwasser in sich haben. Ich meine, er hat jetzt gesagt, er hat das Blut halt von denen anders stark gemacht, dass das wie die ersten Menschen waren, aber das ist ja im Prinzip eigentlich dasselbe, was ich gemeint habe. Dieses Ding des Urwassers ist halt aus denen entfernt worden.
Yeah, Lynette said the fountain is where all the waters in Fontaine converge.
Dieser Makel. Jetzt, das ist das beste Wort dafür.
In truth, even those couples did not know that such prayers were no mere custom, but instead a form of ritual. Those Oceanids who were blessed within the spring water would later descend as new humans in the coming months.
Paimon sorta gets it now. Either way, seems like this ritual won't be of any further use, but it'll probably live on as a local custom.
Immerhin können sich auf Fontaine noch an den alten Archon erinnern. Ja, aber die kennen den ja eigentlich auch nicht wirklich. Ich meine...
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
Fontaines Zukunft?
Yeah, about that. Risley said Farina has already left. What's that all about?
Ah, Lady Farina. The people are only aware that her death sentence has not been carried out. She abdicated the post of Hydro Archon and left affairs related to that title to me, before leaving the Opera House. I related Focalor's words to her faithfully and completely. After hearing them, she seemed neither saddened nor comforted. She simply said that she was tired and needed to rest. Having said that, she then packed her things and moved out of the Opera House, not unlike how an ordinary person might.
But she's still got a place to stay, right?
You need not worry. I will make arrangements to ensure that she will not want for food, clothing, board, or travel. In truth, I am somewhat happy for her. The wear and tear on her spirit will, of course, take time to heal. But now that she no longer has to play the role of Focalor the Hydro Archon, she can finally lay down her burdens and lead a normal life.
What about you then? What are your plans now that you've regained your full powers as the Hydro Dragon?
After Focalor passed on, the Oratrice also ceased to function. This matter will directly affect our trials. After much careful consideration, I've decided to take over its role in our courts. From now on, I shall hear cases and pass verdicts by myself.
Es gibt zwar keinen Hydro-Archon mehr, aber dafür haben sie jetzt den Otterkönig.
Looks like you're still considering stuff from the perspective of the Udex, huh?
As an elemental dragon, there are indeed many things that I must do. But this power and this duty, in a manner of speaking, you could say that both were granted to me.
Und seien wir doch ehrlich, auch wenn er jetzt natürlich der Hydro-Drache ist er jetzt eigentlich auch, kannst sagen, der Gott von denen, aber ist ja scheißegal. Aber er ist doch bisher eigentlich das sinnvollste Archon, beziehungsweise in dem Fall jetzt Hydro-Herrscher von einem Staat, den wir kennengelernt haben, oder? Ich meine, du hast einen Venti, der total nutzlos ist. Du hast ein Ding, der ja eh nichts macht. Der nur in fucking Zhongli, Alter, der wo ja eh nichts macht und jetzt bloß nur irgendwo Tee schlürft und Sachen erzählt. Du hast halt die A, die ja sowieso nie richtig einen Archon nicht auf ihr Volk aufgepasst hat, sondern bloß immer in ihrer Welt da war und jetzt erstmal richtig kennenlernt, was eigentlich so abgeht. Dann hast du halt die Nahida. Ich meine, die ist jetzt relativ noch in Ordnung, aber die muss halt auch erstmal lernen und so, weil die zwar schlau ist, aber immer noch viel lernen muss. Also ist so der Violette auch eigentlich der einzige rationale, richtig Erwachsene, der da was macht.
As such, before I attend to my other responsibilities, I must first and foremost continue to serve Fontaine as its highest judge. The duty of the Hydro Sovereign and the duty of the Udex shall coexist within my person. Additionally, the Hydro Archon's departure has brought about another problem, which is that the Opera House shall no longer produce indemnitium.
That's true. That power was derived from the people's faith in the Hydro Archon, wasn't it? Wait, but the various mechs and machines in the city are all still okay. Where are they getting their energy from?
Lass mich raten, der Violette ist jetzt eine riesige Batterie.
As I am now, I have full command over New Musia, and it can serve as a complete substitute. Another reason why I cannot quite leave Fontaine immediately.
Wow. This ancient dragon's authority stuff is really quite useful, huh?
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
Göttliche Herz. Das du einfach weggegeben hast wieder mal. Das machen sie irgendwie alle.
They say you've given it to the knave as a diplomatic gift or something.
Leaving aside their intentionality, the two Fatui Harbingers have indeed done much for us during this crisis.
Das stimmt allerdings wieder. Ich weiß zwar immer noch, ich finde es zwar immer noch scheiße, dass die einfach ihr Zeug ständig einfach bekommen, wie sie gerade Bock haben, aber hier haben sie wenigstens viel geholfen.
Their sole remaining goal in Fontaine, at least at this point, would seem to be the Gnosis. The Oratrice has ceased to function. The Hydro Archon's divine throne is now no more, and I do not need the Gnosis's power. As such, it has lost all meaning for Fontaine. If the Fatui have impure designs, then we might as well accede to their request now and avoid unnecessary conflict.
Ja, wir könnten sie auch einfach vermöbeln.
What complicated considerations? Paimon thought you were just giving it to them out of gratitude to the knave and as an apology to Child.
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
So wie sich das halt gerade so angehört, also so, das Ding braucht man nicht mehr, weg damit. Über die nächste Station meiner Reise.
You will soon be heading to Natlan, I presume.
Ja, ungefähr in einem halben Jahr bis Dreivierteljahr.
I'm afraid that I have little talent as a travel guide, so all I can do is tell you what I know about that land. As far as I'm aware, Natlan can be said to be a nation of dragons.
A nation of dragons? You mean like you?
No, I suspect that I would not find myself welcome there. Unlike ancient dragons such as myself, the dragons of Natlan have undergone long years of development and evolution. Large numbers of them have entered a form of coexistence with humanity.
Okay, ich muss zugeben, jetzt habe ich Bock auf Natlan. Ich meine, Drachen. Mehr will ich schon gar nicht mehr wissen.
Natlan is also the nation of war. War ravages those lands like an undying flame.
Also im echten Leben ist Krieg scheiße, aber in Spielen ist das eigentlich immer ganz witzig.
There is one other piece of information I got incidentally from my negotiations with the knave that I believe may be useful to you. The harbinger known as the Captain has thrown his hat into the endless ring of war.
Warte, der nächste Fatui, den wir kennenlernen, ist der? Echt?
The Captain. Sounds like a real tough customer. Seriously,
Tough customer.
There's a Fatui harbinger doing their thing.
I suggest that you fully prepare yourself before going to Natlan. In the meantime, Fontaine's doors will always be open to you.
Du tust gerade so, wenn ich eine Wahl hätte und gleich losgehen könnte.
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
Keine Fragen mehr.
Hang on a sec. Paimon's still got a question about the Gnosis. When we spoke to Linny earlier, he mentioned that your attitude towards giving away the Gnosis had clearly changed. We guessed that there might be some reason for it that only you were aware of.
Wahrscheinlich halt wirklich ein Schrank noch mit 50 Stück davon.
No wonder the House of the Hearth is the Fatui's intelligence division. They are certainly sharp. So regarding this specific issue, I was just getting ready to share something with you.
What is it?
In truth, I exchanged some further words with that lady named Skirk after sending you two back to the surface. It went something like this.
Was?
Well, we're going to head topside to see what's going on. You hurry over soon as well, all right, Nervalet?
Bei sowas warte ich ja wieder drauf, dass es einfach bloß so heißt, oh, wir werden jetzt euch... Ah, nee, verarscht.
What next?
The all-devouring narwhal isn't here, so I'm no longer getting any interference. I can finally catch the scent of your power, what it's made of. It is the authority of the planet's primordial dragons, but with something very similar to a god's curse mixed in. It's quite a novel blend. I'm sure I've encountered something like this before. What was it again?
I do not know what you speak of.
Ah, of course. How could I forget? You should have the remains of the third descender on your person, yes?
Remains? I've never heard of any such thing.
Huh. According to your parlance, I believe it may be called a gnosis.
Well, that much is true. After Focalor's divinity faded, she handed her gnosis to me. But I fear I have never heard of it described in the manner that you just did.
I've been training with my master, the Foul, ever since I was young, and I have never returned to the surface since. So most of the information I possess, I got from him. It is only natural for those who are greater than humanity to possess a different sort of common sense, which is why there are so many problems in our attempts to communicate with humans. Regardless, you should probably get rid of objects of misfortune to prevent any disasters from befalling you. To live in itself is a blessing, but once a person dies, the bonds he once had with this world shall all turn to curses.
What do you mean by that?
No need to fret. These are just my personal thoughts, and my reason for no longer wishing to return to the surface.
This third descender you refer to, who are they? And when did they die?
Master never mentioned them to me. Perhaps it just wasn't that important for me to know. If you're interested, though, I could ask him. I'll be sure to pass the answer on to you next time.
Next time? You believe we will meet again?
Das wollte ich gerade sagen.
I do. Wait. I have a disciple of my own, don't I? He can be the messenger then.
Also sind die Gnosis vom dritten Ankömmling? Ist er dann die göttliche Ordnung?
That's what she told me. Whether it would prove useful or not, I wanted to pass that information on to you.
The remains of the third descender? So that's what the Gnosis actually are. Paimon just thought they looked like chess pieces. How could they be a person's remains?
All the same, assuming that there was no misunderstanding or special metaphor at play, that is what she meant to say.
And she said that it would bring misfortune and that you should check it, which is why you gave it to the Fatui.
If she speaks the truth, then I would simply be putting Fontaine at unnecessary risk by keeping it here.
Ein Ankömmling, sie hat einen von ihnen erwähnt. Jetzt war ich schon selber wieder Traveler, Alter, weißt du so. Dann ist jetzt halt die große Frage, aber wenn das ein Teil, wie war es jetzt halt, ein Teil von ihm oder ein Überrest? Versucht dann die Sarizarin zusammenzubauen wieder? Ich bin der vierte Ankömmling. Für mich bedeuten diese Infos zwei Dinge. Erstens hängt die Existenz der göttlichen Herzen mit den Ankömmlingen zusammen. Zweitens ist der Ankömmling vor mir bereits gestorben.
I guessed that you might already be familiar with this concept, but I did not expect you to be one of them. That means that the Gnosis, which are exceedingly element compatible and can even enhance elemental abilities, do indeed come from the third descender. I wonder, does your body also possess similar properties?
Was? Nee.
Like being able to use elemental powers without a vision. That does sort of count as special compatibility, right? No, let's not think about this stuff right now. It just feels creepy. Comparing the Traveler to the dead third descender and all.
Keine Sorge, ich werde nicht so einfach ins Gras beißen. Ich meine, ich werde jedes Mal wiederbelebt irgendwo.
That's what you say, but this topic still feels like bad luck. Once Child recovers, let's get some more answers out of him. Or go look for his master and get the answers that way.
Ich versuche meinen Körper in 7 Teile zu teilen. Ich musste jetzt irgendwie automatisch wieder an Harry Potter denken.
I too believe it unwise to make too many blind guesses when information is lacking. The same is true of being at court.
All right. Whatever the case, it seems like the crisis here in Fontaine's over for now.
Yes. All of Focalor's efforts were for this moment as well.
But she sacrificed herself in the end as a god, and she suffered through all those years as a human. Was that really what she wanted?
I suppose that would be the mystery of a god's will.
Kannst du den Willen der Götter verstehen?
I suspect not. But once in a while, I too would guess that if wishes were like the clouds in the sky, they will one day return to the earth as raindrops. Life flows like water, and rain is the final answer. The water levels may sometimes tilt one way or another, but the rain falls fairly upon all. And what, ultimately, is the difference between the rains that fall upon all of us?
Kapitel 4, 5 Tage. Maskerade der Frevler. Stark.
It seems from your expressions that you still have more. Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
Nee, passt schon.
I suggest that you fully prepare.
Ich darf immer noch nicht nachladen, hört es auf zu sagen. Oh ja, ich brenne da wirklich. Ja gut. Dann haben wir jetzt hier das Ding abgeschlossen. Aber wie schon gesagt wurde jetzt, wir haben halt über die Schwester wieder immer nix erfahren. Und mit den Abyss wird es wahrscheinlich auch erst später wieder weitergehen, wenn der Dainsleif wieder auftaucht. Um dann einfach wieder nichts zu erfahren. Also sagen wir mal, so ein Großteil von den Infos, was wir wieder bekommen haben, ist so fuck you, Mio. Aber so richtig, Alter. Man erfährt nur mehr. Es wird immer nur mehr spekuliert, Alter. Es ist nicht irgendwie, dass irgendwie mal was weniger wird. Nein, es wird nur mehr. Das mit der Schwester zu irgendeinem minimalen Nebenplot degradiert worden. Ja, das ist ja das Nächste. Eigentlich ging ja die ganze Reise nur um geht ja die ganze Reise bloß um die Schwester zu finden und so. Und was ist dann so? Ah, passt schon. Warte, die gibt's auch noch? So, für die auf YouTube macht's gut und Servus. Da machen wir jetzt mal noch in Bennett opfern. Warte mal, da. Das ist die machen das immer so. Die geben dir in den vorherigen Quests riesigen Fragenkatalog, den wo du dir nicht ausmalen kannst, weil du einfach zu viele Fragen hast, wo du nicht beantworten kannst. Dann geben sie dir in der nächsten Quest eine Antwort, vielleicht ein bisschen auf 1, 2 Fragen, um dir dann einen neuen Fragenkatalog zu geben, da wo noch mehr drin sind. Das heißt, aus diesen 50 Stück minus 1 werden plus 50 Stück, also hast 99 Fragen dann. Und das wird jedes Mal mehr. Ich meine, ich frage mich halt teilweise, wann die das halt mal aufklären wollen. Also ich meine, dass sie jetzt nicht alles aufklären wollen, ist mir schon klar. Aber irgendwann muss es ja mal passieren. Geronimo.
Benny's Adventure Team. I have
und
failed
Bennett down. Alter, die Quest ging ewig. Gut, eine halbe Stunde müssen wir wegrechnen, weil Linnea einen auf den Sack geht. Elender Mistkerl. Aufklärung erfolgt nach Ende des Hauptplots, damit sie noch 2 Jahre Story-Content reinknallen können. Ja, wahrscheinlich. Oder die machen es ja so, die verlieren sich so in der Archon-Quest und alles möglich so, oh geil, und das machen wir und hier und spektakulär und unnützes Schiff da und keine Ahnung. Und dann irgendwann so, ey, wollten wir nicht ein paar Sachen aufklären? Oh, ja. Ich hätte eine bessere Idee, wie wär's, wenn wir noch 5 Fragen dazu knallen? Ich denke eher, dass die Story ja schleierhaft bleiben müssen. Du glaubst doch nicht ernsthaft, dass dieses Desire viel aufklärt? Also ich will ehrlich sein, ich glaube auch nicht, dass wir ins Desire Haufen Antworten kriegen. Falls es mal wirklich irgendwann so richtig nach Kandria geht oder sonst irgendwas, oder das einfach nur irgendwas anderes ist. Vielleicht kriegen wir da ein paar Sachen aufgeklärt, aber keine Ahnung, ich glaube, wir kriegen einfach immer jedes Mal mehr Fragen, Mann. Dann sind wir jetzt durch. Der Stream ging jetzt, Alter, 6 Stunden 18. Der geht jetzt mit in eins der längsten Streams ever ein. Natürlich, wenn man mal den 10 Stunden weglässt. Ruhe denkt sich so zu antworten, nein. Wahrscheinlich in jeder Besprechung zu jeder neuen Update und so. Oh, ich habe hier 50 neue Fragen aufgeschrieben und so. Und dann wollten wir nicht Antworten geben? Ja, aber ich hätte hier noch 50 Fragen für die Leute. Ja gut, nehmen wir das, wenn schon keine Antworten weiß. Also gut. war ein schöner Stream, war echt spannend heute mit der Story. Hat ein paar Längen gehabt und ein paar komische Sachen, wo man sich dachte so, why? Ich meine, das Schiff war einer davon und ich meine, gut, das mit dem göttlichen Herz hat sich jetzt ein bisschen erklärt. Ich finde es immer noch bescheuert, dass die einfach jedes Mal hergegeben werden, so, hier. Aber gut, das werden wir dann sehen, was am Ende passiert, irgendwann in 3 bis 10 Jahren. Oder 15, schauen wir mal. Aber ja, ich kann zustimmen, ist eine der geilsten, oder ist eigentlich mit, finde ich, die beste. Fatui? Unser Verbündeter? Es sind für mich immer noch keine Verbündeten. 3/4 von den Arschgeigen sind immer noch Arschlöcher. Nur weil es da mal ein bisschen positive Vibes war mit 1, 2 Stück, Alter, ist so... Der Rest ist immer noch Müll. Jetzt habe ich den Faden verloren. Scheißegal. Danke fürs Zuschauen, macht's gut und bis zum nächsten Mal. Genau, schönes Restwochenende, schöner Start in die Woche, etc., etc., etc. Und tschüss.